Hello, and welcome to the AWOL X Equinox Skybound Odyssey Demo Deck Tournament. My name is Cole Robbie. I forgot to update our stream socials, so I'll be doing that while also talking. And I am joined today by the one, the only, the Blue Oak TV hashtag ad subscribe on YouTube, OnlyFans, Fansly, Patreon, all of that. How are you doing this morning, Lou?
I'm alive, just here to enjoy another week of some altered gameplay. This time, some new altered gameplay that we haven't seen as of late. I mean, there'll be some cards that we've seen, but hopefully not a lot of cards that we've seen because I want to look at new cards as far as ones we've not seen. Know what I mean?
Exactly that. Love to see some new cards, some new gameplay, see what people have figured out about the demo decks that maybe I haven't personally. I did not do one of the fancy predictions this time, since we're kind of back to back to back to back to back lately with events, but I did put a breakdown of what I thought in the Discord, and we did a poll. But who do you think is going to win this tournament, Blue?
It'll be the one that the highest pick rate, probably, most likely. But I think I sent a power rankings before, right? Yeah, I sent it in our separate chat. So this is what I have. This is what I have. So in the sixth spot for my power rankings, I have the Lyra faction in Nadir. And also keep in mind, this is all based off of me playing each faction maybe once or twice. I just wanted to play until I won with each deck, and so it took me one time for a few of them and two times for another, but no more than two because I'm just that good. Either way, Lyra and Nadir, I put in last place. I think it can be good. I just think you more need a more curated deck that's not just a demo deck potentially, but still won in my second game. Number five, I put in Muna, and that would be Kari. And then that's just there because again, I think that needs more setup. I think it could be good though. Number four, Izmir and Moyo. I did win on my first game with Moyo, but I felt like I got really lucky that my opponent was playing Ordis and Zin, and they played their call it the their Leviathan on I forget which day, and I already had a seven cost, the one that makes your opponent's card come to my side, basically.
Oh yeah, defect.
Yeah, so I had that ready for him, and so they just couldn't do anything, and I was already pretty close to winning. So, haha. But speaking of which, I have Ordis in at number three. I think it can be really good. Getting your card draw based off of having an ascended expedition was nice, and especially if your opponent wasn't expecting it. But I do think that also requires a little bit of setup, almost to the point of it felt I when I played that, I had the landmark on my turn 1, and I just
Mhm.
played that, and I felt like that helped me a lot throughout the game. So I don't know if that's gonna be the case entirely for Ortisan, but yeah, that's why I put it at number 3. Number 2, I have, Bravos and Soul. Felt like it just was really good. Obviously, you could spend a lot of your mana up front and, have to wait for your opponent to play afterwards, but usually it's pretty good unless someone finds removal for it on your big guys. But a lot of time it feels like you can get multiple cards out, so removal doesn't do as much. And I've played a few players that were actually good getting their counters on both the first and second turns, just so that way they can get the Lua out quick. So if you can do that, I think it's pretty good. But number one, I do have Axiom and Isari. I think this the resources that you can get from the hero and from the permanent. When I played it, I don't think there was one turn where I didn't have an aerolith out. I just always had an aerolith out just from managing the cards that I have or not using them on one turn. I just always had an aerolith, and therefore I always had cards and always some way to sacrifice it. So it just felt the smoothest. But I almost believe that it's going to be Bravos just because it feels like a lot of players want to play Bravos, and statistically that makes the most sense. But I'll go with Axiom.
Yeah. I think what you said about the one that is played the most will probably have a good chance, and I think that will be Bravos. I also think the Soul deck is more consistently good than the others. I think it's very hard for your hand to brick on the Soul deck. I think Kari and Zen are both good. I just think how they play. I had a couple times where getting the wrong cards essentially lost me the game. So the
Sure.
Cowry deck has a lot of, forest statted cards that have zeros in other elements is the word I was gonna say, which is incorrect, but same thing.
Hmm.
So I literally had a turn where my draw was two nooshes, and I was not going to win off of that. But on the flip side, if you get your one single rare bait and you hold it for the right moment, it can be pretty destructive, especially against Soul. So it'll be interesting to see. I think Nadir and Moyo will surprise us, but I think it'll take a very specific player. And I think if Zirkle plays Moyo, we might see some really good Moyo play from them. I matched up against them on ladder and they beat me with Moyo. And I think there are some of those Gizmir, dedicated players that might make it go far.
Sounds good. We do got every all the pairings up too. If we want to take it, go straight into the games.
Ooh, yeah, we see some ones that are already lit green. Do you want to go to table 5?
Sure.
All right, I see A craft here. I would have to guess based off of previous games from. Oh wow, I was wrong. Good thing I did not get my guess out. I did not have to be wrong because A craft is actually playing Cowry and Puff, and Grumpidith Silanos is playing Zen.
Indubitably. So we have, just to start off the day here, a double advance for the Ordis hero over the top of Cowry and Puff. Yeah,
Yeah,
got a
that
lot of
looks like a very, very unfortunate hand for a craft here. Because why would you play Caladrius first if you had like just about anything else in that deck? Because I'm pretty sure you did not even use its ability, as far as
no,
I could tell.
no. They took out the sheep token because they were first
Oh
turn
yeah,
play. Yeah,
okay, okay, that makes sense.
yeah,
It did not work out very well though.
yeah. I think they were just playing for resources. Obviously, they have more cards in hand. Their first player able to get the draw because they gave the sheep token over to the Ordis player, but obviously enough low cost cards there for Zen and Zephyr in order to get things going. But yeah, a lot of 1 and 2 costs at the moment, and we'll see which player will be able to move forward here. Zen and Zephyr, as the first player, will have an automatically ascended hero expedition at the moment. I can't imagine that a craft on the Cowrie is going to just let them get the ascended expedition and get a free draw, but we'll have to see. Hi, craft. You're on stream. That's correct. Yeah.
So I actually don't know if I ever really saw this card while playing the Zen deck. The rare helpful pelican. When a character joins the expedition facing me, if my expedition is ascended, resupply. Yeah, as you said, that's a very good card to put in an ascended expedition, especially as Zen. Very, very cool. It's in the Cowrie deck, but has no ability, or are there 2 pelicans and I just never realized it?
Could have been. I could look at the deck list, but honestly, like I said, I haven't. I didn't play multiples of them, so could be just that situation, and we do get to see that resupply come out here. So it's one of those things where you obviously can't let your opponent get a free draw, but at the same
Mm.
time, you're still giving them resources here in order to get that resupply. I imagine we will see that Ordis Trooper come out here just to confirm one of these sides, and yeah, they're going to try to confirm the Ascended Expedition side and oop, we'll run into their own helpful pelican at this point, and it looks like it'll be a reverse 2-0 this time around.
Yeah, so I'm pulling up the deck lists here. I played multiple games on each deck, but of course the one that I played the least of was the Ordis deck. It was already hard enough to swallow playing Ordis, but I had to do my due diligence as a caster to learn the deck. I think what we see here is kind of one of the areas where I mentioned if you don't get cards in the right order, it can kind of brick itself. So a lot of the cards in this deck have from hand abilities, and it's interesting to see that Trumpedith chose to dump the Ugly Duckling because the Ugly Duckling has the quick action to ascend an expedition, and a lot of your cards bonus off of that. But the Ascended Trooper is good stats from reserve, even if it does not activate its ability from reserve.
Yeah, no, it's still good. I think I made that mistake at one point early on, just from the aspect of thinking I can ascend something again with the ascended trooper, but realized that it was a hand ability when I played it. But it does get sabotaged here by the new card Pan. That if it's something was sabotaged, it creates another woolly back over on the companion zone. So multiple cards over there for Zen at the moment and but decides to play the Manjet, one of those landmark permanents that I mentioned earlier on. I think I used the rare when it happened, which actually lets you resupply if your expedition is already ascended, which is a nice little resource setup. But just ascending something here is also pretty good, and just finding the right one to ascend can also be pretty important, especially if you can get a card draw out of it. But we'll have to see how the Zen player is able to do that.
Yeah, I looked at the deck lists here, and I believe that the Cowry deck does not have the rare Pelican at all. I might have to double check, but looking at the rare Pelican in Muna, what it does is when a character joins the expedition facing me, if I'm facing only one character resupply. I believe the Cowrie deck only has the common, which has no ability. Still a very good card, especially in Muna. Two from hand, one from reserve, and it's a 2/1/2. The thing that is lacking from A Craft currently is I don't see any colorful cuckoos, which is by far probably my favorite card in the whole deck. And there is a strategy on when to play it to get the most benefit from it. So, uh, hello chat. Soul is winning or Zen. I would not put it on Zen, but I'll agree with Soul is most likely to win.
Yeah. We do see that Ascended Expedition come into play there by tying on the forest terrain for the Zen player, and it will be a 1-for-1 this time around. We'll see how the Buna player and Acraft is able to take advantage of all the resources that they've been able to get through their hero ability and getting additional card draw. We haven't seen the Zen player be able to take advantage of the card draw from their ascended expeditions. Only been able to ascend and get the advancement, but not get the card draw because their opponent had a card facing them. So um, it'll be interesting to see how we move forward and how potential Zen players are able to manage getting that card draw while having an ascended expedition, whether it's through removal or just stacking on one side and then surprising your opponent and just throwing another card on the other side. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I also really do like the Resentful Robin. Very good card. One from hand, one from reserve, and its ability is from anywhere. Higher statted in forest, so great for Muna. One of the very interesting things about how these decks are built is a lot of people question why certain things are in there or why certain things aren't. But I think after playing them and kind of looking at what's strong versus what's just a good card to take a look at, it I can see the thought process behind a lot of decisions in them. So, like only having one rare bait in the Cowry deck, I think if it had three, going up against these other demo decks, it would be so destructive. And there's a couple other choices like that. The other one I can think of off the top of my head is there's only one rare jammer in Issery. If it was all three rare, that would be so destructive. So, was there anything you noticed while playing them that you were like, "Oh, I can see why they didn't add a ton of that"?
Yeah, I mean, I also think it's just similar to what we saw in Whispers from the Maze setup where, um, it's just yeah, you can't include everything, right?
Mhm.
You're kind of limited to what you can include. You have an approximate on you need some removal, you need some way to play the game, you want to introduce certain mechanics, but at the same time you want it to flow it to a certain extent. We did see the Zen and Zephyr player decide to move their migratory crane there. I'm not sure why they did that, but either way, we do get the lead happening here for Acraft at the moment, just needing two more advances to take this game. But yeah, that's just kind of how it is on it. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, it can be from a level of trying to prevent stuff from being too good, but at the moment, these are just demo decks, and sometimes you just need some cards in there. Sometimes you don't. There's some where there's just one off that you mentioned before. I think you mentioned like a rare bait for Cowry at some point that I still think you could put multiples in, but if you're just trying to show the mechanic and what you can do, it's not that big of a deal. But we do get to see the Sky Turtle twice at this point and taking advantage of using those woolly backs um, against your opponent, I guess, in a way. Uh, but yeah, seems like Acraft has this one in the bag at the moment.
Yeah, one card left in hand. Could I even guess what would be? Yeah, well, it's not that. I was gonna say, can I even try to figure out what would stop a win here from Acraft? Um, the Ascended is not gonna do anything, unfortunately, because Acraft can just win by Forest here, double move, and take the win. There's already one Zen down at the hands of a Cowry. So, the people putting their stock in Zen, maybe they're about to have a negative return. But where do you wanna go now, Blue?
I don't know. I have to look to see. I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
we could pick anything at random. I don't think there's any major matchups here. Just ideally look for ones where we haven't seen certain heroes, kind of get an idea of the whole demo decks that we have to take a look at. Why not table 14?
All right.
We run into another Zen though, but we do get to see Nadir and Bubbles has already used two of the terrain markers as far as forest and water at the moment, and has mountain left. One of the things I did like for the Nadir and Bubbles deck, and maybe we'll see it in the future, is the ability of some cards to move those terrain markers and not just get stuck behind on the tumult where you've already used it and everyone's passed it already and you can't use it anymore. So hopefully we get to see that here in these demo deck tournaments, but maybe even in the meta. Who knows? I don't know. Not me.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some very interesting strategies with Nadir. I've seen people use their three markers in a row and just line them all up on, say, like the companion side before their opponent can start moving out of the start area. which might be a valid strategy. What I tried to do when I was playing Nadir is save them for very specific moments. So if I had, I think it's the Sea Nymph, that's 004. If I had that in hand, I would kind of, try to place the water marker somewhere specific, and then vice versa for other cards. There's a couple cards heavily stated in Mountain and everything. Um, there's just so much potential on what you can do with these markers. The reason a lot of us think that Nadir won't win is because of how much strategy there is, and maybe it'll take longer for people to figure out this hero and how good it is. You mentioned that there's cards in the demo deck where you can move the markers. I never saw any of those in my games with the deer. So once again, it's like you don't draw the right cards. What deck is going to suffer from that the most?
Yeah, no one's really rallying for Cowry at the moment, Acraft. I think that it can be good, obviously. You played it pretty well there, and there's good ways to utilize the Woolly back. It just feels like it's I mean, the good thing about Kari is similar to the reason why I boosted up Isari is just the resources that you can get from it, I think. But yeah, I guess I only played it once and I did win. Who did I lose with when I was playing these demo decks? I lost with Nadir, my first time around, and then I lost with uh, oh no, I did lose with Soul as well, yeah. So I lost with those. So I won with Kari, so I've only played them once, and I guess it just the fact that I won is a good thing. But yeah, I'm just putting other I guess, heroes above her. Speaking of, we saw the common Ascended Trooper on the last game, but we do get to see the rare who does have the arrow
Mm.
ability, uh, different than the other ones, which does make it a lot better. I'll be curious to see if anyone decides to use this and constructed setups here without, well, I mean, having to use the rare slot. We know the original Ordis Trooper has been a prominent spot in deck lists, so we'll see if the Ascended Trooper is able to follow along with the lead there and see some fun Ascended decks as far as including this character. But at the moment, they are in the lead against the Nadir.
Yeah, maybe it'll be something like the rare trooper and then the common ascended trooper might be a pretty good combo for an Ordis deck. Acraft, Cowry is my favorite deck, of course, and I think it is really good, and a lot of people do underestimate it. I also think that if you get all the wrong cards, it can go pretty bad from my experience. One thing I'd be interested to know from you is, did you not see Colorful Cuckoo at all, or do you think that card is overrated? Because we didn't see it played by you. I was honestly expecting you to play Bravos, so we went to your table because I thought that is what was going to be there. And I think a lot of people will play Bravos, and Soul is just consistently good. Zen is overrated, though. I'm gonna call it already.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zen can be good. Obviously, you can get the resources similar to some other heroes, but it is a conditional setup of the resources where Cowry does have the card draw regardless on being the first player. You do have to give up a woolly back, but a lot of times you can get rid of it or utilize it to your advantage when you summon a giant sky turtle. I don't know. Either way, one of my favorite cards that I have seen in Lyra as far as Nadir and Bubbles is the Lyra Map Maker, being able to get a boost just based off of single terrains showing up on the board and making it a fun little 3/1/3 for only 2 cost, surprising your opponent, especially if you can put it on the right terrains. It's just being able to scan the tumult and put things in the right spot is going to be a big Nadir thing, and like I mentioned before to you, I think you actually mentioned one of the cards that does it in the rare version, that you can move terrains, one of the terrain markers, and you can really surprise your opponent when you do that. or if they're not paying attention, I guess, because I believe they're only from reserve abilities from the ones that I've used, not from
Hmm.
hand. Yeah, we do get to see a resupply into a Will o' the Wisp. Obviously, an older card, but it is a fun card, especially when you can place a water terrain marker and make your opponent uh, play off of the water terrain.
Yeah, I think the trap with the Nadir deck, which maybe Snow Girl has fallen into, is people want to use the markers as soon as possible. There is sort of some benefit to that with things like the map maker, but I think that is the trap with Nadir. I think you want to save your markers for very specific cards, very specific plays. But in my experience, people use them all three in a row. If you did not know, you don't have to place the marker. You can pass and save the marker for later.
Yeah, but if you don't use it, what if you wanted to use it and you forget to use it and then you ruin your play? So, I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
you just use it and then you can just regret it later opposed to regretting it immediately.
Yeah. Well, right now it is not working very well on the hero side, having Zen in the mountain. Although it should work on the companion side. There shouldn't be a way that SKYBOUND on Zen can move on the companion side. We'll see what they decide. Technically, Nadir still has a play possible if they have a card that costs one in hand, as this Will o' the Wisp does discount by one.
We do get to see an ascended expedition pop up here for Zen, and that's all they're gonna do. They're just gonna send the expedition and assume that their opponent, even if they could pull something out, wouldn't matter, or they just wanted to throw it out there just because they could ascend, and why not, you know? But more than likely looking at another one for one here, with the Ordis hero currently in the lead, only needing two more advances after they advance this day. And we'll have to see how that one pans out. As you mentioned, we do get to see all of the terrain markers not currently available for the Nadir player. And with these advancements, none of the three that have been placed will be utilized any longer unless they are able to get one of those abilities that can move one of the terrain markers out on the board and played. But at the moment, I don't see one. So more than likely, we have an advantage towards the Ordis player of Zen and Espal.
Yeah, we also have a pretty high time discrepancy. It looks like maybe a lot of the other tables are finished as we see a bunch of spectators jumping into this table here. One of the things I would look out for how the tumult is set up currently is there is water on both sides of the companion expedition. And that nymph, as I mentioned earlier, does have a benefit off of the water. Let me find that. So yeah, sea nymph, there's a rare that you can sabotage in water, and then from reserve, like you mentioned, you can move a water terrain marker. But on the Ordis side, they play the Melusine and get their sabotage out first. Did it sabotage because it was already ascended? Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was looking on the other screen, but I was pretty sure that's what happened. And then the common Sea Nymph just does the sabotage. But playing out the Esmeralda from reserve makes me think they do not have that available.
Yeah, we did get to see the Manjet be able to ascend the companion expedition and utilize the sabotage of the Melusine that you had set up as well. Uh, Honestly, a lot of these cards are just going to be fun to see how they're manipulated based off of the individual factions, especially for the Nadir hero, and how you place all these terrain markers and having the correct stats and planning not just one day, but 2 and 3 days ahead of time, or potential plays at the very least, to put yourself in a good spot. Obviously, it's not as ideal if you don't have a deck that you made yourself, but at least we've seen one Nadir set up already, two Zins at the moment, and we also got to see a craft pilot the Cowry at the moment. So we just need three more of the heroes before we've seen them all in action here for this Skybound Odyssey tournament. As we are wrapping up this Swiss round one for the time being before we get into Swiss round two. 8 rounds in total planned for the day, I believe.
Good point on the Swiss. I guess I can put that notification up. The Nadir player, very likely to run out of time. They don't make a play here sooner. Well, we've talked. There we go. We've talked a lot about the demo decks specifically and what's in them and what we think is good. But for Blue and chat, feel free to join in. What hero are you most excited about, and what one do you think will be the strongest in a constructed environment?
I think it depends on all the cards. Obviously, those have been released at the moment. As far as all the cards that are available, have to dig in more to see what that could be. But if we're talking about from a constructed environment, I'm excited to see how the players that are really high on analyzing the tumult and seeing the terrains and making things work can make Nadir be potentially really good just based off of knowing your deck better than your opponent and knowing what stats you have and where you need to put them, kind of thing. I'm also curious to see if with the new tokens for Cowry, if Muna is able to utilize that. Because for the longest time, I feel like there's only been one option in Muna as far as Tasia is concerned. So I'll be curious to see if they are able to utilize the new hero now that Muna does have tokens, although most of the time they go to your opponent. There are a few iterations to where you can have them played on your side as well as we get another one for one for the game at the moment. But we are nearing up on time potentially. But yeah, I think those are the two main ones just from looking at them. For the others, I feel like it's almost the other heroes existing may just be better. Uh, Comparative to the new ones. We'll have to see. Obviously, Isari could be fun based off of utilizing landmarks, but yeah.
Yeah, I think so far, if we're looking at things from a uniques perspective, most people are excited about the implications of Isari and uniques that they've had sitting that maybe they've never used that now can become very good. So that'll be exciting. Acraft says Cowry again. You know what? I am super stoked if we have Acraft as a Muna player instead of Bravos. I will happily accept it. I'm gonna do the Cardinal Sin, and I'm gonna create a Tasia deck with the new cards first, and then move on to Cowry. But I think to Blue's credit, I think we finally have two heroes in Muna that are both very viable. So that'll be nice for having two playable heroes for the first time.
Yeah, we do see the Zen player kind of stacking up on one side, only needing one advance and deciding to ascend that expedition as well. We get an Ordis messenger out on the board that allows a resupply based off of the expedition already being ascended. They are not behind on that expedition, so that Ordis Overseer might not see play at the moment, especially since they're not on water on the hero side. And we'll have to deal with that Lyra map maker. They do have 2 mana and 2 cards in hand, though. We'll have to see how the Nadir is able to respond first. Can't imagine the Shiva is going to be super something they want to play at the moment, since it's only a 1/1/1, although it is only for 1 cost. But we'll see. That otherwise they have just a card in hand to potentially deal with all those stats over for the Ordis player, and who is still advancing at the moment because the expedition is ascended while being tied at 5 water.
Yep. Not only Okay, looks like they just passed, so looks like we're gonna see an end here. Or wait, what just happened there?
Not sure. Oh, maybe they already made a play and they were making a decision. I don't know.
Oh, okay, maybe, yeah. I was gonna say I did not see a card go down. So yeah, maybe they were stuck in a confirming of a action. So I say it all the time. I'll continue to say it. If you're in a tournament, watch your time. This game came very close to ending due to time. My guess is that a lot of players may play on full screen. And if you're on full screen, you can't see your clock. So that's just something to be very aware of. But now we should be going into Swiss round two, right?
Looks like we're still wrapping up Swiss round one at the moment. I'm not sure what it's waiting on. Scrolling down to try to find an open game.
I need to
There is,
see Ordis gameplay because I don't get it. We've already watched two. Oh, there's table 119. Let's see what's going on there.
yeah, there's also one all the way down at 231. So
You see the clock in full screen? Not not natively. Uh, you
you see it while playing, you just don't see it on spectate, I believe.
if you're on mobile, you definitely don't see it in full screen though, right?
Well,
I
why would
guess
you be?
there's the difference between maybe we don't call the lock full screen, but the lock you click here, I'm pretty sure on mobile it removes the clock.
Why are we playing on mobile anyway?
I don't know, people do it. Yeah, the locked option. I call it full screen. You know, it's whatever. The locked option, yes. I
So it looks
actually
like
submitted a suggestion a long time ago to um change that, but
so I think the last one's on table 231. They're currently in a arena tiebreaker of an Issery versus a Zen. They'll probably end here shortly because I can't imagine BJ likes the fact that they're going past time. So we'll see if that does end up being the scenario. In the meantime, we can also just talk about what we have going here thus far. We've seen multiple Zins. We saw a Nadir and we saw a Cowry played by Acraft, um, who also has their opinions on who could possibly win this. But at the moment, seen a lot of Zins, which is not all that surprising considering people like to default to Ordis, I think, based off of Sigismar. But haven't seen any Souls yet, which I thought we were going to see a bunch.
yeah, yeah. I guess I do mean locked. I just call it full screen, same thing, whatever. Point stands. Um, we saw some people. I see some names that I recognize that seemingly did not wake up in time. So you know, if you're gonna do a tournament, make sure you pay attention to the times. I'm gonna Doombringer and Dorvian specifically looks like they missed out. Both Axiom players, so maybe there was some Axiom party that we weren't invited to last night, and they all slept in. Uh, Man, even Skeeter, one of my locals, was missing. It actually says some players, so maybe Skeeter wasn't. So I'll hold out judgment so far. But yeah, if we're going off of what we've seen, Cowry is up one and Zen is up one.
Yeah. So they actually went to a tiebreaker here. A second tiebreaker here on this last game. So
Second tiebreaker?
yeah. And in case anyone wasn't aware, just because your expeditions are ascended in a tiebreaker does not mean you win on a tie in stats in the arena tiebreaker.
Oh.
FYI.
So is
Um,
this the Wyvern table?
yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, Wyvern, another player that we know was one of the judges at Dallas and also Baltimore, I believe, on Issery, and then Saphira on Zen. Right now, we have about a minute left before this ends just due to time, and Wyvern is 2 minutes up on the clock currently.
Yeah. So for everyone that wasn't aware or wasn't jumping into this game on BGA, they have already gone through one arena tiebreaker where they each won one terrain, and yeah, the other was tied. We do reach the maximum time there, so Wyvern will take the victory based off of time. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the double arena tiebreaker for that one, but that does mean we'll head to the Swiss round two and maybe get some full games of some other heroes that we'll have to pan out and see what we can find here. I guess we can
Uh,
just
I
search.
would I would pick table 6 if you're down.
Okay, well, let's find out if they are actually playing
Right?
other heroes.
I think Zirkel will be on Moyo. We'll see if their opponent shows up though. If you are playing in the tournament and are watching the stream, if you want to let us know what hero you're playing, that might also help us find, a good hero spread here. Let's see. This isn't started. I'm gonna refresh.
Yeah, they one player hasn't joined yet in Never SG. So I'm gonna look for other tables while that one's waiting, just so that way we can see what other things are going on. Let's see, what's table 10 looking like? Table 10 is a Cowry and a Soul, if we wanted to look at
Hmm,
that.
okay. Yeah, that'll be a good game. I think if played right, Cowrie can effectively counter Soul. So far, 1-1 here, with Soul having one counter. No worries, Endorvian. I think in the end, we ended up not maxing out the signups. So you're all good. You did not take a slot from someone else. But unfortunate you were 10 minutes late waking up. Sorry to hear it.
Yeah, what can you do? It's just happens sometimes. But we do get Soul being able to get that first counter while being second player against the Cowrie player. So usually a good indicator, especially earlier on, if you can get one of those quest counters without being the first player. And now they're going to be able to rush and have that jumping frog come out. And I have to imagine get a second counter here shortly. And because they pass first, that jumping frog will be able to give a target character a boost, which could help for either side at the moment, especially now that they're currently even on the tumult. We'll have to see if Cowrie has anything. At this point, you have to basically give up the fact that the soul will get a second quest counter and just try to beat them on the board.
Yeah, I think based on this being the rare jumping frog and the ability to assign the boost, it has to go to the wingsuit jumper based on what we see in Cowrie's reserve here. That Pelican can easily block out the two or the one boost if it was given to the frog itself. But a wingsuit jumper that is 344 should be pretty hard to get over here this early in the game. I would guess this turn results in a 1-for-1. But the colorful cuckoo is played at the perfect moment. You always want to play it on your opponent's turn because it'll get a boost when you become first player next, and then you just boost, boost, boost.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what play we get out of Kari. Obviously, they have two cards in reserve, and yeah, Soul will give the boost over here to the Jumping Frog, which means we will see the helpful Pelican be able to just block on that side, and it'll be a 1-for-0 for the Soul.
Yep. Not
Um,
not a 1-for-1, but I like the cuckoo coming out, so I'll accept it.
yeah, yeah, Pratt. I mean, I think when I got back from work this week, I thought it was going to be on Saturday as well. Obviously, it's here on Sunday, but yeah, what can you do? Uh, we'll see how the day turns out, though. Still plenty of players checking it out for the event and potentially trying to get the victory and all the prizes here for this demo deck tournament. I will be curious to see who's able to take it. Damien C91 or Damiac is some player that we've seen a few times here on AWOL. So they're playing Soul. So I think we're finally seeing what we mentioned before as far as some potentially good players playing Soul and just trying to take advantage of what seems to be like the preferred favorite from the group of players that are playing, but who knows? Um, we do have staunch Cowry defender here in Acraft, hoping that they can take it. But at the moment, we will see Soul in the lead, two quest counters after 2 days, trying to get that third. We did mention that wingsuit jumper, probably one of the ideal turn one plays that you can get from a Soul player. Solid stats, 3 cost, and gives you a pretty good chance to have a quest counter.
Yeah, Zared, I'm very surprised to see on Cowry. They are more commonly a Lyra player, from what I know, but maybe there are enough people out there that just explicitly put, stock in card draw. And I'd be very interested to see the breakdown of how many people are on what deck. Going into the tournament, we assumed that Soul would be the most popular, and because of that, as well as the deck is pretty consistent and good, have a really good shot at winning the whole thing. From the, very few amount of tables we've been able to click into, it seems like Cowrie and Zen are more popular. So it'll be very interesting. I don't know if any of our data wizards out there have grabbed any information yet, but looking forward to the breakdown when we do get it.
Yeah, I think Rune Folk's in the middle of playing, so I don't think they've been able to grab it, and haven't seen anything from Tom yet. But usually those are the two wizards. We do get to see the first Halua token jump onto the board after we get an early pass by Soul with 3 mana left. So happy to give up the companion side there, but still maintains the lead on the board. One of the fun things we did get to see there played is the Woolly Woolly field, and want to give props to the folks over at Equinox to for perfect placement of the art there, getting the eyeball of one of the woolly backs in the bottom right corner there. Makes it really fun, especially in full circle, not even just partly closed or anything. Is it, I think all woolies have either closed eyes or full eyes, right? There's just no spot in between. Their eyes just appear that way.
Yeah. Woolly backs seemingly do not know how to blink or half close their or wink. I said blink, but I meant wink.
Mm.
Or half close their eyes. So yeah, it's either shut or fully open. Zared did play Rin in one of the Ace finals, but more results on Lyra. Slowly converting to Muna. I love to hear it. And I hear the Wizards are working for after round 3. So what is up? A Hero's Guide to Asgartha, Altered TCG, and good morning to everyone listening to us today.
We get another rush card here as far as the alternate teammate. Gonna throw out that Mighty Gin, use all the mana and one single play here. Obviously has its benefit as far as soul in this demo deck. What I will be curious to see later on for constructed, since I mean altered has always been played as a form of being able to be the last person to be playing the game, so that way you can decide how the expeditions end. But Soul at the moment, especially this demo deck, kind of going counter to that and just throwing as much as possible in order to get those quest counters and be able to play your Halua as much as possible. And we're just one quest counter away from a gigantic Halua.
Yeah, I really like this play from Zared, putting out the Cuckoo before Soul was able to pass, so it's going to get a boost from the Halua. the Woolly Field is still available. So it's going to get another boost, and then whatever Zared decides to play next, which easy choice in the Noosh, going to give them a move on the hero side. A 1-for-1 is still better for Soul here, but once again, that Cuckoo is played on the right turn, being your opponent's turn, and is going to continue to boost up. The deck does have, I think, 3 of the training to re-anchor the Cuckoo, so maybe we see that. And the gigantic Kahlua is coming out, but there is one rare bait in the Cowry deck, which can be devastating to Halua.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on when they're able to play it, if it works out or not. Kahlua, I mean, the gigantic Kahlua isn't guaranteed yet. They still have to pass early, which we have seen the Soul player decide to do on a few occasions here. May be different this time around. We also get the ability for them to ramp up a little bit with that Mighty Gen. So we'll see. We'll have to see how this turns out. We do get a sabotage coming out here, I believe, with the Pam. Yeah, it's going to go ahead and hit the teammate in order to produce another token. Uh, I'll be curious to see if we do get to see a giant turtle, especially with everything stacking over on that companion side.
Yeah, another good card. Oh, look, there's a Halua without it being because of the counters, which it's gigantic, so also gives a boost to QQ. And now we see Puff's challenge just take out the Halua, and all that's left now is a jumping frog for
Yeah.
Soul.
Now they'll pass to get the token here. That's gigantic. um, Puts themselves in a good spot to at least block potentially. But sure enough, they do have a one cost in the form of a resentful Robin, and we will get a double advance here for the Cowry player.
Let's go. I mean, very, very good game. Both sides evenly matched. I show no bias. Just kidding. I'm caster and not, I don't know, Simon. I can show bias. Muna all day, every day. So
Yeah, we'll have to see how now that I guess Soul is online, if they are able to utilize that gigantic Halua at all, as well as the 7 cost one they have in reserve. They do have a mana advantage and dead even as far as other resources. So still could take this one back. The Cowrie does only need 2 more advances, and we will see the immediate big play here of the Halua Raging Leviathan for the Soul. I will be curious to see if we see an immediate pass or if they're gonna try to get another card or 2 out here to go along with a potential gigantic Halua. I guess it could just be responding based off of what car replays.
yeah, this is a very risky play in my eyes from Soul. Um, that Halua, as we've seen, is very easy to take out. And I would guess they want to play the jumping frog and then pass so they can give a boost to Halua there. And then I don't Tengu works. That is more stats overall. Well, is it? Because jumping frog will give you 1, and then if you pass, it'll give a boost, and you put it on Halua, which is technically 2, 2, 2 plus 1. It's the same amount of stats. Math.
I think it's just more based off of the terrain as far as the Tango
Yeah, yeah.
bouncing out the mountain terrain. At the moment, we're more than likely going to get to see another Halua that's gigantic come out on the board. I think the biggest thing that's going to be dangerous, like you mentioned, for Soul, is if we get another Puffs challenge, being able to hit the Raging Leviathan or not. But still, a turn or two to be played here for Cowry. Could be a big one if they do have that removal ready and waiting for the Soul player.
Ooh.
That Mirror Soul is too good among all sample decks. I mean, I think it's good. I don't think it's necessarily too good. I think it's obviously weak to if someone's planning around removal. every single deck at this point has some variation of removal or that has reduced cost removal at 4 to 3. And sure enough, we do get to see that Puffs challenge come out on the board. Um, we'll pay uh, the extra as far as the tough, and we will get the immediate pass from the soul, who has the gigantic Halua. 2 mana left though for Cowry, so they could still potentially get over on one side,
Ooh.
and we will get a called Caladrius, which should be enough for them to get the 1 for 1. And now Cowry's just one advance away from taking the game.
Yep. Hello, Kelvin. I think from my analysis, I think Soul is just more consistent. But from what we've seen so far, Cowry is a very strong deck. I think Zen can go either way, and we haven't really been able to see an Issery yet, and we haven't seen a Moyo yet. But we'll be searching the ranks here for one of those next. But yeah, this Caladrius is very good. If it's only based on this matchup, I will give it to Cowry almost every single time. I think Cowry specifically counters Soul when it's demo deck versus demo deck.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's the bait setup, there's the ability just to remove tokens, especially the Halua. Um, what we have there with the card in reserve as far as the Caladrius, that's pretty nice on occasion. So could go either way. Sometimes you just feel like Soul just takes off and there's no removal available for whatever you're playing to take care of the big characters. So sometimes we see victories there, but either way, we do have Cowrie in the lead at the moment. But Soul is stacking up all the mana there and has a 1 mana advantage and potentially another big card to be played here to set up the gigantic Halua. But we'll have to wait and see.
All right.
Interestingly enough, we haven't seen a lot of Rush since the very beginning of the game, but we will get to see an Eros being played here. The see which what they're going to play for reduced cost, and it will just be the stats on the Phileas Fog, not using the ability obviously since it's not played from reserve, and they do still have the option to play the Jumping Frog to set themselves up, and we will see the giant turtle in Zeraton being played with the 3 characters over on the companion zone.
Interest. I'm trying to think if there was a benefit to playing the jumping frog out. Maybe not. Maybe it was the writing was on the wall. It was game over. But yeah, another win for Cowrie there. Let's go back and refresh the bracket. So we do have some other casters joining us today. So a guy trying will be joining in a little whenever he is ready. And then we'll have Gus. It is possible that we will have Bandit later, and then we potentially will have Rinku later as well, depending on how Top Cut goes. And Blue and I will be bothering you all day today. But you see anything still going in round two you're interested in, Blue?
Table 4 is a Soul Mirror matchup. What else we have? Table 7 is a Zen and Moyo matchup. We haven't seen Moyo yet there. What else we got? Looking for 2 new heroes. Um, let's look at table 18. Yeah, may as well go to table 7, see some Moyo.
Cool, cool. Yeah, the soul gameplay is very interesting because you have to play around, that passing to get your Halua. I believe what's up, Zared, by the way? I believe you had 3 mana left. They had the 1 and the frog. I guess that is a very specific counterplay you could have done, if they waited, but yeah, very, very interesting. And of course, they don't know what you have in hand, so either way, it was not beneficial in the end for Soul.
Yep, and honestly, the Cowry did have everything they needed to win that game. Had 2 Puffs challenges ready, had, the removal of the Halua token at one point as well, so, good counterplay as a whole, utilizing all the resources they were able to get through the hero ability of Cowry in order to have the cards necessary, and, yeah, now we're at a spot where we have Moyo versus Zen. Moyo is currently down on the board, but and has limited resources as well. So unfortunately, the moth to a spring will not activate the Moyo ability other than being able to get the mana moth and not anything bigger. We'll have to see what they have in hand though. Still 8 mana left. And nope, will just be the moth to a spring. So gonna throw out what they can here. Could activate the ability, they will, and throw it over on the hero side. Still 6 mana left though for the Zen, and has the option to ascend both expeditions.
Yeah, or go for the resupply if they don't care to ascend another one, since the companion is ascended. This is the rare Menjet, and they can resupply. 2 cards in hand, though. I was gonna say should be good enough, but that's just a tiny little paper dragonfly there. Ooh, and we see the Alelo Leviathan come out. Let's see what Zen picks to do here. I do love this card though, Moth to a Spring. Like this art, oh my god. That's so amazing. I kind of wish that we could have unique art for spells simply because of this card.
So we do see the other setup being ascended here, and they will throw down the boosted version of the Ascended Trooper, and having the Ordis Trooper in reserve means that they are able to match all the way across the board, get the Ascended advancement, and take the game here over the Moyo.
All right, we did see a Zen win, but very close against a Moyo here. All right, are you ready to take a break, Blue, before you're back for hours?
Sure. Is a guy trying ready?
Yeah, he said, "I'm ready whenever."
Sweet. All right, then I'll take off. Getting into Swiss round three here shortly. Want to thank everyone. I'll be back for the top cut and keep on enjoying demo deck tournament.
All right, thank you, Blue, for giving me some company this morning. Appreciate you. And we will get a guy trying in here. Let me just do some quick updates on the side. For those that were here early, did you see the starting soon screen? What did you think? I think I have a cool be right back screen too. So we will see that a little later in the tournament here. Keep an eye out for a fan favorite. And is that the guy right there?
Up.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Good, good. Are you well rested and ready to go?
Well, I won't say I'm well rested. I'm partially rested and ready to go.
What, you were out raging last night like everyone else, or what?
I just wasn't sleeping for some reason, and then I was like, you know what? I'll play some demo decks on BGA, just doing some random matches because why not do that at 2 a.m. Right? I
Yep.
mean, it's so much fun to be able to play with these new cards. We won't be getting them for another like week or so because of the pre-release.
Hmm.
And I'm not sure if it'll go live on BGA until like the actual release. So, gotta get my fix when I can.
Yeah. I really do enjoy playing just the demo decks for a little bit. It's a very fun part of the season. And I mean, it's the second time that they've done it. So I would think that they're going to continue. And maybe each set we will also be able to have this demo tournament, which is pretty great. We do have some life in round two here on table 69, if we want to check
Oh
that out.
wow,
Let's
that's a
see here.
nice table.
It is a Zen versus Nadir. We might not have as much life in the table as the percentage makes you think. But what is this? What is this flag? Taiwan. Hell yeah, I love seeing that. I think that might have been one of my first times seeing the Taiwanese flag here.
Wow, we are seeing uh Zen versus Nadir. Zen 3 expeditions ahead, and the tough part about going against a Zen is that they don't have to beat you; they just have to tie you. If they're able to ascend one of their expeditions, so it's going to make it incredibly hard for this Nadir to actually come back when Zen just is like gives you what I've been calling sort of half a boost. It's enough to beat you on ties, but it doesn't beat you if they're one set ahead. So if it's 4 against 4, you're kind of 4.5, but a 5 would beat you.
Well said.
Oh, and yeah, only one card in hand,
Two cards now.
2 cards, 2 mana.
Let's see. Can they block both sides here? Somehow.
I'm
Or
I'm hopeful, but in a oh, if if Nadir was ascended, they'd still be able to advance. Unfortunately, it is only Zen that's ascended.
Yep. All right. We did just hop in kind of there because it looked based on the percentage that there was more life than there is.
Yeah.
We've actually talked to, well, not we. Elio talked to Vincent a little bit about how the percentage is calculated. So maybe in the future, there's a path to perfect that percentage a little bit, but not a huge worry. While we have a little time in round two before round three, what the people want to know, a guy trying, what is your vote? Which deck is going to win the tournament?
Oh, is it my vote for which one I think is going to win or which one I want to win?
Let's start with think, and then we'll go to want.
Okay, think I think it'll probably be Soul. Soul has a lot of interesting options in their deck, which I am very excited to see Soul mirrors because those are a whole nother level. Because you're both fighting to go to pass first and get counters, but then if you pass first too often, you might not have the ability to play around the opponent and still lose, even though you're getting that 2-2-2. It's There's some very interesting nuance to the matchup. Uh, and I just want to preface this by saying that that does not mean if a hero is not performing well in this tournament, that does not mean that the hero is necessarily
Hmm.
bad. Don't doom and gloom about it. It is These demo decks are not the top tier power of what this hero can do. They're meant to show you the mechanics of the hero and ease you into learning them. So I do think some of them are built a bit better than others, or more efficiently. I would say for a competitive environment, like Cowry, I'm very excited for Cowry, but they kind of built her a bit like Rin, where they have so much forest
Yep.
synergy. I'm like, I'm not sure if you would do that in a real Cowry deck.
Yeah, I think, and as a craft has been you know what I'm saying, in the chat. I think Cowrie is a very good hero, and my only reasoning behind not picking Cowrie to win explicitly is based on exactly what you just said. I've obviously played that deck the most, and the times I lost were very unfortunate card draws where my whole hand is like, I have Noosh and like a training, and that's it. That is not going to win me the game at the end there.
Yeah.
But when I have what I want, amazing deck.
Also, because we're only playing against 6 heroes, the Nadir matchup for this Cowry deck can be very difficult because they know that you have such a forest leaning in your cards. So they can just remove forest and really set you back.
Yeah.
So in a wider metagame, you wouldn't be going up against as many Nadir probably, although I think Nadir is very powerful. That's who I want to win the demo tournament. And I think will be one of the top representing Lyra heroes come next season.
Nice. Let's go to table 2 here. We are in the Swiss round 3 now
Oh
of
no.
the demo
S-
deck tournament.
Chef Breadstick.
Yep, it is Chef Breadstick. They were at Baltimore, right?
Yeah, they're one of my locals. They go to that
Oh,
store. Uh, they go to that store every Monday.
nice. My knowledge of Breadstick is they are seemingly a newer player, at least to the online BGA tournaments, popped up in the last couple months, and now it seems like they've kind of skyrocketed to being a pretty good player. I mean, you see the 409 elo here,
Yeah,
playing Moyo as well.
which is a bit surprising because Breadstick is a diehard Axiom fan.
Mm,
Season 1 and 2 basically only played Sub Ash, and I would say is newer to the online scene, but has been playing at locals uh, since the beginning. Basically, only Axiom. Uh, and so, if I had to guess previously, I would have assumed he would be on Isari. But he did say in our local chat that he felt Moya was very powerful.
yeah, I this choice shows me that Chef Breadstick just wants a more of a challenge. I think Isari, for the most part, is a pretty straightforward deck and can be easily consistent. If you asked me which decks are the easiest to have a good time, I would say Isari and Soul. So Chef Breadstick coming into this tournament just really wanted a challenge, so picked Moyo, which is not only a little bit harder of a deck to pilot, but I also feel a little harder in certain matchups.
Yeah, and I think you know we have an interesting situation where Cowry has a pretty good chance to double advance on turn one. Won't be able to stop Breadstick on that companion expedition, or I would be shocked if they were. But the fact that Studious Disciple has no forest stat, oh, and can get rid of the Studious Disciple, although that doesn't really change anything in the grand scheme of things. And Cowry, who often is like people thought would be the more controlling deck, is able to go a little more aggro in this uh first first day.
Yeah, so one of the things that I have been noting about these demo decks is there are certain cards that they did not put multiples of the like rare version or other things in. And I think that choice is based on how strong the card is. So this Caladrius is one of those cards where there's only one in the whole deck. If you had three of those, this that could be pretty strong. Same with the rare bait, which I have been calling out a bunch. A lot of the time they just put, one rare in the demo deck, which people always question. I think it is a very specific choice to make sure that the decks are not too strong for the demo deck. And then, as you mentioned earlier, just showing concepts, showing mechanics, things like that.
Also, you this is a new set. You want to show like as many new cards as you can. You know, like Mowgli. No. But so you want to where you would normally have a lot of three ofs or two ofs in your constructed deck. You the designers want to be able to show a bit more of the range of cards in the set that can go in a deck as opposed to the most optimized version. And the fact that there's only one Caladrius in Cowry and Puff is even is more detrimental in this matchup specifically because of Moyo's ability to create a mana moth. We don't have a lot of token generation in the set, especially because Ordis, who is normally our most token heavy faction, has no Ordis recruits in the set. So Palatri not necessarily seeing as much use overall. It mainly is going to be getting rid of your woolly backs in a lot of other matchups. But in this matchup specifically, uptrades a bit more because it gets rid of a mana moth. But prioritized getting the double advance the first turn instead of that value possibly later on. And I think, well, I was gonna say, I think Breadstick going on a very strong push on the hero side, but they didn't really have any decision in the matter because Alelo is gigantic and goes into both expeditions anyways, and the Manamoth always goes into the hero expedition. But that is Tweedle's stronger side because of the forest region there and the Mobile Reserve.
Oh, wow, wow. I'm just kicking things all over in my office. Very interesting to see the expeditions tied up here. Um yeah, taking a look. A lot of the cards that I would think Hari doesn't want to see too many of have been played out, which either means they haven't seen the really good cards or they're saving them for a specific moment. Whereas we've already seen the Alelo from Moyo, but I am very scared of Moyo when we get to 7+ mana.
Yeah, and we're in a interesting spot for that Cowrie player currently for Tweedle, uh, because they're in the water and mountain only regions, so they will have a harder time advancing again because of this forest layout of the demo deck.
Yeah, where's the cuckoo? I always want to see the cuckoo.
The cuckoo is, I think, the most powerful card in the demo deck. Uh, I think it'll be a staple in Cowrie in general, but the way that the demo deck is designed, it really helps you solidify a board presence. And again, one that is even across the board, so it can combat every single region type.
Oh, this card though,
Ooh.
I love this art so much. Now we're just gonna have moth, 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 moth.
And then
It's
Breadstick just trying to uh even out those stats amongst the expeditions. We don't only 3 mana left, so we'll hopefully try to combat one expedition, but even that will be rough.
yeah. So mentioning the, I'm probably gonna say it like 100 times during this stream, but there is one rare bait in the Cowrie deck. I don't think this is okay. They pass. I don't think this is the moment to play it. but it was a potential play to stop a double move from
I if you had the
against it.
rare bait, that would have been a double move for Cowry.
I didn't count enough on the companion side, but I know it for sure would have locked in the hero side.
Yeah, 1 mana moth on the companion and a mana moth uh,
Fully.
and a woolly back on the companion expedition would have just
Mm,
narrowly beaten out the remaining characters to advance.
yeah. Being that you only have one, you have to save it for a very, very specific moment. I would assume Moyo also only has one rare moth to a spring. So now that that has been played, you might have missed the best opportunity to use it. But if you don't have it in hand, you can't play it. So,
Yeah, they do Moyo does have common moth to a spring, which creates a second uh oh, a Lalo creates a second mana moth on top of the hero power. And then if the Cowrie is the starting player, then they will create a woolly back, and that would be your 3 tokens in order to get full value off the bait. But it will definitely be harder to find that spot. One, as this game progresses, and two, if the game ends today. It's hard to predict future turns when the game's already over. And we do see, oh, that is a very good card for right now, that Alice, which is able to spike in that water stat. And we see the very interesting interaction of Studious Disciple discounting Alelo in order to let this play happen. Because Alelo, uh, it counts as a spell everywhere from hand in reserve, uh, while it's in play as well. Although I don't really know, I don't think there's anything while it's in play that can target it as a spell. The
mm,
spells don't appear in the expedition zone, so there's no text that specifically would
yeah,
target it as a spell there.
not yet.
Not yet. I'm biased towards Alelo because it was my spoiler card, so I'm glad to see it performing well.
Yeah, a very, very cool card, a very cool spoiler to get. I was gonna ask what your favorite card of the set is, but I mean, maybe it's a Lelo.
I don't think my favorite card is Alelo. It's definitely up there.
Mm,
Um, I also have such a nostalgic spot for Gavroche from Axiom.
oh yeah, yeah,
Big musical theater fan here, and my favorite show is Les Miserables, and my favorite character in it is Gavroche. So I'm was super excited to see that. But in terms of what card I'm most excited about, it's probably Sea Nymph
mm,
in Lyra and Izmir, because the double sabotage, the art looks amazing. The sort of painted Japanese style of the waves, and just the mechanic of fetching terrain markers, I think it is so fun. I think Nadir is so much fun.
yeah.
Infinite is correct. We've had a lot of discussion in our local chat, but about how we both love Sea Nymph, and technically he did claim it 5 seconds before I did. So
Oh, yep, yep. I really like Sticky Shroom, of course, which was Altered Corners
yeah.
reveal. Very good card, very cute card. Um,
Wait, is
being
this might be the one card that
ooh,
actually saves them?
766, yes,
Yes.
755.
Wow.
Ooh, let's go.
Well done. Leviathan versus Leviathan violence, and Zaratan able to just narrowly overtake Alelo.
Yeah. This card is very hard to make work in the deck, but I would say Tweedle and Zared both made it work really well from the games we've seen so far. I seem to always get it in my opening hand, and
which is
I
exactly when you want
is it? I
it.
am not saving Zaratan for that long. I am so sorry. That maybe is a mistake, but
No, no,
I just can't do it.
I think you're right. I think you're right to get rid of it. Although Cowry does get more card draw than other heroes
Mhm.
because of her hero ability. So I think it's easier to keep a higher mana play in her than necessarily any of the other heroes we currently have in the demo deck tournament. But it's always tough keeping a higher mana card, especially one that requires more setup like Zaratan, uh, in in your opening hands.
Zaratan is the best card in the demo deck. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I think my favorite card is Colorful Cuckoo for sure. Not only is it I think a very good card, um the other arts for the card are amazing. If you have not looked at the art spread on the card on the altered website, you definitely should because the art is maybe the best in the entire game. I might say it. I think it might be.
Now, do you ever use the rare colorful cuckoo over the common?
Shoot.
Do you think obviously we don't have that option in this demo deck tournament, but going into constructed in the next couple weeks, do you think you might do that?
Let's see. Oh, okay. I remember the rare.
The mana ramp.
No, not 90% of the time, no. I think the common for what I play most of the time is good. But if you have a ramp deck, like I do have a ramp Rin and a ramp Tasia, I think it is very good in those situations. But sometimes that's so funny to see a rage on a woolly back. Sometimes when a card is just really good on the common, it's hard to argue against just running the common.
Now, this might actually be well, no, because the rage will be able to come in again.
Oh,
But the uh Zaratan can get up to 666, which would be a very powerful turn, but would give a Woolly back to Breadstick, and then Breadstick would be at 777 in their companion, whereas Tweedle would also be at 777, and that Rage would just be able to pop them over for the win. This is I've had a number of players at locals ask me if tokens are fleeting because
hmm.
they cease to exist when they would leave. And they're not. You know, they don't have the fleeting keyword, which is very important for a card like Rage that says it needs to target a non-fleeting character.
Yeah. In my eyes, the perfect play here is something for 2 mana. See if the rage. Oh, but we're not gonna see it. Darn. I gotta see a bait. That's my goal for this weekend is to see at least one win a game. And it could have done it here if you had the right cards.
I was mistaken. Zartan gives a Woolly back in Target Expedition. They get to choose. Didn't have to be in the companion. Still, that Rage will be just enough to pop over the 777.
Yeah. The rage. GG's to Chef Breadstick. Um, I think that is our first Moyo win that we have seen. Very close game nonetheless. Let's see here. So, all we haven't really seen so far is an Isari game.
I based off what I've been talking about with people, I do feel like Isari is going to be one of the lesser represented decks in this demo deck tournament, just because I feel like a lot of players are feeling that the way the deck is constructed doesn't really show off her true potential and feel like she's underperforming. Doesn't mean that you can't do well, but for a tournament like this, you might want to pick with something that just naturally has an edge over other things. And Isari feels like you need to do a lot more work in order to perform well on it.
Yeah. I think we need to coin some kind of phrase in regards to Axiom players, like Axiom delusion syndrome or something. I think the Issery deck is actually one of the better ones in the demo decks in terms of consistency. I felt it was very rare that I didn't have something I could do beneficial when I was playing the deck.
If Isuri starts performing well in constructed, will Isuri still be Axiom?
No, no, I don't think so. I think she'll get removed from Axiom as well.
Great,
So,
and she'll join Traced in the Lost Tribe.
yep, yep, the Lost Tribe. I am on table 83. It is not a Issery game, but it is a Nadir versus a Nadir.
This is one of the most fun mirrors, in my opinion. It's so much fun because you can move your opponent's markers, and markers stack on top of each other. So if we see in the second expedition on the hero side that there is a mountain marker on top of that forest marker, the demo deck doesn't have mountain nymph in it, but if it did, it would be able to move that and make the that region forest only, even though it's already forest only on its printed card. But like, so there's a lot of levels to the Nadir mirror match that I think is so interesting.
Yeah, I think this will get even more interested when we're able to, or interesting when we're able to construct our own decks. The matchup here, as we come into it, shows one Nadir face to face, while the other is a double move away from winning. Um, but the top Nadir is stuck in wow, well, actually, what the okay, yeah, it should be solo regions, because how this should work from a rules perspective is you see here that there are actually two markers on this hero side expedition. What it should be is the mountain is the one active, and you see that from BGA outlining it here, because the mountain was placed second.
Yep.
So in things that change your regions, if there's a one that changes it again, it's the most recent one that is active. So things like Kraken versus Persephone, yada yada, same concept here. And some very big stats coming out. Ooh, but the colorful koi. Is there a one mana play in Nadir that will? Oh no. This seems to be over and a win for Coco Alt.
I was gonna say in the off the top of my head, the only one mana play I can think of is Mountain Guide, which would not have helped in that situation.
It
Actually,
is Mountain though.
I was gonna say it might have blocked the the other Nadir from double advancing, but I think they still would have advanced. Both would have advanced once on the companion side and ended up at a uh, with the top Nadir winning still because they were neck to neck as opposed to one expedition away for the bottom Nadir.
Yeah, I'm clicking around here, but the games are all basically at an end. So we're about to go into I mean, there's probably some table that we'll see after I refresh here in a minute. But while we're waiting for them to finish out, thank you, Rune, for doing some wizardry for us. We'll have some overviews we can take a look at here in a
Oh,
little
great.
bit.
I can't wait to be shown how wrong I am and actually 50% of the field is playing Isuri.
It's been hard to find them currently.
Yeah, you've just been dodging them somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the Axiom players that I know by name all slept in. So, I mean, there was some kind of Axiom Rager last night or something that was up a little too late, and now there's no players there.
Yeah, and as we saw, one of the most diehard Axiom fans I know is Chef Breadstick, and
Mm,
not on Eastery.
betray, betrayal.
Although
Uh,
I do believe he'll be building Eastery once we actually get the set, once he can have his own spin on it.
yeah. Well, we can jump into table 4. It looks like it could be interesting here. We see a Soul versus a Cowry. The Soul is face to face. The Cowry has a woolly woolly field. Does have a 1 mana lead. Oh, the rush to Shenlong though. That was a good little turn we saw there. Will it be enough though?
I was gonna say a great card to have right now could be bait because it'll get you that gigantic Halua, but uh s- still it'll be tough for oh
That's what I was hoping was about to get boosted. Yeah, there's still a lot of mana that Cowrie has to work with here, and a bait or a specific type of removal.
because the bait would be a total of 8 stats uh going to the Cowrie, but we are now no longer in bait territory.
Oh,
One of these games will see bait.
yep. Yeah, see, that's the thing. This is why, even though I'm diehard Muna, this is why I did not pick Cowrie to win. Situations like this, you saw that we were here in a section where they needed to contest on more than just forest, and they came out with only a pelican and a Mowgli. The Zaratan was a very good start, but there was nothing to disrupt what the soul had, and there was no way to equalize the stats. So, what do we have in the discard here? So there are two. Oh, the bait is in the discard. It was already
Ah,
used. So, as well as 2 Puffs challenges, so unfortunate there for the Cowrie.
an interesting interaction between the Cowrie deck and the Nadir deck is that Persephone, the common Persephone adds forest to whatever region.
Yeah.
So if Nadir places a marker down and then Persephone is put into the same region as that marker, forest will be added because it's the common, it won't overwrite whatever it is. So that turns off one of the single terrain regions for Nadir's cards. So things like the map maker might not get its boost, and that might not be readily visible to players that are playing the game. Not speaking from experience. Every time I played it, I've definitely never got caught off guard by that, and I never would.
Yep.
Don't check my logs.
So I am going to move us to a screen that looks blank for a moment, but you are going to see here in a second me add the hero breakdown. I just got it from Simon. So I'm adding it here to the overlay, and then we will see where the heck did it save though? What are you doing, computer? We will see the breakdown here, and looking at it now, we have a 123 players on the Bravos deck. We have 68 on the Axiom deck, which is
Wow.
actually the second most. But where are they all? Third most would be on Muna at 61, and then Yizmir at 54, Lyra at 54, and the least played is actually the Ordis deck at 51 players. So
That
very interesting to see.
That doesn't surprise me too much that Ordis isn't incredibly represented. I am like I thought for sure that Bravos would be the most played. I didn't think it would be by this much. Almost doubling the second most played faction. Uh, but Axiom being number 2 does surprise me. I thought that would have been in bottom 3 for sure.
Yep. That the Bravos being the most played kind of goes in hand with what a lot of our predictions have been as well on who would win the tournament. It's just, a sheer numbers game. They have over, well, yeah, almost over twice the chances of taking a win here, getting players into the top cut. Um, dang. I went to table 1 because I thought Zirkle might be on Moyo, but that is not the case. We're gonna get an Isari game here. That is what I'm gonna find. Let's see. Overloss, is Overloss moving away from Ordis and playing something else? No. Where are all these Axiom players? Are they all at the bottom? Is that why I can't find them?
Wow.
uh,
Okay, table 6 is a soul mirror.
Rune Folk is on Zen. I believe Rune Folk said Zen is the strongest. It's been very um it's been very interesting
All right,
to
I found an Isari match.
which one did you find?
15 Isari versus Cowry.
All right, let's go. All right, let's see here. Got it. Okay,
Oh,
so here
sorry,
we are.
Astro Nebula. We'll check in. We can check in with you after, possibly if your game is still going on.
Yep. I also saw that Wesh is on Isri as well, I'm pretty sure, as I was running around. But yeah, it was very interesting to ask people who they thought would win. I think for the most part, all of the casters are on the same train, but the community was very differently split. Some of the players are, hard locked into what they think is the best. Some of the just general community members in the Discord were a little different. So it'll be good to see who's right in the end.
I will say from my testing, I like the 3 that have felt the best to me have been Soul, Nadir, and Zen. Uh, Personally, I don't think that will be, definitely wouldn't be everyone's favorite. I know a lot of people who felt weird playing Nadir, and I understand that Nadir is a very interesting and unusual play style, where you kind of have to predict what your opponent's doing. I would say Nadir kind of acts a bit like an Izmir hero, in that you're trying to play around your opponent a bit more than other decks, as opposed to Soul, which is just shoving raw power into your face.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. We have Cowry being the first player, having 5 cards, which is actually only one more than the Isri so far.
Yeah,
Uh,
the abandoned depot replacing itself by drawing a card did definitely help Isari keep up in card advantage.
yep. Paju here can go ahead and just create another aerolith. What I really enjoy about Isari and kind of really the new direction that Axiom might go in general is a couple months ago. I don't remember when exactly. They clarified, updated, I don't know what you want to call it, what it means when you discard down landmarks. So they actually count it as sacrificing. So Axiom now, all you have to do is overload your landmark zone with aeroliths or, this abandoned depot. We saw the brass button nursery, things like that. And then at the end, if you don't have the mana to trigger sacrificing them during your game, or your afternoon, you can just do it at the end of the afternoon for free.
Yeah, and the important thing about that interaction is because cleanup has already happened. You're sacrificing because of cleanup. So the resupply happens after cleanup has resolved. You get to keep all those extra cards. You can overflow your reserve going into the next turn.
Yeah, it is very cool. I think so far the only rush on uniques has been because of that interaction and Issery. I'm sure there are a lot of people who are targeting uniques for other new heroes and gameplay strategies, but I think by far we saw a lot of excitement around Axiom uniques based on that.
Yeah, especially because sacrificing permanence in general has been, each faction has their own types of activation phrases that they can get. One of the reasons Ordis uniques have always been considered incredibly powerful is because they have one of the easiest by their gameplay standards, which is if you control a token. And in Sigismar, you almost always control a token.
Yeah.
So, and in Original War, you almost always control a token. And in Gulring, you're hoping to get a token as well. But you actually have to work for it. So now we're seeing Axiom sacrifice a permanent, which was always a negative, ex- with a couple of recent additions where it's not as bad. But finally see some positive side to it where it can activate the Aerolith.
Oh, I haven't thought this far into it yet, but does does the Grims receive an errata based on this in season 4? Because people already think the card is too strong, but now that you can just sacrifice an Aerolith or something, and the bug out bag, and other things, and get benefits from it, like here we go with Bessie Coleman. When you sacrifice a permanent, if I have less than 2 boosts, I gain 1 boost. I don't think it should. I think it's just a very good card. I don't think it provides a unfun experience
Yeah,
in
I
most
think one of the
ways.
strengths of the Grems is its modality. The fact that you can choose
Mhm.
to sacrifice a permanent to create a brass bug, which gives you board presence, or you can use its ability to destroy a permanent on your opponent's side of the board, and just get and help lower their card advantage overall. I don't. I think the Grems is going to be a very powerful card. In Axiom, it already is, and I think it's just going to work even better in E3. I'm not sure if it deserves a errata though. At least not at this point.
Yeah. So I am not someone who gets upset about erratas or bans for the most part. Um, and on the flip side to that, I also don't really think that a lot of cards need to be errataed or banned. We hear the Grems, we hear the Hunger, things like that. I think they are just things you need to watch out for and play around. I see why bug fix is getting targeted, because the longer it's allowed to do what it can currently, the more of an issue it can become. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how these cards develop in the next season.
Yeah, it's also it's interesting in terms of balance when you see the game designers are working with knowledge of the future and what might be coming in the
Mhm.
future. We obviously don't have that. At least I don't. I haven't been able to divine anything. Um, if anyone has, you know, the ability to see into the future, has that so Raven like abilities, feel free to contact me about Altered, but unfortunately don't have that yet. we do see that meditation training going on the colorful cuckoo again. That's going to be like that's the best target for the meditation training overall.
Yep.
Even though it won't get the immediate payoff of having a bully back in that expedition to give it a boost, it's still just very it disincentivizes your opponent to play in the companion expedition, which we see Trippy Wreck
Yeah.
just fully going in on the hero.
Yeah, small step. I do agree that was a good errata. And like I said, I like erratas because it always creates a new, fresh environment. And I enjoy, mixing things up. But I am also not the person calling for like the hunger to be errataed or Grims to be errataed. I think the one that was one that definitely, absolutely, without a doubt in anyone's mind should have been done was Robin Hood. And ever since the Robin Hood errata, the game has been amazing.
Yeah, I think you'd be hard pressed to find someone who thought that Robin Hood was healthy for the game, or at least the main factor was that it just was unfun to play into.
Yep.
And especially when in a game's first set, it feels awful. I think cards like Ebenezer Scrooge that have performed much better where it is less targeted and also is symmetrical. So you also feel the effect of the attacks.
Yeah. Hello, Alex. It is going good. Dominant deck. I don't think we can say for sure yet, unless you just mean sheer numbers. There are about twice as many soul players compared to any other faction. And the least played is actually Ordis. So that is very interesting. I think still at this moment, it can go either way, but it'll be very interesting to see what the top cut makeup is like.
I, it's interesting in a tournament like this. Yes, there's, it's a larger player tournament. There's prizes on the line, but it's also, a demo deck tournament. So there's less overall. You don't have to go fully in on the competitive nature of it. I think a lot of players are also playing what they think is a fun deck, one that they can also probably perform well with, but also something that is more fun to play with the new cards. And so a hero like Soul, where you get to map out these lines of stringing together 3 or 4 cards in some situations, feels very fun to do, at least from my perspective. Whereas Zen, who I think is a very powerful hero, just actively trying to tie your opponent all the time, isn't as, you know, it's not as active as some of the other decks, which I think is why we might have seen players move a bit away from that hero in this setting.
Yep.
But I think Zen will still be able to perform very well in constructed.
I love this setup from Cowry now. Now we have two colorful cuckoos, which was not something I was able to pull off when I was playing leading up to this. But now threatening both sides here. Although on the Issery side, something that I think makes this deck very strong is the fact that there are 4 landmarks here. And while this Armor Jammer is not the rare one, this is going to be a resupply for every Aerolith sacrificed. And they have 3 mana left. Whether they start triggering those now or later will be very interesting.
I'm curious why Cowry decided to play the Migratory Crane. Because they're out of mana now. It doesn't they're not overflowing their reserve or anything because the two cuckoos are anchored, and it didn't stop the Isari from advancing currently.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just want to bounce it around if they need and lock in that companion side for sure. I lost my train of thought, which is always great. Oh, yeah, I remember. I when I was testing out the demo decks, I so badly wanted to anchor the crane to see what would happen if someone played into it, but I was never able to pull it off. So,
Uh, I mean, anchor. I would assume that the anchor would travel with it, and that you wouldn't have any problems. It's not like anchor stops a character from being hooked, but it would. It is certainly uh thematically amusing to have a card that is specifically based around movement to have a keyword called anchored.
yeah. I was more so looking to test it to see if there was a bug.
Ah,
Uh,
yeah.
part of the things that I try to do leading up to these demo deck tournaments, since we host them at AWOL, is I try to help find as many bugs as I can. That way, we can get them reported and fixed ahead of the tournament. That way, players in the tournament do not run into them. There was a pretty big one with Nadir when you tried to place a marker in the arena, which a lot of players
Oh,
kept trying to do, uh, but it was fixed ahead of today.
I was gonna say the big bug that I encountered was involved defect, and I had defected a opponent's. What is the card called? It's in Izmir, the Korgan Suha Korgan operative.
Yeah.
That says the rare says when I go to reserve from expedition zone sabotage. And according to the ruling that is currently on uh, the defect cards page, I should have gotten, as the person who had taken control of the Suha,
Mhm.
chosen what to sabotage. But my opponent, who was actually Chef Breadstick, who we watched earlier, uh, got to choose a target to sabotage instead of me. Which, there was a lot of thought of like how does that actually work? But according to the current ruling on the site, uh, the player who last owned the object gets to control the when I leave expedition triggers.
Yeah, that is a very good new interaction that players should be aware of. So, if you didn't already know,
Ooh,
ooh, the Zaratan coming
I was
out
gonna say
here.
this is probably game for the Cowry.
Yeah,
Uh,
this Jammer's not gonna do much. This Puppeteer is basically just stats, which are not gonna be enough. Um, I mean, your best option is use an aerolith and pray that somehow it gives you a world of stats.
pray you hit that Anansi unique. Like, what are you looking for?
Exactly. But so if you didn't know, when things defect, the actions on the card are part of the controlled player, um, the last controlled player. So the easiest example off the top of my head is wow, why do I Jeanne d'Arc. So if you
Hmm,
defect a Joan of Arc onto your side, you are the one that when it goes back to reserve, get the tokens. It goes back to the other person's reserve or discard, but it left your expedition.
yes.
Another good note is it doesn't re-trigger, like from anywhere abilities and things like that when you defect it.
Uh, the it'll be very interesting with Haven Sarengar, especially with is it's Brainwash, I believe, is the one that lets you play from their reserve. Yeah, Brainwash.
Yeah, Brainwash is so cool.
So Brainwash, unlike Defect itself, would let you trigger any from reserve abilities that the character has because you are the one playing it from reserve.
Yeah. Table 36. One of your favorite people is playing. The percentage says that it's low. Ooh, all right, all right.
All right, now I have, and I actually don't know what Infinite is on. Okay, not too surprising. Despite his recent dalliance with Ordis at the Baltimore WCQ,
Yeah,
Infinite
what a
is,
betrayal, by the way.
yeah. We had talked about, you know, I was like, oh, you know, I hope you win one because Infinite is you know, a local, a good friend of mine. But then I also want to do an interview with him. I was like, so what's it like betraying your morals?
Yeah.
Uh, and um, you couldn't really see it on the coverage, but he was actually wearing a jersey of my that says a guy trying on it, and put some tape on it, crossed out a guy trying, and put his name in there
Oh
instead.
gosh.
But we didn't have player cams, so you couldn't see that.
Yeah.
Uh, Moyo
Every
v Moyo.
Yeah, every player that's betrayed their morals at a WCQ has not ended up qualifying. So just goes to show you that you shouldn't betray your truth. We have two cards revealed from Sud CMX here. Lost in the Riptide and Sakura Bruce Fury. Also, just a couple messages up, Runefolk told us there is a 4-0 Moyo running around. I'm not sure if that's Runefolk or somebody else.
Well,
My
I thought you said Rune folks on
I
Zen.
did. Yeah, I did. I did tune into Runefolk, but it was too close at the end. And I believe he said that Zen is the strongest. My take for the Moyo deck is pretty in line with that happening because my thought was you have a dedicated like Ysmir player that plays this type of deck, they could be a dark horse that comes out in this tournament. And it sounds like that possibility is very likely
I'm
because Moyo plays very specific.
I'm so curious as to how we have both of these spells revealed.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I saw a little something happening there and I thought,
How dare you, Breadstick? Breadstick is the 4-0 Moyo.
oh, okay, so we've already watched
So
Breadstick, so we can just ignore him for the rest of the
I
game.
was gonna say, talking about players betraying their morals.
Yep.
I think this might have been a bug. I believe the Sakarbru's Fury was what was revealed by the Leviathan spotter, and then because the card drawn was a spell of 4 hand cost or more, it revealed that as well. I don't know that for sure, but I because we only see one Leviathan spotter, we see no way for it to have triggered twice, but still
Yes.
2 cards revealed.
So if we look at the play-by-play here, the reason that the Lost in the Riptide is actually revealed is because they played it. Yeah, so I'm not sure if they're not targeting something. Let me see if they're looking for help here in the Discord. They're not communicating anywhere. Um, from anything I could guess, it looks like they played Lost in the Riptide, but have not solved it yet.
That yep, that makes sense.
Which is going to be very unfortunate. Um, I will ask the player, um, if you are a player, You should be in the. Oh, there they are. Nope. That is not a message they sent in the Discord. If you are a player, you have anything like this happening, one, sadly, there's not really anything we can do. But two, if you have any other questions or things that come up, definitely post them in the Discord.
Oh,
We do. Nope. Oh, okay. So yeah, they're just.
I was gonna say Breadstick did bring up an interesting possibility in the uh in the chat. It seems that they could have been trying to target the Alelo, which is technically in water because um it's in both expeditions at the same time, but maybe because the card itself was played on the companion side, which is only in forest, the game is having trouble recognizing that for Lost in Riptide, but it should be a valid target for the water cost.
Yeah, I guess we just weren't.
Oh,
It was not updating on the screen for us, but they said it wasn't a bug, so the game
okay.
finished. And all right, interesting. It was only stuck there for us. Thank you for the suggestion of F5. I was trying to make sure all the players were okay
Yeah.
and around. Let's see this one of these last tables. We're probably heading into round 5 here, so maybe
I
we
don't
can take
see
a
any
look.
open tables.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
there's
there's one freeloader at 127.
let's see. Is there life? Oh yeah, 71% according to the percent.
They are both neck and neck. Nadir versus Nadir.
Ooh, freeloader playing Nadir. Very interesting.
They are both like adjacent.
I love the Nadir placing a marker on forest that's already forest, or let's see. It could have been moved. Yeah,
I was
this
gonna say I
forest
think it
nymph.
might have been there's a rare forest nymph in
Yeah,
reserve, so I think that might have been moved by a forest nymph.
that's funny. Move a forest marker onto a forest. Double
Oh, this
mountain.
is a strong card right now. Although not incredibly powerful for our bottom Nadir because it's strong defensively, but offensively they are in Mono Mountain on both expeditions.
Yeah. It will lock freeloader into water, which could be unfortunate. Let's see what freeloader has here. Yeah, this is a very interesting little setup we have. It should be the bottom nadir wins, right?
Yeah. If that was a rare forest nymph that was able to receive a forest marker from one of the other expeditions, uh, then I believe Freeloader actually would have won that, but unfortunately it was the common, so it does not have that from reserve ability.
Ugh, yeah, those games are gonna become very fun to cast. That looked like a mess.
It's so every time I played a Nadir Mirror, I was so excited. It's so crazy, but it's so much fun.
All right, now we can take a look at one of the undefeated tables here. Ooh, is that Adradat is undefeated? Um, let's see, table 14. We have not seen Adradat yet. Looks like the game is starting. We just got to get the art. We are now in Swiss round 5. I have a guy trying held hostage here
Meow!
for a little bit longer until we kidnap Gus.
I
Let's
want to say, as someone who's not affiliated with AWOL, I want to say thank you for inviting me to cast this while we have a brief moment, and then also thank you to Equinox one for putting on these demo deck tournaments, but also working with the community members to help uh, get it out to the community. These are some of the most fun events of the season.
Yeah, I love spoiler season, and I love how it ends in a demo deck tournament. And now Adrodat versus Otark is
Soul v
Soul
Soul.
Mirror.
This is
We're
going
gonna,
to be an interesting matchup.
we're gonna be fighting for passing first. What do I have? Okay, just I'm in saying the next round. Okay, good. All right. I am going to leave a guy trying alone for a moment, and I am going to run to the restroom, and I will be right back. Hello, Pierre.
I think that this is, there's a lot of times where mirror matches can feel you want to like avoid mirror matches. I think a lot of these new heroes, the mirror matches are actually incredibly skill testing. The Soul versus Soul, and then also the Nadir versus Nadir. Uh, I think that I was gonna say that Azure Dat had a pretty good start because they had some rush cards, whereas we had only seen the Phileas Fog from our Otark, our bottom soul, and there's no 1 mana rush card, so we wouldn't be able to properly use that. The Our bottom soul will overflow their reserve this turn, but will gain a double advance and a heroism counter. Although our Atrodat, our top soul, will still get an advance off their Mighty Jin, but 2 expeditions behind going into day 3. This is the common Mighty Jin, so it does not draw a card, often going into mana, unless you really need it for a specific turn. Next turn play. It would have been very good offensively and defensively on the companion side, defensively on the hero side for our top soul, but absolutely nothing offensive on the hero side because of that 0 in water. A cards Getting rid of that Bravo's Harpooner. It's the common, so it does not have rush from reserve. A great card for our bottom soul right now would be that Ultron teammate, the 2 mana rush, which would allow them to play the Ultron teammate into the Phileas Fog to steal a quest counter, sorry, from our top soul. This is because the top soul is the first player. They are more likely to be able to get the quest counter for the turn. But if that Phileas Fog will potentially help that. Um, yeah, actually, just playing Phileas Fog here, you're not going to beat that Shenlong anyways. So just get the expedition and the quest counter, and then you're better positioned into the next day where you are the first player and have the chance for uh to get your rush combo off. The best possible layout, I believe, for this turn would be Bravo's Harpooner into Alt Run Teammate into that jumping frog that is in reserve. I think that's unlikely to happen. Oh, just a Shenlong. Very heads up play here. The top soul can play the Shenlong to just counteract that, but then our bottom soul will be able to pass and get the Halua token. This is basically guaranteeing that they will go 1-for-1 in advancements unless they have our top soul has Soul's Hunt to get rid of that Shenlong. which would be pretty devastating to the bottom soul right now. They would still be able to pass first and get that Halua counter or that Halua token in the companion expedition. It will not be gigantic yet, but still able to give some board presence. Oh, interesting.
All right. One counter versus three counters.
Yeah, the
Oh
Phileas
boy.
Fogg doing a lot of Pierre giving a good uh a possible play pattern. They could have just passed there, but that would have been still giving up one expedition without nothing on your own, and um you would get a counter, but you would not get the token itself. And when you're two expeditions behind, I think that's a rough position to be in. Uh, I feel like they needed to trade one for one instead of going down one. And although now Soul is online for that Halua token, so whenever they pass first, they will get that Halua token. Won't be gigantic yet. But as I was saying earlier, Cole, when you came back, that Phileas Fog allowed them to instantly pass and steal a quest counter when our top soul was the active player, the starting player.
Yeah, this it, match is going incredibly fast, it seems. Also wild to come back and see that a Shenlong and a Halua have already been played. Two Shenlongs and two Haluas now.
Wow.
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna work out for Adredat though, especially with this Eros coming out.
Yeah, they can just play that. Uh, Interesting.
I'm almost kind of sad that I have so many Eros uniques in Muna, because now it seems a very viable card in Soul. So now we just next time we get new heroes, need a hero that makes it viable in Muna, right?
I don't know why they put the wing jumper on the hero side. It didn't stop the advancement. They could have advanced on the companion expedition and been adjacent. I think that was a bit of a misplay by our bottom soul here. But these are new cards. These are new decks. People have obviously been a good amount of people have been practicing with these decks over the past couple days, but there will be growing pains. I think we might have experienced one a bit there. Oh, and we see Halua. Very, very strong in this situation because of the gigantic. There's basically two things you want to do as Soul. You either want to have very long strings of rush to get all your plays out, or you just want big characters.
Ooh, all right. A Souls Hunt coming in pretty clutch from Adredat here to then play
Now,
out
good.
Tengu.
I was gonna say I was a bit worried that Azure Dat might get greedy and target the Halua Raging Leviathan, but the Jumping Frog is uh the correct target there.
Ooh, now we have a game. Very notably, Otark does have twice the amount of counters and is online for at least the normal Hilua. Adredat does have a lot more mana, and maybe this final afternoon or two is going to come down to only the card plays and not any of the Halua actions. Be very interesting.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much rush from really either player. We've only seen Bravos Harpooner get rush off for Otark, and then we've seen only Souls Hunt get rush off for our bottom player.
Yeah, I was just about to ask if Adredat just passes here to get the counter, get the Halua, and think and know and be correct that they will get the companion side. Yeah, this mirror match is pretty cool as well. Also, hello, Agent Potato. How's it going? Yeah, Moth to a Spring art is amazing. I wish we could have a unique art for it.
I think the art for so much of this set is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's so good.
I mean, it's always good and altered. It's always great, but something about this set just really stepped up even more. I would really love to see from either player a strong rush line, and I'm not sure. Oh, Arrows is gonna help with that. Uh, I was gonna say perfect card would be the Shenlong.
Woo! That is a spicy turn. Although with 11 mana and 3 cards in hand, I think what is gonna be the killer here for Otark is they had the perfect opportunity to play those out and then just pass next and get a very, very strong turn. Um, I don't know off the top of my head how much removal is in Soul's demo deck. I would assume that there's
Uh,
another Souls Hunt.
yeah, there's 2 Souls Hunts, I believe.
So we'll see if it comes down to removal that it allows Adredat to win here, or if
A
this is just too strong of a turn.
Azure Dat also can possibly have 4 only needs 1 more stat in water to tie and has 4 mana. So, yep, that
Ooh,
will be able to go to the arena.
even better.
Uh, we will see probably keeping the wing jumper and then wingsuit jumper and then the alt run teammate. Yep. 2 rush cards to help get their rush line. Otark's Halua will be gigantic if they're able to spawn it, but Azure Dats will not. And we already see 10 mana worth of plays in the reserve with Arrows and Shenlong, creating a strong board. Uh, and possibly leading into that pass first for the gigantic Kalua.
Yeah. The wingsuit jumper is a really good card to have here in the reserve for Adredat. Also, this card is like perfect cosplay material. Like this would be so cool to make. The helmet is really like the hardest part. Um I would love to see someone take that on.
And
Ooh,
that is a pretty
a nice turn.
that's a pretty strong turn. Because they will be able to pass first now that joining fates. Okay.
No token for Otark.
Then I'm assuming play the Shenlong.
Not enough though.
But yeah, that Halua is gonna seal it. I was gonna say the only 1 mana play I believe they would have is Jumping Frog, and that would only be beneficial in water. That it was such an interesting game. Um, I think Azure Dat was able to capitalize off of um Otark's loss of tempo
Mm.
towards the end game there. And I think it goes to show that in Soul Mirrors, it's not about who uh is able to get Halua up faster always. Obviously that helps, but it does also, once you're fully played out, it allows your opponent to play around it a bit better and find ways to get advances here and there to keep up tempo.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was saying can be the issue for Nadir players is putting too much of an emphasis on your hero ability like too often. And I think that we're I just pulled up other tables to go find another table to watch and pulled up two other soul mirrors.
Wow.
Let's see here. I've already watched that player. But yeah, the really, really good players or just anyone who can divorce their mind of I always need to use my hero ability may have a advantage where sometimes it's not always going to be the best play. But we do have some life in a table here on table 19, and we have not been able to see too much Issery, and this game does have it against a Cowry.
Interesting. Also, the other E3 match we watched, I believe, wasn't it E3 versus Cowry as well?
I think so. My brain might be mush, but yeah, I hope that the set breaks some of the low curve. We will definitely have to see.
Uh, what I am hoping, great. I was gonna say what I'm hoping that the E3 player will do is use the support ability of that Paju to create an Aerolith. They would have overflowed their reserve because of the flawed prototype. But now, as we've mentioned multiple times throughout this broadcast, uh, the updated wording of how cleanup for permanents happens for landmarks is they are sacrificed, so they will activate the resupply and allow E3 to go into the next day with 3 cards in their reserve.
Yeah, some very good cards here in the reserve as well. Um, I so as we've mentioned, these are demo decks built to show off just different cards, different interactions. The common Lucan or Lucan, however you want to say it, is not very great in this situation. If it was the rare though, it would be pretty dang strong. But the Gavroche and Flawed Prototype are both very good cards here. Persephone, though, on the other side, also a very good card for Cowry.
Yeah, Lucan still is able to be a 4 mana 4/4/4 gigantic currently. We're giving him card advantage for that, uh, which is powerful. That's one more. I view Atlas as the basis for any um gigantic character because it's the sort of gigantic vanilla character. We also can see Lucan. We can see our Isari sack some Aeroliths to get cards into reserve to feed the Lucan. But that would be a total of 6 mana for that 4/4/4, which is going slightly. It's going kind of at rate as opposed to Atlas's 5/5/5. And with that Persephone, I feel like our Cowry would be able to still make an advancement without much, um, without committing too much.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see that the woolly field was used on the pan, and another pan played out. We are out of Zaratan territory now, so it'll be interesting to see what contests these woolly backs on the companion side. We've also used the one Caladrius, so that's gone. Bait is still possible and can be pretty scary just last minute, but notably cannot play both the Persephone and the rare bait. So it'll be interesting to see because right now it looks not very great for Cowry, depending on what we have going on here. Puff's challenge, I don't think is super beneficial here unless it's your only option. And there it is. There's the bait. But we'll have to see if there's a Robin or something to also follow it up just in case. The landmark sacrificing thing, I don't know what you would technically call it. Maybe it was like an addition to the rules. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
I was just responding in the chat. It's like I'm not sure if it's technically a clarification or an update because they changed it before it was ever
Or
relevant.
yeah.
So either way, under the original wording, Aerolith would not work the way that it uh, does with cleanup and overflowing the reserve. But either prior to Whispers from the Mace, either right before Whispers from the Mace or right after, in the updating of the rulebook, it was changed from being discarded to sacrifice, most likely to prepare us for Isari. And this is a card that I feel like I've not seen very much for Isaris
Yeah.
is the Priya. I feel like obviously it's in the deck, but I feel like it's often gone into mana. Uh at least from my perspective, or maybe they're just not drawing it.
Yeah. That is I'm trying to work out. So they wouldn't have been able to move because they only had 3 water. Um and then I guess the Cowry had 3 forests. And what were they weak in forest? So maybe they had to play the Priya to block the hero side. And then there wasn't really a great opportunity to play it on the companion because it would have won the companion side, but I didn't have a chance to finish looking at everything when we ended there.
Now, Isari is our first player. Lucan has a good opportunity to come in as a 4 mana 5/5/5 gigantic, heavily above rate. Um, but could be susceptible to any removal that Cowry has. The common does not have tough. I believe the rare has tough one, if I'm remembering correctly.
Of the Lucan,
Yeah.
I think you might be right. The thing that I really like about the rare in Axiom is it sacrifices permanence instead of the reserve cards, unless I dreamt that in a dream, but I'm pretty
That
sure.
that is correct.
Yeah, so it is a very, very cool little Axiom tech. 8 mana left versus 9 mana left. All of these cards. You have a Bessie Coleman, which honestly isn't super strong this late in the game. All of
Yeah,
these landmarks, though, that can resupply are very nice.
yeah, it's a 2 mana 3/3/3 under the right conditions. If you're able to sacrifice Aerolith off of another card, so it can go slightly above rate. The Aerolith, if you're using the Aerolith and paying for it, then it's a 3 mana 3/3/3. So that's at rate. So if you don't have any of your other sack outlets, which the Easter deck doesn't have as many as you would probably see in a constructed deck.
Mhm.
So I think Bessie Coleman will feel better in constructed decks than it currently does in this demo deck. Just because it's like this plus the Grems is a 4 mana, 7 stats, and a resupply. Which, hey, that's not bad.
Not bad at all. We see the hungry Leviathan getting discarded due to the pan sabotage. Oh man, a little late on the colorful cuckoo, but
Yeah,
not a bad card here. Still have the Persephone waiting in the wings to lock down a forest on either side. So
I think a bit of a sequencing thing with that. They had the option to play uh the colorful cuckoo in the before activating the woolly woolly field and would have
yeah.
netted them 1 extra boost. But I assume that they're not doing that because they want to leave their options open as to what where they could play that Persephone most likely, since that was one of their strongest cards.
which
But they
is
did technically go down
gone.
one boost on that.
Yeah. The Axiom Puppeteer takes out that Persephone, which could have been a key strategy here for the Cowry. Also, good to note that we're getting down on time for Cowry here, where the Isri has positive over 5 minutes. Two mana. What do I want? I don't know if there's anything that will help me here. Ooh, the
Oh,
detonation, even worse. Yeah, the Pelican, I think, is your best two drop, which I believe is 2/1/2, so it's weaken mountain.
you
Yeah,
you
this
you do have the Migratory Crane, which is 2 mana, 2/2/2, for
yeah.
the rare, but it specifically has to be the rare. But that would still only tie.
I'm glad that I am not the only one that was thinking that Infinite, because I was like, this kind of looks like, Attack on Titan, the freaking zipping around. I forget what do they call it? I don't remember the
Uh,
name.
Omnidirectional
Yeah, gear or
suit or
something like
something?
that. Yeah, Omni gear, something like that. All right, that is gonna bring us pretty close to the end of round 5 here. I still have bribed a guy trying to be with us for another 30 minutes. Table 61, it shows 70%. Let's see where we're at. Ooh, okay. This could be interesting. We have Elzen here versus ANT Vittorio. I could almost not say names for a second. A Moyo versus a Soul. Soul is on the 5 counters. It is also Soul's turn with 2 mana left. Very crucial
Y-
turn.
I mean, they just pass here. You know, because it doesn't seem like Elson's passed yet. They create Halua.
Hmm.
Uh, our Moyo is out of mana, so they can't play around anything, and that will just be the double advance for the game.
Yep. Yep. Some nice messages in the chat. One of the things I did want to talk about is obviously an altered. You have, I'm going to simplify this a ton. You have the converging of two worlds smashing together. So you see, mythical characters, legendary characters, historical characters. I like somewhere deep in my mind know that I know Phileas Fogg, but it's been so long that I don't think I remember. Phileas Fogg is from a novel or
Isn't
something,
that
right?
Around the World in 80 Days? That's why he's in his
Oh,
hot air
okay.
balloon.
Okay, is that where he's from? I mean, I could
I
just Google
believe
it.
so. It's been a while since I've read that. But the hot air balloon is definitely giving me Around the World in 80 Days.
Okay, yeah, the Jules Verne novel, played by David Tennant and Steve Coogan, and also Pierce Brosnan and David Niven, uh, a bunch of really famous actors. What did David Tennant play him in? I don't think I've seen that one.
Uh,
Phileas Fogg.
I mean, I would assume it was in Around the World in 80 Days, but
Yeah, Around the World
but it
in
could be
80
he
Days.
could have been playing a character that is a reference to Phileas Fogg in another piece of media.
I am reading chat. You guys are just delayed, so we answered before you actually answered. Um,
And I'm not reading chat as much because uh, I don't think you've earned it.
oh, it was a series Around the World in 80 Days. Did it actually come out? It
It was actually 80 days long. It was just a
80 Days series. I should watch that. 2021 TV series. Yeah, I literally have never seen anything about this, and it's David Tennant. Interesting.
How many rounds are we doing today in total?
8,
Okay,
I
that's what I thought,
believe.
but I wasn't sure.
The top should tell me here. We're about to move into the next one. Yes, 8
Okay.
matches and then top cut. So here, soon we'll have a break. We should have a break around 1:30 Central Time. As I was saying a moment ago, we have paid a guy trying keepers until about 25 more minutes, and then we'll have Gus. Is there any? We are now in round 6. Is there any table you want to go to?
Hold on, let me refresh so I can actually look. Um, I
Do you think they'll ever let go of the copyright for James Bond? I'll be honest, I know very loosely how like copyright works, and I know a lot of the time they can just refresh like the clock. And that's why sometimes you'll see them make like 20 Spider-Man movies so the copyright doesn't
yeah, it
fire.
it also depends on certain medias, like
Yeah.
the media right, the like movie rights will be sold to certain things for characters that are
Hmm.
like comic book characters. Um, there's tons of other incredible minutia and bureaucracy. Let's see. I found a Soul Mirror. We just watched one, and while I do think that they are one of the most interesting things, what heroes have we haven't really seen a Zen? I feel like.
Yeah, you and I together haven't, and it has been a bit. Table 18 does have a Zen though.
Great. Let's go to table 18.
All right. This is a match between a community favorite name showing Cracker 8 versus Pierre 44. Seemingly very evenly matched players when it comes to elo and how much stock you put in that. Spain versus France here, and Seoul versus Zen.
Uh, I based off the little testing that I've done, I do think Zen has a pretty good matchup into Soul, just because again, as Soul wants to be very front loaded and get all their stuff out, and then because Zen doesn't have to beat you, only has to tie you to get an
Mhm.
advancement, they are able to mitigate the difficulties that other heroes might have. So they only need one mountain to advance currently, because that hero expedition is ascended.
Yeah.
So very very easy if they had like ugly duck ugly duckling for the left side, and then an Ordis trooper for, or ugly duckling for the companion, and an Ordis trooper for the hero, that would get them a double advance. But the Ordis trooper or the Ordis overseer, unfortunately not proccing because they are ahead, uh lets them trade one for one.
Yep. Still does get a advancement there, but unfortunately isn't able to completely block Soul. This Soul seemingly doing very well on counters, having two at this moment. The Mighty, when I played the Soul deck, I had a hard time getting my Mighty Jin out at seemingly good moments. But that right there was a very, very good time to play it and a good expedition to play it for showing Cracker.
Wow, I was gonna say, as I was just thinking, Soul will all Simon is
Mhm.
shooting me down in chat right now, and Soul does will almost always get online because Zen very much wants to play sort of traditional altered and like save their cards to be the last one played. Um, I I think that I still think Zen can still have a pretty good matchup, but I think it's incredibly skill testing.
Yeah, from my breakdown of the demo decks, I played as much as I could leading up to this. I set a couple hours aside one day to just do matches back to back, and then I've been running turn-based games. Zen to me has similar issues that Cowry does, where if you don't get the right things at the right time, Zen can kind of fall apart. A lot of the cards that benefit off of your expeditions being ascended have from hand abilities and not from anywhere. Getting this second new flying boat out though is very good. Maybe could have had it a little earlier. But yeah, Soul's just tearing away here at the matchup. My take is that Soul is just one of the most consistent out of the demo decks, so it's very hard
Yeah.
to fail Soul deck.
Uh, yeah, what you were just bringing up also, I think, highlights a point we've said before, is that these demo decks are not the most refined. There's a lot of ascending cards that when you upgrade them to the rare get on
Mm.
arrow ascend, or if my expedition is ascended, get this benefit. If not, ascend. That I think will be standard in Zen decks, but we have less of them uh in this demo deck. The big one being the Ascended Trooper,
Yep.
which can be a 2 mana 3/3/3 in an Ascended Expedition.
So Runefolk is actually a Zen loyalist, and I'm pretty sure voted for Zen to win the tournament. Seemingly very wrong, which not too surprising. But my question for Runefolk here is, if you're going to continue with Zen, do you think there's going to be room for the rare trooper and the rare ascended trooper both being in Zen decks or even Ordis decks going forward?
I mean, I'm not Rune Folk, so I would not want to speak for him. My current version of the deck, I am planning to run both of them just because they're incredibly well statted cards. But uh, I'm excited to see what better deck builders than me will come up with as we go into the beginning of the season.
Yeah, this is a very good turn for the Zen here. They are going to double move as long as I'm not missing anything.
Yep.
However, the Soul does get one move as well and also a counter.
And also because of the Halua spawning, importantly, does not the our Zen player is not able to draw off of an
Hmm.
uncontested ascended expedition.
Yeah, very, very nice little counter there.
Thank you, Infinite. I know as an Ordis main, you will make a great Zen deck for me.
Hmm. That's a good question for you, and then also the chat. Pre-release is next weekend.
Mhm.
What are you going to be targeting for your pre-release? In most cases, it should be sealed, right? And we'll be
Yeah,
using the pre-release kits. Are you already hoping to get to play a specific hero?
yeah. For me, I'm here for Nadir.
Okay.
Here for Nadir.
Here
That
for
is
Nadir.
my slogan. I think Moyo is going to be the most difficult. Just because in the three colors that in the three factions that you're allowed to have, I don't think they get as much benefit from splashing in other factions. Nadir, I don't think you need to go heavy into his support package. I think he just performs well no matter what. Um,
Mhm.
and then I think Zen and Soul can still be very good. Because I don't think they need as much dedication to their game styles. Soul seems weird to say that, but in sealed, you're normally playing pretty quick turns anyways. So I
Mhm.
think Soul will still be able to pass first without having a ton of rush cards. That
Yeah.
yeah.
Speaking of rush, this turn is absolutely crushing from Soul. Played the arrows, which then played the wingsuit jumper from reserve, which had rush to draw a card, which played Tengu, which is going to allow them to pass first and get the gigantic Halua. Out of clear sky, the rare is gone. There should still be common, as far as I remember, but a very, very good turn for Soul. The 10 mountain, I would think, is going to be what is impossible for this Zen to overcome.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they had the trooper in hand, they'll still be able to get one expedition. They're going to massively overflow their reserve going into this next day. Uh,
Just a little bit.
yeah, and I think it's hard to decide what you actually keep here. You definitely get rid of the gargoyle. Actually, no, the gargoyle has great stats right now. What am I saying? Don't listen to that. I didn't look at the expeditions we're in. We're only in forest and mountain. So
Yeah.
gargoyles better than migratory crane and uh the Ordis messenger just based off stats.
Yep. This is what I was about to guess that they picked. I almost kind of think that this Leviathan is a trap though.
I
Uh
think it is as well. I think that's super greedy. I think
yeah.
it's super greedy to keep the Sagita. I
Yeah.
understand the impulse to do it, but uh it's either going to cost 5 because of your one ascended expedition, and if you choose to use the man jet for uh a resupply instead, which they aren't. So it's going to cost 4. They have a 2 cost gargoyle and 1 card in hand, but the 10 mana and the most likely 2/2/2 gigantic Halua token coming out is going to be difficult. Maybe they kept the Sakita because it's strong because of its higher cost, so that they have a better chance of actually influencing the board without and hopefully trying to pass first if the soul doesn't have enough rush.
Yeah.
So maybe the Sagita is a better play than I initially thought.
The hard part with it there is this Tengu already alone wins the hero side for Soul. Um, yeah, I think you're right though. Zen definitely needs to try and pass first. Um,
And that'll be really dependent on whether Zen has or the soul has any uh rush cards. If
yeah,
they have Soul's Hunt right now, this game is over because
yeah.
you get rid of the Sakita and then you sabotage the Gargoyle, and then they're only left with 1 card in hand. I'm assuming they don't have it because they didn't slam that immediately. Um, and the fact that they are taking this time to make a decision, it could just be, we're in the last day, the last couple days, most likely. Probably the last day, but could be the second to last if we go to arena. Um, so they might be taking more time just to think everything through. But Soul's Hunt is such a obvious strong play that I feel like they would just immediately rush it. Will be Moyo. We have seen a couple doing well. We had one who was 5-0 going into this round, I think.
Mojo Jojo. Oh, another Sagita. Still
Wow.
not strong enough. um, can they? No, because it's a 2-2-2. If they wanted to just be fun, they could just pass to go to arena. Um, but this is, yeah, they probably have enough without having to worry
And the
about.
Shenlong in hand
Yep,
just it stops any hope.
yep. Well, GG's. The soul takes it. To
Yeah, as I said from the beginning, Saul obviously favored in this matchup. Anyone who said otherwise would be a fool.
Yep. To return to the previous question about what people will be playing in pre-release, Infinite said that if they open multiple moths to a spring, they're sending it. Jules said Moyo just needs our Conjuring Seal to do anything. Unfortunately, that won't be possible in the pre-release. But the curveball question now is, what kind of influence is the unique that you get guaranteed going to play? You gonna play it no matter what,
Yeah,
or
obviously.
all right,
It
so
could be the most garbage unique. It could say when you play this, your opponent gets to punch you in the face and you lose the game. And I'd be like, hey, that's a gold shiny gem up there. That's one of my factions.
all right. Table 40 will be the last table that I keep you on
Oh,
before we switch over.
Sand Deity, who was one of the top 8 finalists at the Baltimore World Qualifier. And an update, we do still have a 6-0 Moyo
Yeah.
going into round 4.
Sandady, also a notorious BGA hater. So shout out to them for playing in the demo deck tournament. And Mathieu playing the Issery. The rare jammer is down. Winged Monkey also gone. Very cool card. Cowry face to face currently, about to take it, depending on how this last turn goes.
We'll draw an extra card off of giving the Isari a Woolly Back token. We do already see some power cards like Puff's Challenge and Zaratan Social Leviathan in the uh, discard for our Cowry. So, they are ahead in expeditions right now, but
Ooh,
the
6-0 breadstick on Moyo. I think that's basically like 99% guaranteed top cut unless you flounder.
yeah, unless you screw it up, Breadstick. So, congrats, Breadstick. Uh,
I
have
am.
also been taking a bit of a break from Altered after the Baltimore World Qualifier, but glad to see getting right back into that grind.
Yep, can't take too long of a break. Got to
Yeah,
do
new set coming
every
up.
weekend altered. I'm
uh,
pretty sure there is a guaranteed unique. Yes, if the altered website says it, it's a pre-packaged box, so that should be the truth.
yeah, it's a free randomized unique. Um, Axiom Puppeteer, great stats going into that hero expedition where both players are on mountain and forest. Meditation training, a resentful Robin, that's rough. That just shows that either they're really hoping that last card could be removal, and so they're hoping to remove something. And that meditation training wasn't after you, but this feels like it might be an Isari victory.
Hmm. Zaratan next. Wait, what? I think they. Yeah, I think they just have nothing.
Yeah.
Uh, can you even play? You might be able to play Rare Puffs Challenge. Can you?
Yeah, you can play
For
Rare Puffs
two?
Challenge. So,
They
uh,
already. It's in their discard though.
is there only
Oh,
one?
there's only one. Oh, and the detonation. Unfortunate.
Now, the detonation will send the Robin to reserve, so they can play the Robin again, but it doesn't really do much.
The deck is full of flipping Mowgli and Noosh. That is specifically the reason I did not pick Cowry to win, unfortunately, because I have been in this exact situation before.
Yeah.
GG's. Well fought, San. Nice try.
It again, we've said this before. It'll probably be something repeated multiple times. These are not representative of how constructed decks will probably look like. Some of them a bit more. I do think the Soul deck it has very good bones for a constructed deck. Obviously, some changes will be made, but the Cowrie deck, in my opinion, seems like one of the ones that needs the most changing because it's a very specific forest playstyle in this, which I don't think Cowrie will be looking to do in
Yeah.
construct.
Well, any last words before we take you out to pasture? A guy trying.
Well, I guess I've lived a good life. It's I will say, thank you all for taking part of your Sunday to watch this coverage of the Demo Deck tournament. Thank you, AWOL, for inviting me to be part of it. Thank you, Equinox, for letting AWOL have this. And go have some fun, play some Altered, and enjoy your pre-releases in Skybound Odyssey.
Well said. Well said.
Yes.
Thanks. You leaving before I can even respond?
Yeah, sure. No, I
Thanks for joining me today. Appreciate it. Appreciate sacrificing your ability to play, to jump in, especially after you went to the Axiom Rager until 2 a.m. last
yeah,
night.
obviously.
Appreciate you. Everyone, check out A Guy Trying on all the things and send him stacks of cash for doing the spoiler spreadsheet each season. And you'll have to start season 5 because there is a slight secret spoiler in the next Altered Corner episode about
Okay, I was
Step
gonna say
5.
I
So,
I already have the template ready, so I am ready.
all right.
All
Talk
right,
to you later.
peace out. Bye.
A guy trying hasn't earned my attention yet. It's fair. It's fair. Yeah, that one rare armored jammer at the right moment can be really good for Issery. Gus, you're welcome to jump in. He'll be jumping in a second. I'm gonna switch some things around. Oh, Gus, the bus. All right. We are about to head into round 7, which means we have 2 more rounds of Swiss. Then we'll go to a break where Blue will take over hosting.
I'm here.
There's
I'm
Gus.
here.
How's it going,
I'm
Gus?
here. I might be dying a little bit. I had a party a little bit too hard last night, but I'm here.
You
Trying
went
my
to the
best.
Axiom Rager as well?
Yes.
That took a while to answer. Was
I might
there
be I might be a little bit slow, so though I'm still trying to wake up. I'm
Yeah.
not a spry chicken that I used to be, I guess.
Isn't it like 1 p.m. where you are?
Yeah, it's early, man. Usually I wake up around this time
Oh
on a
man.
Sunday afternoon.
All right. Well, it's a little
Yep.
bit
I got
of
the fresh cut. I
fresh
needed
cut.
it. Yeah, I had to get it because a lot of times when my hair gets that poofy, I have a hard time to sleep.
It's kind of unfair to ask you the question because you've seen a lot more of the tournament than any of the previous casters, but who do you see winning the demo deck tournament today?
Hold on, I'm trying to give a heart to my fans out there. Um, I was betting my money on Issery, honestly.
Okay.
I thought it would be Issery or Soul, maybe Cowry, but it looks like they're not performing as well as I thought because now I notice they are only focused on like Maui and like Nutrient there for some odd reason. Then you got Zen and Moyo. I'm like, I still don't understand how Zen is performing so well. So if you want to give me a good rundown explanation of it, I would love it.
I think we'll have to take a look here at some of the undefeated players when we step into round 7. The only undefeated player I know of is Chef Breadstick on Moyo. I think that deck is one that I called out. If there's someone who dedicates, you know, their time to figure out that deck and likes that play style, I think it'll go far. Is specifically what I said. You can even check me on it. You'll know I'm
No,
right.
I mean,
I'm
I
saying you like the the people
the
watching
people out
the
there.
stream or the VOD. So once this round 7 loads up, we'll take a look at some of these other top tables and see what they're on. I do think Issery can go pretty far. I think Zirkle was one of those that was on Issery. I can actually look at the finished game and see. I thought they were going to be on Moyo
Yeah.
because I matched against them. Oh no, they're on Soul. There's definitely an undefeated Soul, an undefeated Moyo. We'll see if there are any undefeated Isseries in there.
Yeah. Do we have anyone that's doing performing well on the deer? You kind of don't know. Why are you laughing about it?
I read the chat because it's 3 guesses. My guy has asked a question and dude gives half the field as an answer. What did you do to? I feel like if I try to say your YouTube
Out of
name, I'll slaughter it. But is it like Joop van Stifout? That was great, right?
undefeated
Undefeated
Cowrie.
Cowry here. Okay, okay.
Incredible. I knew Cowrie will perform good.
Yeah.
The only thing I know that won't perform good is Nadir, and that's just based on like how the deck is structured.
Yeah, I think Nadir is very easy to trip yourself on. I think it is a very cool strategy to place all 3 markers in a line as quickly as possible. But as I've said multiple times, I think feeling like you have to place the markers is a bit of a trap. So I, from the start, thought that it would be a struggle to win the tournament. What is holding us up here?
Um, we got like 2 games going on. One of them is at 50%, but I think that's a complete lie.
Yeah. I just didn't know if you wanted the bandit name to be associated with the the name in YouTube. So I called you by the, name that I can read here. 99%. Uncle Poe, what are you doing?
Uncle Poe, what a legend.
This game is like over. Yeah. Okay. See.
I don't know why you. There's like, if you go to table 128, it still says 57%, but I don't think that's true. Okay, it might be true.
Okay. Wait, what table did you say?
128.
28. All right, maybe we're not going into round 7 here. Open the dang table.
Oh yeah. Oh, this one's pretty cool. This person from South Korea.
Hey, oh shoot. This is South Korea against Netherlands. Let's go.
Yeah.
Bandit, I believe, will be joining us at some point today. So blue will kind of be in charge during that period of things. So all of the casters that are jumping in will coordinate with blue. I think it's likely we'll see Rinku for finals as well, because I don't believe he is in top cut territory, but that's just from looking at the names quickly. Could be
Right.
wrong. Gus, you're cutting off your chin again if you want to have a chin.
Ah, I think we need to discuss about lowering some bars here.
I mean, you don't have to have a chin. I don't mind. But we have a Nadir versus a Moyo here. Also pretty like tied up in terms of progressions, but one player is ahead on time, and they have about 4 total minutes of overtime
Mm.
left, basically.
Trying to strong out here with the Leo here, with the spotter on the right side, which is pretty good considering what expedition they're in and what they're facing in the companion side, which is yeah. I do like that rage card, and I probably will be using that quite a bit in the future.
Um, what? So did they not move a marker? I don't think they did.
It doesn't look like they did.
I guess they played the forest nymph into the only forest marker, so it wouldn't have benefited them to move one. But the Moyo takes 1 progression while Nadir takes 0. If you have multiple chins, don't worry. I'm getting there, so I will have to expand the boxes next season.
Yeah, just the 50% increase. I want to be the point where you only see like the top of my head.
I'm gonna start working out my chin before France. So, ooh, revealing the
Yeah,
Sakurabru's Fury. That's a very scary card.
that's showing quite a dominance right there. I think it shows dominance than showing a card that costs 8. Are they gonna play it though? Oh, they do play it. Showing no fear that I'm gonna push you back one and make my little monster. I do believe they do draw a card too, right?
Yep,
They do.
but that will be their full turn. And ooh, is this enough? Let's see.
It is
No,
oh,
yes, no, and yes. So only 1 move for Nadir here. Moyo still ahead, although the time is ticking down.
important.
I'm getting hungry. It's almost my lunchtime.
You getting hungry, man? I mean,
Yeah,
bad.
I've been here since 8 a.m.
And you're gonna be stuck here till 8 p.m.
No, 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 no.
You do get the what is this? Not I keep mistaking the 2 landmarks, Sophia and Paint House for some odd reason.
They
Uh,
got kind of similar vibes ish. Oh, is that the Wayfarer in the background of the paint house too? I just noticed that.
yeah, it is.
You
Yeah,
can
yeah,
see it through
yeah,
the glass ceiling there.
yeah. This good eye, good eye.
This card right here is so good. Friggin' the Corgan operative.
Operative. Oh yeah. I can imagine this might replace 2 fairies depending what you're playing. I mean, the only issue is it does cost 3 versus 2, but it is a 3-1 versus a 2. Usually see on the 2 fairy, so I can see some
Ooh,
simplification choosing between the two cards.
the
Lot
Riptide though.
Riptide. Pushing the card back to the top of the deck here. Moyo still has 5 mana, so well, they have the Accolade, so they could still play a 4 cost card. And they do
Very,
have a push-out
very,
card.
very unfortunate
Oh,
place to put
perfect.
the mountain guide.
It kinda is, and that should be game for the Moyo player.
Yeah, there's nothing that Nadir can. Wait, what? Oh, the tough. The tough.
Oh, oh,
Because
you're
of the
absolutely
Parliament of
right.
Ashes.
You said tough. I was looking around. What's tough?
Dang. That could have been GG's, but there wasn't enough mana to pay
Yeah.
the tough to get rid of the Esmeralda, which would have won the game.
I'm surprised he actually got rid of the Parliament. I think. Oh,
I mean, it saved them that
it is.
turn.
Yeah, it did save them that turn. If there's any more targeted card like Moth Collision,
Yeah, if it's a basically, if you haven't had a chance to look at all of the deck lists, basically, if the card is common, you can almost like guarantee there's going to be multiple copies of it.
right?
Where if it's rare, it's usually only a one-off.
Yeah.
So yeah, there definitely could be another Moth Collision unless the rare was used and the common. So maybe one more. I don't know the Moyo off the top of my head.
I remember seeing two. Oh, maximum time. Yeah, ow.
Unfortunate. That is gonna mean that the Nadir wins that one.
Yeah, unfortunate.
All right, now, now finally, we're going into 7, right? Almost.
I
Okay,
thought we were
they're just
6.
paired.
Never mind. This is 7.
That scared me. All right, so we are looking at some undefeated players here. Yeah, let's go to table 2, and then we'll try to pick up Scolopendre in round 8. But we have not seen Renth yet. Soul verse.
This is Soul. I mean, we looked at the statistics earlier, so you do have a high chance of facing a Soul
Yeah.
as a tire Swiss round here.
All right. So both of these should be undefeated players, right? Let me take a look. Yes. So going out of this game, one of these players will no longer be undefeated, although I am pretty sure both will be in top cut. I don't know the top cut math for this tournament, but usually if you're able to be X in 1, you'll make top cut.
Very
Interesting.
strong.
Rare.
Very strong card.
That's the question. Do you play the rare or do you play the common? Because the rare sabotages when it goes to reserve. The common sabotages from hand.
Yeah. I think it just depends on how the meta is shaping. Honestly, if there's like a Triss, I think about it. There's like a Triss resurgence coming in that's much higher than it is now. I would opt in for a rare than a common operative.
Does this soul have a 1-drop? They do. Unfortunately, they're not going to pass first, as Zirkle is going to pass first. So now that I am more so casting instead of playing the decks, I can kind of take a look at more of the art a little closer. The Korgan operative reminds me of the Game of Thrones, like the area where they have all the masks because of whatever, I forgot what that group of people is called. But Arya goes there. Cool stuff. But you see like masks floating around the
Yeah, I don't
operative.
like it.
You don't like it?
I don't like it. You pointed it out, and
Yeah.
as you were
Ooh.
blabbering, I was like, I don't like this one bit.
What if your partner is really a Korgan operative and her face that you see is not really the right face?
I don't know what to say to that. I have no comment. I feel like you're trying to jeopardize me at the moment. Typical casting nonsense, trying to get me in trouble. Unbelievable.
I mean, it's not about trouble. I'm just saying, what would you do if she was an imposter?
I will still love her.
From spy to lover.
What is it, a James Bond movie?
I mean, Might as well be. We're getting James Bond and Altered in 20 years, didn't you hear?
Can't wait. I can't wait when we start grabbing IP like Magic does.
Looking at the game here, we have one soul is ahead. Both are on one counter. This rush to sabotage
The
is
Harpooner is so strong. I feel
Yeah.
like it's probably one of these most underrated cards if no one else is talking about it. I
man.
think it is one. I think it's gonna be a staple for a lot of
Yeah.
Bravos decks for sure.
I think I talked about this already on I don't even remember the last time I was on camera, like 2 days ago, whatever it was. A lot of people were telling me that rush is a bad mechanic. Man, this mechanic is so good. And look at that. You Bravos Harpooner, play a Pathfinder and Sabotage. That's nutty.
I think I was saying this on Discord, but like Rush. Maybe I was saying it in your Twitch channel, but I was just saying Rush is like a traditional like combo that you see in a
Yeah.
in a regular card game that doesn't do by how we do it.
Yeah. Very, very good mechanic. All the naysayers, I am ready for them to be wrong. Unless in constructed it becomes a mechanic not very much used, and then I was still right. I'll redact everything I said.
You have a voiceover every time it says Rush. I think Rush is bad.
Yep, yep. Let's see. We got the wingsuit jumper here for Renth. The alt-run teammate is probably how you say it. The harpooner is just kind of whatever. It's good stats now, but the main ability is gone. Oh boy.
Oh man, little bit of like revenge right here. I mean, in Russian, probably could. Well, you don't want to rush the ring suit jumper because there's nothing to really rush after that.
Yeah. Feel like rushing a frog or a fog. That works.
Fog,
I said frog,
Helios
not
fog.
fog, but that also works. And now you can get rid of the alt run teammate, the parkour champion, and the bottom soul will now go up to, oh my gosh,
Oh,
double harpooner. They said it wasn't possible.
yeah. I was imagining the bottom soul here would have discarded the harpooner after cleanup. I guess now they had to keep the harpooner.
Yep, they don't got to discard down.
Match is even. I know you've been watching a couple of Soul Mirror matches. Honestly, even though I was watching the stream, I was kind of falling asleep. I mean, not because of you. Not because of you. I was just tired.
Uh-huh. Yep.
But how's the Soul match pairing between these two dynamics here? Or set
Yeah,
dynamics?
I think we from the one we were able to track for the entire game, where Adredat won. I think it comes down to, and it's the same thing I've said about like the Nadir deck and some others. I think it really comes down to not super focusing on being the soul to get the counters up first, but just trying to play well and think about what you're going to do in the future. You'll get to those 5 counters, in the end, most likely. And then that's when you got to be really careful about passing first or not. But I think just, yeah, the player that isn't too concerned early on with the counters is the one that seemingly wins. This game tied up currently. A lot of harpooners in this match, though, that we did not see in others.
Yeah, yeah. I do like the rare one too, but I don't know. We're in the day of age where rare slots are going to be even harder to justify. So, I'm not sure if I would ever favor the rare harpooner versus the common. I'm not sure. We do get the big ol' Halua here.
And getting freaking fake spam friend requests on Discord, guys. Just because you're, on YouTube sometimes doesn't mean that some famous streamer actually wants to be friends with you on Discord. Just so you know.
Don't worry, guys. He still has not accepted my friend request to this day.
Shut up. Current undefeated decks: Soul 5, Cowry 1, Moyo 1. Man, I might as well just, start charging money for predictions and seeing the future. Because I called it. But it'll be awesome if Cowry is able to defeat all the souls in Top Cut.
It'd be crazy.
All right, this match here is out of harpooners for the most part, except for the bottom soul. Not too much to sabotage for the moment. 3-3 on the counters. And there's about to be a one card advantage unless bottom soul decides not to mana, and then there will be a mana advantage.
Yeah. Not looking good for the bottom saw at the moment here. I can imagine if the top one might just rush into a card and then just pass. And you just gain the little baby Hulua token. I have also noticed that sometimes BGA does bug a little bit, and that I feel like I have to refresh just to make sure the game is not frozen.
I know sometimes that happens.
We do get the big Halua, the gigantic one. Ooh, the Soul Hunt. Send the card straight to reserve, and then probably gonna rush to play a card, most likely, and sabotage it. Ooh,
Owie.
we do see the other harpooner, but they don't have anything else to rush.
Can't Circle just pass now and
Yeah,
block and move and get a counter? Or wait, no,
yeah,
because it's not gigantic yet. So
not gigantic yet.
1-for-1 and get the counter. Yeah. I know things. Very interesting. Hmm. The Renth does have another harpooner available. Not gonna come in too much handy unless we're dragging the game on a little bit here. Renth's also used one Soul's Hunt and one Halua. Yeah, I don't know. This could literally go anyway.
Anywhere go. They're probably just gonna try to get the Halua token. Seems like rushing, trying to drop out all the cards in. Ooh, the
Ooh,
Shen Long.
okay. The Zirkel could have their own Shenlong, or it could have their own Soul's Hunt. This is just a slap fight back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
they do have their own Shenlong. They get to slap out and then
yeah,
pass. Well, they don't get a. They
yeah.
they'll pass after, but not they'll.
Unfortunate.
Yeah,
And they
uh-huh.
put the harpooner on the other side instead of
Yep.
there could have been a potential. Yeah, we could do something about this, but
All right. GG's to Zirkel.
you know,
Let's refresh, see if we can hop in to the other undefeated game here. No, it looks like Captain Tiki Talk is able to take down Skolopondre, and I would assume that means that there are two undefeated souls still. We know Chef Breadstick is on Moyo. Garba 8, that means would have to be on Soul. Yep.
Yes.
All right, we can see the end of this game here, see which one will continue being undefeated. Looking pretty decent for Soul,
Yeah, this is getting kind of close here.
depending on what Breadstick has in hand.
Ooh. They should have something. Maybe a Lady of the Lake. Ooh, Moth Collision. Pretty good. Knocking out the non-fleeting one. Perfect choice. Still tying things up here. Oh, the gigantic Kahlua.
Yep, gigantic Kahlua.
I didn't see the counter till now. Oh man.
All right, looks like no longer a undefeated Moyo, but still pretty likely to be in top cut. All right, let's keep running it down mid. Let's see. Table 8, why not? All right,
Oh,
Nadir versus Soul.
Nadir. Is it Nadir 5-1?
Nadir would have to be
You said the table 6, right? Or 8?
5-2, right? You're on
Or
the table. You're here. What are they discussing? Something won't matter. Maybe they don't have anything they can play because the Soul played out this Eros into the Harpooner, most likely into the Pathfinder.
ooh.
The Will-O'-the-Wisp is a pretty decent card to have here, though.
Yeah, they could block the expedition here. We just Will-O-Wisp just coming in clutch. Hmm. That'll be 9 total. 9 total for Ocean here. I think the Nadir player might just take that action. What? I guess maybe they just give up instead.
Okay. Interesting.
Now they're 5-2. They want to correct you.
Love when players are playing and listening at the same time. Will-O'-the-Wisp, though. Let's
They
see.
play the I forgot what that card is called. The water one. I mean, they could have just potentially installed for another day, but maybe they felt like they have nothing. They were out of gas or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Table 18. Ooh, Cowry versus Cowry. And we have a big
Oof.
ol' colorful cuckoo. Yep,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
you
Brasek.
were indeed.
We were watching you for a hot second. The colorful cuckoo. Cuckoo. It's a colorful cuckoo, right?
No, it's not a colorful cuckoo. It's cuckoo.
Cuckoo. I don't know about that.
Yeah, a guy trying also at one moment said colorful cuckoo, and I giggled a little bit. Uh,
We're adults here.
Puff's challenge to take out the Zaratan, though.
That's a, I
Uh,
mean, Great call right there.
Yeah. Still a 1-for-1 though.
Yeah, but the
Ugh.
top one is a little bit ahead on here, but with that big ol' turtle, land turtle, space air turtle.
Space turtle. You
It's
were
not
about to
space.
say space
I know
turtle?
space turtle, but I know it's not in space. All right, this flying turtle here, Zaratin, right?
Sigismar isn't even that good. What if we made a Muna hero that turns your opponent into Sigismar? I think that's I don't even know.
Are you trying to justify Karu right now?
Cowry is actually very good. A very good hero, and now Muna has two very good heroes.
Yeah,
Whether the
Finn
hero is
and Kari.
whether the
Agree.
hero is viable and the demo deck is viable are two different questions.
Now, I'm sure you have a couple things in mind just for this character or hero alone.
Yeah, if you really the only downside to this demo deck is if you get, like I've said, the cards in the wrong order, you can get a hand where you have, only Mowgli's and Noosh's, and then it's very unfortunate. Um, but the hero power to draw a card is very good, especially if you're first player on day one, very strong. And I believe there are enough things in the set or already in the game that counteract that token you're giving your opponent pretty well. Um, I also really like things like Migratory Crane and Pelican, and some of those are just straight up good cards. I am very interested to try and make a Ariadne deck in Cowry just for fun.
I was gonna say, I think that card might see some use. Card was made for set 3 and no one knew what the heck this is about. And now we have some cards here for just to justify for it. Is currently the best Zen?
Uh, I don't know. That might be a Simon or Runefolk question. Zen is performing very poorly from what I've heard.
That's what I thought. I don't know why people were justifying that Zen is like probably gonna be a great demo deck. I think
Yeah, I don't know why anyone would pick Bravos and Ordis to be the top two contenders for the tournament. That seems like a wild take, but yeah, I think Zen has the same issue as the Cowry deck. There are a lot of cards. If you don't get them in just the right way, the deck can brick pretty easily. A lot of the cards that give you benefits are from hand and in ascended expeditions, so it becomes kind of hard. 5-1 last check. This guy is built different. Me or the players? Because if it's me,
yeah.
you bet. You bet. You haven't come to Tinkering Tuesday.
Tinkering Tuesday is a fun day. So
Yeah, there are a lot of soul in Top Cut for sure. Their last update we got, there were 5 undefeated souls. That number has dropped a little bit as they've been taking each other out, but
yeah, a lot of soul on soul violence here. A lot of Kari on Kari violence too.
the guy playing Ariadne, that's a me. I have a unique to be fair, so it's a little better than normal Ariadne, but
I can
it'll
see
be
it.
fun.
I first I thought it'd be okay in Zen if you want to build something like that around. Now you're talking about it just in out of faction Muna, which is wild. Are you gonna use this colorful cuckoo to your advantage here?
You know it. That was a very interesting end there. It seemed like Fuzzy Fixer on the bottom here had a chance to take the win, but the removal that came out in just the right ways allowed ALR Yaran to take the win instead. We might be almost into round 8 here, which is when we will see our last undefeated players. Let's see. We'll catch up with chat here a little bit. Thank you. What the heck happened to my view? It's messed up. Thank you everyone for coming out and watching. Appreciate it. Thanks to Equinox for allowing us to host this event and for putting together the demo decks and integrating them with BGA. This event is always a ton of fun. What are you thinking, Gus? What do you want to tell the people?
First, I want to make a shout out to my mom. Hey, mom, if you're watching, you wouldn't be watching this, but I would, yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity that we are able to play these demo decks in the tournament style to see how each one fares off, which is pretty exciting and cool thing to do. You don't see that in a lot of card games that does that. But I don't really have much to say. I hi to the people. Hi Sandy. Nice meeting you in Baltimore, my dude.
Yep. So far, I think I am the most goated, most correct caster out of anyone.
Excuse.
So,
All right, buddy.
you
All
know,
right.
people should
You
just
if you want to be
listen to what
correct,
I say more.
you want to be correct. All right. Who's going to win? Oh wait, you're not in this game. Never mind.
What game?
I went to table 128. I think.
128. Let
I
me
think. I think it's
scroll
128.
down here a bunch. What are the player names?
I left the table to find the, the
Oh
table.
my gosh, there's not even a table 128.
Sorry, that was the. I think it was table 107. Sorry, I was thinking about the last table.
That game is ended.
Well, all Cowry demos are stronger than other factions.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see people's takes in Discord and how they were varying a lot. Some people were like, the Zen deck is strong, it's gonna win. Others said Soul. Some people said Issery. Let me refresh, see. There might be table 74 that has some life in it. Yeah, let's see. 74.
74.
Some people were scared of Moyo. All right, this is a Cowry versus Cowry mirror. Well, let's just see what happens in the end. Common Persephone is not too scary here, especially where both are already in forest. Ooh.
Not enough love for Nadir. I mean, I like Nadir. I
It's
think the
just
cool
too
concept.
hard, I think, for most
Yeah.
people. So the woolly field here is going to be really good, especially with the colorful cuckoo, or even Zaratan. If I had to take a guess on what Cowry would win, just looking at this here, I would give it to Mizukem. Could come down to removal, but just all of the perfect conditions are in place here for the bottom Cowry. Both expeditions they have are in forest. They had the woolly field available. They have Zaratan.
Yeah, I think the top one is cooked. Oh, never mind. They have their own turtle.
Turtle.
Turtle power.
What's up, Donatello? My turtle's looking at me. He's watching the Turtle Olympics. That very strong forest that might just take it into arena, and then if it goes into arena, I'm not as certain who would win this here.
Yeah.
If there is removal though
Yeah.
for Mizukim.
I think if it does go to arena, the top one does have a turtle that does not have fleeting, so they could use that as their advantage.
Oh man. Free mana, but it goes to arena.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game flipped a little bit now.
2 minutes behind.
Nadir marker placement doesn't work on arena. What? Yeah, it's not supposed to.
I don't see why not. Why
What do you
shouldn't?
mean?
Why should? I mean, it should.
You want to turn arena into only mountain?
I mean, you could do that with rare Persephone. No.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They fixed that bug though, so it doesn't bug out. What do they have? Let's see.
Yeah, and Kraken can do it with water only. So I don't see why
Oh
Nadir
yeah.
can't do it.
No, you're right. Yeah. What happens if a terrain marker is placed in the arena during a tiebreaker? The arena is now a single terrain, so statistics and other terrains won't help.
Yeah.
Has anyone tried it? Because they fixed the bug yesterday. So does it still not work? Yeah, I think I was just too much in the brain of the fact that it bugged it. So I was like, wait, it doesn't work. But then I had to think about the actual rules for a second.
You're just writing propaganda. How could you do this? By game rules. I don't understand. I almost say I don't understand
No,
game
I just looked it up. I just looked it up and you're supposed to be able to, Simon.
Yeah. It won't make any sense if other cards could do it and the hero can't for some odd reason.
Yeah, they fixed it like yesterday. But if there are still bugs that you see, definitely report them. Or if they are already reported, go upvote that report and add your table number. The more table numbers and things, the easier it is for the devs to fix it. I don't know if the markers
Yeah, I don't think so.
are still active though when it switches. Another good question. I have the card up, but I don't think it covers that.
Because I thought all the fields clear out and the arena just stays
Yeah.
then. It would be pretty cool if if it did, then you could actually move the markers from outside back into the arena.
Dang. In the end, I was still right. Mizukam is the Cowry who won. So see?
Yeah, they had another turn on
Goated
hand.
goated predictions. I'm the
Yeah.
best.
Someone get this guy off my back. Question: during tiebreaker can
Yeah, so the regions are removed. Yeah, so what was happening with Nadir before the fix was trying to use Nadir in the arena broke the game. So they fixed that. I did not know that it still didn't allow you to place a marker though. Um, so definitely something that we can run up the ladder. Right now, we're about to head into round 8 and see who will remain undefeated.
Yeah.
I think it can only be a soul.
Nah, I think Souls could be defeated. I'm catching the last table here, and looks like they just got done. But Infinite is on Moyo, Moyo Jojo here, defeated a Soul player. So
Yeah, but I think all the left players that are undefeated are all on soul.
no,
So
I'm just saying Soul can be defeated. I'm not saying they will be defeated. I'm just saying they can be defeated.
they can, yes. 8 rounds, so we're moving into the final round of Swiss, and then we'll have a little break and then go into top cut. If you have not used a terrain marker, I double checked the Nadir card, and it does say that you can place a terrain marker in the arena, and it would make it a single terrain statistic, much like Persephone, Rare, or Kraken.
Yeah.
So if that does not currently work on BGA, I'm sure someone's already submitted the bug. If they haven't, that happens on your table. Submit the bug.
So we got 3 undefeated players left here. You want to go to table 1?
Yeah, table 1. Garb bait or circle.
What are you saying?
That's their name. Garbate.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize the other play name is Zirkle. I thought you said the whole name is Garbage Zirkle. It sounded like you're playing a Sims character for a second.
All right, soul v soul, as we said. I really need some water. So we see a
Yeah.
fog and a jumpsuiter come out. I'm gonna grab
Yeah,
water.
go get some water. I got
It
this.
is the Gus show now. 1 for 1.
Guys, we're free. We're free. We could
I can still hear you.
They can still hear us. Never mind. But we do have a little soul on soul violence here. To the Fearless. Fearless? I think it's Fearless Frog Hog. I want to say frog. I know it is fog. That's gonna be a tough one. I'm gonna say frog the entire time. And then and everyone else to be calling it frog because of my mistake, and then it's all gonna be all Jover from there. Be interesting to see how this goes. I'm assuming it doesn't be rush by rush by rush. Gossip. Top cut. I think top cut is best of 3. I believe so. It should say on the altered website. Which I'll be checking right now since you asked that question. Especially since I'm staying for best of 3, I think. It's top 16. But what did it say? Why did we say top 8? It might be best of 1 for top 16. I don't know. I just work here. Yeah, best of 1. Makes sense. This is just, demo deck, not a constructed tournament, so makes sense we're not gonna have a best of 3 for the top 16.
Yeah, no best of 3. Down with best of 3.
Especially since top prize is not anything too crazy. Crazy and
Wait,
great, but
I
not
thought
too
top prize was a visit to Gus's house and he makes you dinner.
That is the loser bracket tournament.
Oh, okay, I see.
I had that hidden on the side. I think the tournament would have been a lot better if it was single elimination.
Hey, single elimination best of 1. That's what's up. Knockout.
Yeah, just knock each other out.
We have 3 counters versus 0 though. That
Yeah.
is a very interesting stark difference here.
I think the difference is they were able to play some rush cards here versus the other player were not able to do so. Especially since the top Saul had the Fearless Fog in reserve, so they used it to pass, gain the counter immediately despite being on Garbo's turn.
Yep. We're always cooking on Tinker Tuesday. It might be illicit substances in a garage, but it's still cooking.
Single eliminations would suck so badly for events like this. I never say this would be good, Simon. I just thought it would be funny. Because
I
every
don't
time
think we've seen this card played out during this event yet, but I will admit I don't know what sound this accent above the A makes. So I just say this is Tane. But a very, very cool card.
I think Tane
Um,
might be it.
1 for 1 here, though. Now going to have an anchored
You know,
with a very nice Pathfinder.
I didn't realize it also has tough one as a card there. I believe this is not fact. Is this card faction shifted? I believe.
This is a Muna card, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Very, very cool card. I think it's a better Auron. I don't think you would use both. I think you'll use one or the other.
I think I would use both.
Um, you would use
Because
both?
our one has a scout on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, we going full animal, Auron and Tane.
Yeah, all in Arjon.
There you go.
uh,
Uh, yeah, Phobia did let me know that him and Astro got matched up. We are in the final round though, so we have to give our credit to the undefeated players and see who's going to remain undefeated. Or I get messages of people sad that we didn't show the top matches. So we'll try to scroll down after this and see what else we can pick up before we go on a quick break.
yeah.
Actually, I mean it's more than a quick break. It'll be a little break, but I don't know. It'll be a break, but we're not leaving.
Yeah, guys, we're
I'm
not
leaving actually. So
he's leaving.
if you hate me, you can stick around because I'll be
He's
gone.
going. He's going to get some milk, and I promise you'll be right back.
What's up, Insane? How's it going?
Insane.
This is gonna be another 1 for 1, but Garbate is now able to start getting a couple counters while the game is pretty tied up for the most part. So
Yeah.
this is pretty in line with what I was saying, where you don't want to rely too heavily on getting those counters as quickly as possible. You'll end up getting them eventually, but we'll see
Yeah.
who
With
makes it out on top.
That Aphelios Fog in reserve for the tops fall here could be pretty impactful to get another counter as well if they rush into playing that.
Yeah. Hey, I do not know what I'm gonna have for lunch.
I'm gonna go get an egg sandwich most likely. A break.
You gonna run to 7-Eleven in Japan or what?
Yes.
All right.
Well, we out here in the East Coast, my East Coast area, we have dairy stores.
Dairy stores?
Yes, dairy stores.
What the
And
hell is that?
it's a convenience store. It is similar to it is not similar to Wawa because Wawa obviously I love Wawa. I live and die by Wawa. It's just a Jersey thing here.
Yeah,
Um,
Wawa is a less good quick trip, but it's okay.
I don't think I've ever been to quick. I don't think we have those here.
Yeah,
We do.
Wawa
I ignore
is
them.
east and Quick Trip is like Texas and around here.
Yeah, dude, the Wawa milkshakes. I will say I'm not trying to show for Wawa, but if they do sponsor us, if there's a person that is watching that can sponsor us with Wawa, I'm willing to do it, no problem. But
Yep. Yep. We'll also accept QT, aka
yeah,
Quick Trip sponsorships
yeah,
here on
yeah,
AWOL.
yeah. But Wawa makes the best milkshakes, guaranteed, hands down. Best bang for your buck. I don't care what anyone says.
Um, back to the game though.
Yeah.
This is the kind of action you get when we're 5 hours deep into the tournament here,
I mean,
starting to get delirious.
it's all v Sol. So what do you expect here? They're all gonna play the similar cards here. They do get a temper tantrum coming. Not tantrum. I'm thinking a different card.
uh,
My
So the top soul is not able to pass first.
yeah, they looks like they got sabotaged by the harpooner there to get rid of the fog, so they couldn't pass.
Not even 4 hours of matches? Yeah, but we've been
Yeah,
here since before the matches, silly.
yeah. I woke up 3 hours ago, man. All right, leave me alone.
All right, let's see. Take a look here. The harpooner is very good here. Them not being first player makes it a little harder, but this harpooner into each animal and adventurer in your reserve. Hmm. Kind of opposite interaction, but still a very good play to do the harpooner, play the Tane. Now there's nothing to sabotage.
Yeah, I mean that's the idea, right? So it'd be a little bit tricky for the top soul. I mean, the bottom one could have a removal if they have not played any yet, which they haven't.
You said 5 hours, even by rounding logic, it doesn't work. Yes, it does, because I don't know if you know this, Simon, but as casters and streamers, we have to start and prepare before the stream actually goes live. So I know as a tournament organizer, you don't have to really do anything until the tournament goes live, but
I'm sure he's loving this right now. Because we're just waiting for the bottom soul to do something. Maybe they were planning to rush um the Tiny back into the field here.
yeah, it was a good-ish play until there's nothing to sabotage, so it just depends on what they have in hand here. This is you being prepared? Yeah, I was 5 hours ago. Honestly, though, this is probably the least prepared we have been for a demo deck tournament. It's
Yeah.
been a long couple of weeks.
Well,
But
I see 2 months.
yeah, we're still out here. We're still doing it. We're still doing good. Got all the fancy overlay stuff put together. Combination effort between Blue and I. Gus shows up and shows up frequently, so we appreciate Gus.
My guy only had 1 hour to prepare. I'll tell you right now, I didn't prepare at all. I wanted to play yesterday, but I was told by my partner I need a break.
Yeah. I mean,
So
if you count like research and stuff like that, obviously more than
yeah.
an hour. But I was just talking about setting up the stream, getting the final settings done, and we had to schedule out the stream and put together the thumbnail
Yeah.
and stuff.
We all appreciate Call, Blue, and Simon all doing all that hard work. Minus Simon because he's a no.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
What? Huh? We were
They
too busy getting accosted in chat that we didn't see. Why did that happen though? Maybe they just
they
saw they
they
couldn't
they
do much.
they got soul hunted.
Oh, and then they were like, "Ah, this is
Yeah, that's
it."
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Because I
got
mean,
soul
even
hunted
if
and
you
then
play
yeah.
the harpooner, you don't have anything to rush with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. That means we
That
now
circle is
have
undefeated.
the undefeated player on Soul.
We got 2
Um,
undefeated players, actually.
Yep, and then Captain Tiki Talk, which I believe is also on Soul. Yes. So Soul and Soul in the top seeds here. All right, let's go see if we can give Astro and Phobia some of the limelight.
They're like all the way down the bottom.
Yeah, man, that's what happens when you don't win enough.
Gonna be
Maybe
us.
they should
No.
stop focusing on school and tests and stuff.
Yeah,
And
just drop out and just be ultra players.
yeah.
So,
All right, table 65. Here we go. Yeah, I do think the amount of time I put into play as much of the demo decks as I could resulted in me having a more clear prediction than anyone else. Simon included. I beat Simon, just so everyone knows. So, um, but here we have a Isari versus a Moyo, brothers fighting against each other. Whoever loses has to do the dishes. Right now, seemingly tied up, but Isri does have 2 aeroliths and a detonation in the reserve. I made
uh,
0 predictions.
was
What
more
are you
vague
talking
than
about,
a
bro?
politician. Oh man.
Watch back the VOD. Watch it back.
Reverse bod bag. I still think Israel is still a very strong contender. I'm not sure how many made it to top cut yet, obviously, because the games are still going on, but
Yeah, I don't think
I,
6 and 2 makes it either, but Simon would be able to tell you. He's smart at that kind of stuff.
these are TL for a reason.
This detonation though is going to be. Wait, what did they? Okay, yeah, I was like, they are casting detonation, right? Very,
Yeah.
very good here for Astro.
Pretty good move. They don't want to overfill your reserve. Otherwise, you have to take out one card out.
Yep. Going to get the one move and resupply the good old elephant beetle or elephant rhino beetle. There's a good chance one makes it from my math. Oh shoot.
It's gonna be breadstick. I can feel it.
That could be breadstick. Well,
Breadstick was like on the higher chain, right? And just lost the last like 2 games.
yeah, Scolopendre might have a better chance. Maybe multiple. All right, there's
Alright,
still a chance. Let us know how
yeah.
football is going though, because some of us are missing football to do this.
I forgot you Texas folks love your football, don't you?
I am not originally from Texas, but
Oh,
we actually have a fantasy league where we are making some French people play fantasy football.
wow.
And shout out to Merrick, aka Gnome School, who has been a very great sport about it and getting into the NFL. So it's been pretty fun.
Gotta start them somewhere.
uh,
Then you get them into like baseball and basketball.
so, what is really awesome about this turn for Moyo now is this is the rare Leviathan, which sacrifices permanents. And there is also a Bessie Coleman, which lines up the amount of mana. We do know there is some sabotage in the Moyo deck from the Corgan face stealer, as I'm gonna call her. So I wonder if Astro takes that into consideration.
I don't know. There's also defect as a consideration as well now, so they have enough mana.
Oh yeah. We
So
do see that
it's gonna be a
the
rough choice to make here.
common brainwash is already in discard, but there are more than just one brainwash available. Playing out the Bessie Coleman is kind of what I figured would happen first. So
They need just one phobia here to just use their mana so they could safely play the Leviathan here.
yeah, the rare Leviathan is very good. Um, it might be a hard inclusion in any deck other than Isari, but depending on how the rare slots line up for Isari, I could see this being pretty good include. The common is a little too rough And then whenever you're considering deck building, you kind of have to consider a rare like twice as hard as you would consider a common because you only have so limited of rare slots.
Yeah, those rare slots are just being tighter and tighter for us to choose as each set comes out. Something's gonna have to give at one point.
Yeah. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd want to see this Leviathan eat more than two landmarks, but two plus the Bessie Coleman is pretty decent. Goes for
Ooh.
the detonation instead. I haven't had a full I haven't had time to take like a full overlook of all of the cards when adding in Sky, but at the moment I personally do not like detonation. It'll be interesting to see if it's included in any other decks, though, when everything is fully out and you have all sets to consider.
Oh yeah. Probably looking for a trade here, most likely, don't you think? I'm not sure what else. Maybe they could use the little guy over here to create another airlift token here, but
Yeah, I don't
I don't know.
see yeah, I was gonna say I
Yeah.
don't see any reason why you wouldn't just throw out the Gavroche. Get another aerolith in place. You're gonna want to keep as many landmarks as possible for Lucan here and take a 1-for-1, which is
Yeah.
also beneficial to Issery.
It's just kind of scary now that you see that Moyo has like a lot of cards in the hand.
And 7 mana
Defect,
going into
Aqua
8.
Roost,
Yep.
Fury.
Yep.
It's a lot. It's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, whenever I mean basically any Ysmir deck gets over 7 mana, I'm scared. Like no matter what Ysmir deck it is, in this, level of mana, I am scared. We have rare Moth to a Spring still available, rare Brainwash still available. Um Alelo maybe not too strong here currently. But yeah, the defect, Sakurabu's Fury, stuff like that, very scary. What are you most excited to play, Gus?
um, I'm not sure. This happened with the third set where like there was just so many choices to make here. And I felt not overwhelmed, but like I had to take my time and consideration from the third set what I wanted to play. If I want to do a finals again from the third set, but I ended up doing it in finals again. With the fourth set here, I think it's still the same issue where like there's so many choices, especially now there's heroes.
Mhm.
So I think I'm going to be taking my time more to see what decks I want to play in the future.
Yeah. Hey Benjamin, we have on and off, but I was actually just about to ask Gus a question I
Yeah.
asked a guy trying earlier, which was going into pre-release, which is next weekend. Are you going in and just trying to make, whatever deck you can make out of your pre-release sealed kit, or are you like, I'm picking this hero no matter what? And then I think everyone said yes, duh, to, of course I'm playing my guaranteed unique no matter what.
um, I the way I usually do seal is I kind of just base whatever I got dealt with. I'm not gonna force into making something that most likely won't work. Usually, when it comes to seal, I do pretty good in terms of my win ratio. Sometimes I'll go undefeated. Sometimes I'll do like 2-1, whatever. So I mainly do it based on what cards I'm dealt with and just go from there. If my unique fits in my deck, unique fits my deck. If my unique doesn't fit my deck, maybe I'll still play it.
Yeah. Okay, you know what's gonna happen right here? I have not been able to memorize all of the card names. I think it's Moth Collision.
I think it's
Moth
gonna be I think it's gonna be Banishing Gate.
Banishing Gate. Oh
I
my god. Were you ahead of me?
No, I'm a Yuzman player, dude. Just how it is.
I was just about to say, can't Moth Collision also target any
Yeah, it does the same thing, but it's the
that's
permanent.
hilarious. The Banishing Gate call is way more specific, especially in these demo decks, and you got it. Good job.
There's like I
Uh
think there's 2 or 3. I believe there's 2 in the deck.
yeah, I was gonna call for a Moth Collision because I believe it's 4 mana, can target anything. Um but that's super great. Either way, I knew that the amount of mana, the amount of cards, that Leviathan was not sticking
Oh,
around.
yeah. I mean, I think Astra knew that it was not gonna stick around no matter what they do. It's either gonna be defected or discarded. Just too many discards in this Moyo deck. I think it's about 4, 5. I
Yeah.
think
Yep.
5.
The Ysmir demo decks are always very mean. Something you gotta watch out for.
Yeah, very mean,
Um,
but doesn't mean it's very powerful
yep.
as well.
For 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 me to answer your question, Benjamin, I'm Muna. Muna always number one. Cowry is gonna be great. I am gonna commit a cardinal sin and build a Tasia deck with the new cards first. Um,
What?
Tasia's been the hero I've played since the beginning. So it's not even really I play Tasia only because she's the best, but it's just what I've played since December 2023. So that's where I'll go first, and then I'll make a Cowrie deck. And I do have a full breakdown that I gave in the AWOL Discord. So since the start of stream and in other places, I've called that Soul is going to win the tournament entirely. My full breakdown of the decks as I see it, there's that defect.
Yeah.
It
Well,
looks like
and yeah,
Moyo has
that's a
uh
pretty strong defect right there.
yeah, there's just a good amount of mana left from Astro here, and
Yeah.
technically also a detonate, but my breakdown of the decks are Soul Emissary just seems strong in general. And it can go well for you pretty easily, in my opinion. Zen and Cowrie, I think, are both decks that are good, but can easily brick. And we've kind of already witnessed 1 or 2 games of each where that seemingly happened. I think Nadir is just too hard for people to grasp quickly, so probably not going to make a huge impact. And then my take for Moyo was always if there's a player that is dedicated to Moyo and this type of gameplay, they might come out and surprise us. So
Over. Moyo wins.
Moyo was able to take it down. There we go. Congrats to Phobia. Astro now has to do all of the dishes for a week. So
Rip.
very, very cool that they let us know what their wager was and what was on the line so we could announce it here to however many people are watching. Which
Millions.
thank you for watching. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to AWOL.
Yeah.
So
Slap that subscribe button.
yeah, maybe if enough people subscribe, I can get a job in something altered and not have to work through the very, very terrible what the hell is the word?
Job.
Work scene in America. There's a better word for it, but my brain is needing
Career?
carbs. Job market. That's the
Job
word.
on I think the standings are in.
Hipster Cole played Tasia before it was cool. Yeah, I guess. And I've also played it to losing a ton. Yeah, it looks like
Ooh.
the standings are in.
Red Six did not make it, just at the cusp for
Ooh,
17th out of the
yep.
top 16.
Overlost though in third place. Nice. That kind of
Yeah.
just snuck up there. Your undefeated players are Captain Tiki Talk and Zirkle, both on Soul. Uh, I looked at one point what Overlost was on, but I forgot by now. There will be full breakdowns and everything. Overlost was on Ordis, so there is going to be a Zen in the top cut, at least one. We are gonna go on a break here soon. Are we ahead of schedule? We are a little bit ahead of schedule,
Little
which
bit.
is always great. Um, we're gonna switch streamers. Blue's gonna come in. He'll be the producer for the rest. I won't be on stream anymore today. I hope, maybe, possibly, but I'll be around in
Most
case
likely not.
anything blows up. Gus will still be around, so
Yep.
I
I'll be
won't
here
make.
for round 16 and
Yeah.
quarterfinals.
I haven't even been live, been on a 5-minute delay. Nice. Ahead of schedule, that's allowed. You never with altered players, it's pretty shocking, but I guess it's possible. So we're gonna go to a be right back screen
Yep.
so we can get the host switched over here. And thank you all for watching. I appreciate you. And stay tuned because Top Cut is where this is going to get a lot more interesting.
Yep. 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 You
To-
talk about your favorite new heroes. I think for
we-
Cole, I can speak for Cole. I think his favorite new hero is Zen.
yeah, thank you, Bandit. I did answer. I read your question and answered in a very lengthy way. So it'll be on the VOD, or you can rewind a little bit. But enjoy this Be Right Back screen together by yours truly. Hopefully you find it whimsical
I
and
haven't
great.
seen it yet, so I can't wait to see it.
All right. Well, we will be back after not sponsors because we don't have any.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Skybound Odyssey Demo Deck Tournament. Going into the top cut here shortly. I am Blue, Blue Oak TV, hashtag ad on YouTube. Still joined here with Gus the Bus, who's going to hang around for a little bit longer
Yes,
before we get
sir.
some other
Yes,
people in
sir.
here. Gus, how have you been liking the event so far?
Oh, it's been pretty good. Pretty good. I'm not surprised to see a lot of souls making to top cut. I think we have I counted at least two. But that's two a lot. Two is still a lot. I mean, I know there is some only one, no, two undefeated players from Swiss, right?
I believe so.
I believe, yeah. I think one was Saul, but I don't remember the second one. Who it was.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure either. I'm getting some graphics here that we can take a look at here
Ooh,
shortly. So get that. We'll see how it pops up. All right. We'll go ahead and switch on over to it. So we'll do a quick little thingamajig on what we have going on here. And transition over. All right. We are on a blank screen at the moment, but we'll be able to take a look first at the initial hero breakdown. Simon had posted this earlier as far as the full event is concerned. Um, Bravos, the main leader here at
yeah. Overwhelming.
29.9%. And the others are fairly even, other than Axiom having a slight lead over the others with
Yeah.
Issery. Any thoughts there?
I mean, I thought Israel was gonna be just on par with Bravos. Obviously, I don't have all the detail for the top 16, which other heroes have made it, but I'm not surprised by the graph. I saw was pretty strong out the gate with the rush mechanic. Though I would say I thought Muna would be at least second. I mean, they're almost second compared to Axiom. I thought Muna would be a little bit more than Axiom only because Cowry seemed to be favored by a lot of players when the demo decks came out. Otherwise, it seems pretty fair to me. Besides the Lyra, I thought it'd be a lot less only because Nadir is a little bit hard to pilot.
Gotcha, gotcha. And then we'll get into the top cut breakdown here. I believe Simon's posting these all in the Discord as well. But we can take a look at what we have. So yeah, here are the Skybound Odyssey Demo Deck Tournament top 16 faction representations and the top 16 themselves.
Crazy.
75% Bravos here, with 2 Muna, 1 Ordis, and 1 Ysmir. And then obviously all the people who piloted those up on the board as well. How about now? Gus, any major thoughts here?
I'm just looking here to see the top 16 and seems like where is the there's the oldest player with overloss. I had to see who's gonna be pairing against who here. Um we're gonna be seeing a lot of Bravos on Bravos action today. That's for sure. You think you thought it was done after Swiss? Absolutely not. 75% of players here are playing Soul, so we will definitely see more Soul mirror matches.
True. And yeah, we can also see the 2 factions that didn't end up making the top cut in Axiom and Lyra. It looks like Curls and the other players blocked off. Turn that off real quick. Glinka, 5 dice Glinka, was the other Lyra player there at 39th. Curls just missing the top cut overall,
Yeah.
so unfortunate for them.
Unfortunate. I thought the be Axiom's up here, honestly. Surprisingly to see Ordis up there. I still don't think Ordis demo deck is good, but I mean, I guess I stand corrected. We have one person in the least that made it the top cut.
Yeah, and I think we are probably going to take a look at them for our first match here in the top 16. And they'll be taking on what looks to be Showing Cracker 8, who is on
Yep.
Bravos. So a matchup for the ages between those two, I'm sure. And then because of that, we'll go ahead and get away from the hero breakdown here, and we'll take a quick look at the deck lists as far as what we have. First, we do have, as far as the most popular, we have Bravos on with Sultan Halua. Here's an overall breakdown of the deck list in case you don't already know. You can also catch these on the Altered website. In general, a few two ofs, a lot of one ofs, a few all three ofs there as far as like Bravos
Yeah.
Pathfinder and Wingsuit Jumper. For you, I guess, what has been the main, I guess, the card for Bravos throughout this event?
Well, I besides any card that's saying rush, I think probably the strongest one is the Bravo's harpooner. Is able to play another card and sabotage your opponent. Kind of makes it hurt a real lot if you're the opposing person.
Nice. Makes sense, makes sense. And I feel like a lot of the removals have been doing pretty well
Yep,
for
that's also
everyone in
true. I
general.
would say Soul Hunt is probably the second best card.
Got it. But yeah, solid deck, solid deck. Then we'll get into the second most representative hero, which is Muna at 2. This is Kari and Puff. Uh, Definitely a deck that can be good, and it's been fun seeing the players that know how to play it, pilot it well. We have cards like Caladrius that is good for removing the token that you give to your opponent. And I know Cole's been mentioning bait a lot as far as
Yeah,
being able to take that Halua token away. Anything in particular for you, Gus?
I think probably the most starred card here is obviously has to be the colorful cuckoo. It's been very strong card for just for this demo deck here.
Indeed. All right. We'll get away from Muna here and talk about the last two that we still have in the event. Next being Ordis, Zin, and Zephyr. Get a little bit of alliteration going on here. Gus, with this deck in particular, I know cards that I like. I think the Ascended Trooper's fun. Anything that can give any type of expedition, make it ascend. And one of those would be the Manjet. I feel like if you can get that earlier on, whether it be the common or the rare, you're feeling pretty good. How about you?
Honestly, this is probably my weakest area here. I played this deck multiple times already, and I just couldn't understand what makes this deck so great. So I don't have a full grasp of the Zen demo deck. Though I will say I do like the gigantic character. I don't know how to pronounce the name, but the Soaring Leviathan one.
I don't know. It does have the two T's, so it makes you think
Yeah,
the pronunciation is pretty specific. We'll have to
yeah.
ask anyone in the chat if they know specifically what it could be for the Soaring Leviathan there. But yeah, solid deck overall. I thought it was good, but I felt like it was more based off of getting certain cards. But we have at least one person in Overloss able to get it to this top cut. And then the last deck here, before we start into the top cut in about 3 or 4 minutes, is the Ysmir hero of Moyo in Silk.
Oh yeah,
A lot of spells here comparatively to everyone else. More spells than characters even, and
yeah.
that's even doubly true if you include Alelo, the Eerie Leviathan, who counts as a spell. But yeah, I've heard a lot of talk about this deck and what everyone likes. I feel like a few players like the Moth to its Spring, among other things. How about you, Gus?
Sorry, I think I blipped out there for a moment.
Just saying, as far as Moyo and Silk is concerned, do you have any favorites that you've seen thus far?
There's I like Moth to a Spring. I really like that card. It fits so well for Moyo. To be able to draw, put a token down, then you can put another token down. I also do like Brainwash. I think Brainwash might be for the future meta, it might be hit or miss. It kind of really depends what our players are playing for the next set.
Mhm.
And I think that's all there is to it. I do like Defect. Defect is great. I think a lot of the spell cards here are great for Moyo.
Get a vote for Overlast local hero. I believe we are going to get to watch Overlast play against Showing Crackery as far as our opening round matchup. So find that out here in a few minutes. And then last bit here, we'll see if this lines up correctly. I'm not sure if it will, but I'm going to pull up the overall bracket. And yeah, we have a little bit of a hotel ad at the bottom there. But here we go, everyone. Here is the bracket. We You can also try to just get rid of it here, but these are our top 16 between everything, and we have a lot of good matchups, I think, including our returning demo deck champion and Frenico Rico, currently the 12th seed.
I
Um,
forgot there were the demo deck like one of the winners here.
yeah, they won the Whispers from the Maze event, so trying to defend their title here. A lot of other names that we recognize between Ajordat, Overloss, and Showing Cracker also showing up a lot. Silas, another player that's been around for a bit. Some Altered Aces players. Scolo Pondre, player that's been around for quite a bit. Anyone in particular from this top 16 that you're looking at that you think might take it all?
I'm not sure about take it all, but I love to see a Jordan win these top 16. I do. One of his website is one of the best sites I have gone into. You guys
Mhm.
don't know the Jordan website. It is like a little deck search thing, those decks and stuff like that. I've been using this since day one.
Nice. But yeah, so I think we're gonna get into the first game here, and this will be Overloss versus Showing Cracker 8. They'll be loading in shortly, and this should be a Zin and Zephyr versus a Soul and Halua matchup. We can almost guarantee that we're gonna see some type of Soul and Halua here in the top 16 in some capacity. Any predictions before we jump into the game between these two?
I think Soul takes it. I just think Soul's gonna take it. I still don't think the Zen deck is good. But if Orloz came in here pretty much almost undefeated, there's something I'm missing here, and I'm gonna see it here.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that Overloss might be able to take this one, so I'm gonna put my bet on Overloss this time around. And we'll see how we get going on. We're gonna start here with a 1-1 Tango and the Ascended Trooper. Interesting for the Soul player that they decide to go with not well, obviously it's boosted, so it wouldn't matter. But we get a draw from Zin and Zephyr there, so get a little bit of resources while dealing with the Soul and Halua. Soul also does not get a counter here, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only issue with rush decks or the rush mechanic is you can't really play it a lot early. Demo deck.
Oh, guess one, guess two. Go ahead.
Oh, you're swapping.
Yeah.
um, yeah, it's just the rush mechanic can't be utilized at its full potential in early game here. So it does go a little bit slow at the beginning, but not too slow.
Pandy coping in the chat saying that they would be in top 16 had they not been doing 3 different card games at once. Sure, Pandy. Whatever you say. Anyway, we do get we're seeing how everything's gonna go here in day 2. Yeah, troll everyone to show the Bravo smear. I mean, there was a good chance that we were gonna see a Bravo smear, but
Oh
decided
yeah.
not to go with that. Either way, it should be interesting to see how Showing Cracker 8's going to decide here as far as are they going to prioritize getting that first quest counter and play something big, but also potentially give up an expedition to the Zen player and an Overloss and maybe even another card draw if they get something that they can ascend. We'll have to find out. They are going to throw down
Oh,
the 3 cost Phileas Fog. So they would have to play a 1 cost, potentially a frog of some sort.
yeah,
But we'll see how Zin is able to respond, and they're just going to throw out the Ascended Trooper.
yeah. Simple pass, get that one counter in.
Yeah. Okay. So they do find a way to ascend here, and they will throw it on the side, the companion side, so they can get the advancement on the mountain terrain, opting for that instead of getting the card draw from the hero side if they had ascended it with an unopposed hero expedition.
Yeah,
Getting that early lead, I think, is probably pretty important, especially against Soul once they get those quest counters.
yeah. It's looking pretty good on the Zen player here. There's The Knight's Ascension coming in, blocking off and advancing.
Indeed, no mana ramp happening for the Soul player yet, and only has one quest counter here on day 3, and they're just going to start it off strong
Ooh,
here
gigantic.
with a soaring Leviathan. Again, we'll say the name Sagita. I'm not
So,
sure. Either way,
I see
we'll say
Sajita. Yeah.
yeah. You like the
Yeah.
Vegeta part of it?
Yeah, dude.
Um, Sajida then, and this will also put the Soul in a rough spot because chances are they are not going to get their second quest counter
Yeah,
here,
it's gonna be tough.
but they should be able to at least go one for one here. If not be able to block one side and advance on another, we'll have to see if they have the stats needed for it at the moment.
I mean, they could play the Phileas Fog to do get that quest counter, and they choose to pass with the effect here.
Mhm.
But decided not to, using the Pathfinder to at least advance one expedition.
Yeah, I think they are trying not to fall too far behind here because they know if they did throw the fog out, then they would also have to give up a double advancement in the form of the ascended setup for the Sajida.
Yeah.
Um, so we'll see how we get things set up here. And it looks like we're dead even on the tumult at the moment. One counter for the Soul and Halua player with only 3 more advances left in the game.
Yeah. You
That does
don't
not feel good.
yeah. This all is not utilizing their counters already. It's I mean, it's only day 4, but by the time with day 4, you think they'll have at least one more counter. The Leviathan kind of just scared off the potential of rushing to end the day right there.
Indeed. So, be curious to see if we see that Leviathan come out straight away again, or if Overlost on the Zen and Zephyr has a different opinion on how they can play this game. They do have more cards available to them after having at least one draw using the hero ability of having a uncontested ascended expedition. So we'll have to figure out how the soul wants to take this one. It was good that they were able to get at least into a spot to bring back the on things even on the tumult, but they'll
Right.
have to be careful along the way here if they play something a little bit too big in the hopes of getting another counter. But
Ooh, the Mighty Jane's a good spot right there.
yeah, and see how we get things set up. But like you mentioned, good little Mighty Gen play. Still has 2 mana left here, and we'll have to see how the Zen and Zephyr can respond.
I mean, they could play the Leviathan again, but kind of like not really good at this point in time.
Yeah, they would have to have an ascended expedition to be able to do anything, but they are going to play it there. So this is good for what's on the board, right? The
Yeah.
Pathfinder can't stop them in forest, and neither can the Tengu. But the Pathfinder should be able to put them close, but won't be able to advance either there. I'll be curious if there's anything in hand. The Soul player had to know that this could be a play here, and so they're
Yeah.
just gonna pass right away. They're happy with just the one for one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see what else they could really play to stop that with 2 mana cost.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're expecting, or at least maybe forcing it out of Overlost on the Zen. They will
Yeah.
get a little bit of mana ramp, keep things even, as well as get their second counter, which they desperately need in
Yeah.
order to put themselves in a position to get their first Halua on the board here. Uh,
That's true. It's gonna be a little bit tough for them to get the third counter here if they're able to pass or not.
I feel like they should be able to at this point, right? We haven't
Yeah.
seen any rush cards hit the board yet, so you feel like there has to be something there. And we've seen the Leviathan come out of Zen, so I don't think we'll see another one here immediately. So yeah, they're gonna go
Oh,
with a smaller play here of the Ordis Overseer on the expedition that they're behind. Not ideal in the sense of not being in water, but it'll still work for the mountain terrain.
absolutely, absolutely. Maybe a harpooner comes in, sabotages the little gargoyle. Ooh, arrows.
Yeah, rare arrows hitting the board here. Will be able to play a character for 3 less, and it will gain 2 boosts. So it will just be the Pathfinder at this
Yeah.
point.
And they're gonna be able to pass on this day here to get the third counter.
They will, so that will put them in a good spot over on the companion expedition. So we'll likely see if Overloss with the Zen is going to prioritize the hero expedition to try to go over the top of the 355 of the Eros, and they're just going to go
Ooh,
with the removal.
yeah. Plus one less if at least one your expedition is ascended. Gain that for 3 instead of 4.
Will cause the Halua to come out, but they will have 2 mana to be able to play that Gargoyle if they want. And they're going to play, just going to play the Ugly Duckling instead.
Yeah.
We'll have an uncontested expedition, so they'll get a card draw as well.
Yeah, I would say that's probably one of the best abilities right there. Just be able to draw a card when no one's there facing. But I feel like a lot of situations you don't get to draw.
Very true. So interestingly enough, they decide to get rid of the Gargoyle instead of potentially the Ordis Overseer or something along those lines. Figured the Ugly Duckling would stay just in case they wanted the option to ascend an expedition.
Right.
But I wasn't sure if they were going to pick. They might have kept the Gargoyle, especially with the expeditions over on the companion side lining up pretty well for the Gargoyle.
Yeah, it would have
But
been a lot better for them. Huh.
I'm sure they have an idea in mind at this point on what they're going to have to deal with, and we'll wait to decide on the mana decision here from Overlast on the Zen.
Yeah, I mean they could still play arrows here right away. It will be pretty strong on the ocean, but not as strong in forest.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth matchup here. The only thing that's keeping the Soul down realistically has been the fact that they've been gaining those counters fairly slowly in comparison to what is possible for the Bravos hero. Only having 3 counters at this point. If they get a fourth, we'll see another Halua, but it will not be gigantic quite yet. And we could be seeing the end of the game before we even see one gigantic Halua.
Oh, yeah, the soul player has not had any opportunity to sabotage whatsoever yet, which is pretty interesting to see. The dudes decide to play the arrows instead.
It'll be curious to see what they decide to go with here as far as the immediate play.
Ooh,
And then
they
they'll be able
do
to
do the
rush.
harpooner and rush. Oh, this is deadly. This is what I'm talking about. This combo after combo after combo.
This does leave them in a spot to where they could be vulnerable to removal
That's
here
true.
potentially. But lucky for them, they are able to put a good amount of stats on both sides of the expeditions here. We do see the support ability coming out here for the ugly duckling, and this will allow a target expedition to ascend. And gonna throw out the resentful Robin to be able to get 1 boost.
It's, I mean, they might have enough to. I don't know. It's kind of rough.
Did they ascend an expedition? I'm not seeing it on the
No,
board.
they didn't. They saw sabotage the ugly duckling before
Okay, yeah,
able
okay,
to
got it.
activate the
Got it.
support.
Yeah, through the Bravos harpooner. Got it. All right. Well, we'll see what the Zen can do here. Have 7 mana to work with, and basically free play at this point to decide how they want to handle it. They do need to at least go over the top on one side here in order to prevent the game from ending. We will see
Say GG.
the Sajida to come out here, as well as
Yeah.
a Ordis Trooper. And with an additional setup here, they'll be able to get the 6. But since they are not ascended, they won't be able to get the 1-for-1. And the
Yeah.
game will go to the soul. That ugly duckling did end up mattering. And the fact that it got sabotaged
Yeah.
means that the Zen and Zephyr will take the loss.
Yep. That was a close game for Overloss here, but that a sabotage opportunity was too good to be true.
Indeed. Well, another player down and another Bravos hero able to keep on moving forward here onto the
I
top.
like to say they ascended.
Yeah, onto the top 8 for Showing Cracker 8. Take a look to see what other games we have going on here. We might be able to catch before things end. Let's see if Desjardins is available to watch. We can.
The game ended for them, and Arjun did win on
Okay.
Seoul versus Moyo. So our this mirror only player did lose to Seoul.
Okay. So what else do we have? This is always best of one for everyone, so we may be running into the end of these games here. I'm gonna try to jump onto Franico Rico's game here if he's still running.
Yeah, it is a Seoul mirror match.
Franico. Yeah, that was gonna be a chance no matter what we did here. So switch
Yeah.
on over to the game. Soul mirror match here of Franico Rico versus Garba 8. A lot of eights
Yeah,
in
a lot of eights.
setups.
Ooh,
Dead even on the board at the moment,
yeah. But we do get the raging Halua here.
which will be a good setup for him because it will give everything fleeting at the end of the day here if there's something there. But it gets hit
Oh
with the removal.
no. The last removal here.
Yeah, that'll be a GG.
Yeah, that is. Glad we caught that right there. It's actually perfect because if you looked at the picture, Solhan is actually like harpooning the the Halua. The perfect description that's happening here.
Oh wait, did they not have the mana to be able to?
Oh, it's tough one.
Yeah, so they didn't have the mana for
Oh,
it. So
I forgot about
forgot
a
it.
tough one.
Yeah, there you go. So that'll actually be the inverse of what we thought originally,
Yeah,
with Fernando Rico taking the game. Misplay indeed, Chomp. He didn't think about the tough. What can you do?
that was a tough one.
Went from winning the game to losing it. And Fernando Rico, our current
Oh man.
champion of the demo deck, trying to defend their title, still in it, making it to the top 8. Congratulations. All right. What else do we have left here? I think that's pretty close to everyone. We may have one game.
Yeah, Yaren versus Tonio or Sebectol.
Yeah. So we'll see if that one's still going live here.
Yep, is our Muna player versus Bravos coming in.
We'll go to the game. Switch on over here. It's a pretty close one. We may be looking at another
Oh,
non-Bravos win as we get another Halua Raging Leviathan
maybe
hitting the
this one
board.
remember the tough one, possibly.
It is tough one now.
Oh no. Oh no.
They are going to play the Puffs Challenge.
Yeah.
Do they remember it's tough one?
I don't think they remember.
Do they have 4 mana or 3 mana? I don't remember, to be
They
honest.
had 4 mana total. The Puff Challenge requires 3 characters to be reduced by 1.
Another situation where tough just beats things out once
Yeah.
again, if only. I don't think it was a misplay this time, Trump. I think they just they
I think it's a misplay.
I think it's a situation of they had a removal, they didn't have a choice, and they didn't have anything else they were gonna play, to be honest. But we do see another Soul Honolulu take out a player that is not a Soul Honolulu, and that means we're down to maybe none left. I don't know if any of the other
Um,
players did. We'll have at least 2.
think that's it for top 16. Who gets just won his. Yeah, I think that's it for top 16.
I guess we can take a look at. I can take a look at the graphic really quick here. We'll go to the deck lists and we'll take out the hero breakdown again. So the non-Muna players we had, or the non-Bravos players, we saw Overloss lose.
Yep.
We saw Yaren just lose, right?
Yep.
And that leaves Arla TCG, who
Did not make it.
lost to Ajordat, and
Yep.
then Skolopondre. That's
Yep, they made it to the next
that's what
round,
they did. So that's the one we'll watch then. Skolo versus Tonio 2710 because it's the only non-mirror matchup we have
and
left.
that's the Luna one, right?
Yes. So Muna is the last bastion of what is left.
Will Luna take it? I mean, it's possible. They made it this far with all the Bravos players they had to go against, most likely.
So we'll get started on the game here shortly. They are already joined in the table. Gus, any predictions on this one? Will the
Ah,
last bastion of non-Bravos be able to survive, or will they head on out?
I would say I would like to see it, but it's hard to believe it.
Hasn't been a good record thus far for anyone that is not
Yeah,
Bravos. So
yeah,
we lost 3 of the 4 this time around and now there's only one left. One lone Muna player left.
yeah. One
They're talking
Soul
about it in the
Brave
chat.
warrior coming in with the Muna player. What was the Muna hero called? It's Cowry, right? I always
Yeah.
it's Cowry? Yeah, Cowry.
So we'll switch on over as they decide on their mana. We are now in the top 8, no longer the round of 16. These are the quarterfinals. Next, we'll go down to semis and to the finals. I believe you're checking out here after this one, yes or no?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
There
so
should
one
be
more.
a bandit coming in.
All right, sounds good. Let me make sure that they are ready while we're watching this game. Uh, Feel free to talk, Gus. You don't have to wait for me.
No, I'm waiting for the players. They took a
Uh,
very long time to throw things into mana. It might have been a very hard decision what the Moon player was going against here. Finally, actually decided to do something here with the helpful Pelican going against their own little token they spawned in. Since Cowry is the first player, do get the match to draw here. Getting blocked by the Fearless Fog coming in, but the little Robin, the little cute Robin coming in on the Hero Expedition, trying to advance 1 for 1 here.
nice.
Soul did pass first, so they do get a quest counter. Nice,
Always
nice.
important as the turn 2 player, especially on day 1, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, both of these players here are able to utilize their heroes immediately, getting one counter there, be able to draw since Ari was first. Must feel really good to draw an extra card when you're the first player at the very first of the day here. Soul was just a tad overtuned compared to the rest. Rams, I'll be top deck. I don't disagree with you, Red Stick, on the 3 grams here. If they were added into the Isri deck, but these cards were chosen for a reason, so we will
Yeah, I
see.
mean, I think there's a lot of permanent stuff that would have been affected pretty heavily by Grims,
Yeah.
but, what can you do?
Yeah, we do see the fog coming in, able to immediately pass to possibly get another quest counter in. Yep. So card keys come in, just throw in any simple card. They actually throw in their Woolly Woolly field and decide to play the little Robin. There is an issue with the Muna deck though when it comes to not water, non-forest stats because they do have a lot of commons that are heavy on forest and nothing else. Like the Malgi and the Persephone. Granted, Persephone does add a region to it, so it's not a big deal.
A lot of extra eyeballs on the rare Woolly Woolly field for everyone. Not a only
Yeah,
1 sleeping
yeah, I
woolly
didn't
mammoth?
notice the art until now. It's kind of cursed.
They never actually, like, partially blink. You get them either
Oh, yeah,
eyes closed or fully open. I was talking
yeah.
about this with Cole earlier.
I heard. They definitely, have only 2 modes, huh?
Indeed. Alright, we will get to see one of them hit the board here for Akari, and we will see how they're able to take advantage of that additional draw. They're gonna have to be aware of any time, especially after just 2 days that we've seen 2 immediate counters here for the Sullivan Halua player, and looking like they can set themselves up pretty easily. But we're going to see another
Oh,
Wooly
another one.
Wooly get up on the board here with just the common version this time around.
You know, it would've been kinda cool if they actually made the eyes opposite compared to the rare one, but they looks like they didn't.
I
You
mean,
just
they
have
kind of did. They have one less one of them opening and just less of them.
Yeah, I actually can't wait for people to make custom token art for the woolly back here. See what kind of contraptions people make.
So we
Ooh.
will get just a 3 cost play here of the wingsuit jumper. So a little bit of options here for both players. This does look like, unless Soul immediately passes,
Oh, they actually threw in another one.
that
Great.
we'll get to see another
Oh,
counter, and they will be
oop,
fine. They'll just say, "Fine, you can have whatever you want. You can play more cards if you want to, but you're not getting that third counter."
yeah. I guess that's fair because if they decide to play the Pelican, they would have the stats, but the Halua would come out and stop their advancement there, huh? It is not looking good for the Muna player.
Yeah, currently 3 advances away here for the Soul and Halua. Set up, they're 1 counter away from seeing their first Halua on the board. It won't be gigantic quite yet. I don't know. They do have a
Yeah.
lot of resources. They do have a lot of setup as far as the Cowry's concerned, but they do have to deal with a lot of resources for the Soul player as well that can just use that rush from the wingsuit jumper.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Muna player is out yet. There's still things they could obviously do here, but they don't seem to be gaining like the early advantage, like the color for Cuckoo we see. No, the turtle could come out play so, but that'll be kind of weird at this moment in time. Guess we'll see what the Muna player does. I mean, there's still a couple more days left.
Indeed. Big fan of Skull Padre in general, one of the early Saudi players back in the day. So cool seeing them play this time around on a non-Bravo setup. Interesting that they decided to go with the Cowry overall. But yeah, we'll see how we get started here, and it'll just be a simple
Oh,
Tengu play.
yeah,
I'm not even going with the rush play on the Tengu. Very interesting.
yeah. I think they're trying to decide, make sure not to. Oh, let me decide to do for mana ramp instead.
Mhm. And they're still looking at getting another counter here potentially, depending on how they set things up. And they're gonna do a double Woolly Woolly, so the next card they play will get plenty of boosts, and it should put them in a spot to, oh, it's a gigantic
Oh,
setup,
yeah, they do play the turtle.
and that will get even more boosts here for what they see, and it will be a double
Oof.
advance here for Kari, setting
Yeah,
themselves up quite nicely. Having to give up a, oh, it won't be a double advance because of the block here coming from the Halua passing first, right? Yeah.
yeah.
So at least a single advance, catching up here. Oh, no, they have
No,
water.
no,
Okay.
no, they have
Yeah,
water.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just not paying attention. I didn't even think that they were in there.
I
Still get the
forgot.
double.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
So they are dead even on the board here. Zaratom
Yeah,
going big with the double Woolly Woolly field setup. They knew what they were doing the entire time, but we do get to see some mana ramp coming out here
yeah,
from the Sahol and Halua player.
yeah. This rare one. I'm not sure if I would prefer to run a rare Ferritin versus a common one. 'Cause the only difference is you do only create a token in target expedition, which is kind of counterintuitive if it's facing you. But
Yep. We'll have to see how it turns out. the good spot here for Soul is that they do have the 3 counters now and can finally work towards that gigantic setup, but, gigantic Ceraton's gonna be a big problem for them, especially with the double Woolly Woolly field in on a turn 1 play.
Oh yeah.
Um, so it'll be a big boy regardless of how it's played. So I think the only worry is if it gets sabotaged, from, the Soul and Halua player.
Yeah, do you I guess you could technically play it now if you want. It's not like it would be not beneficial, but there's also a possibility of getting.
So you will see one Woolly. We're gonna get the double setup here, and it looks like we will get the Zeraton play here, and
Yeah.
they're going to play it on the hero side. Interestingly enough, so they're splitting up
Yeah,
the
I
the
feel
Woolly.
like I feel that was a good play. I mean, they're just getting sabotaged by multiple different ways. It's just not it's too scary to not do it.
Yeah, 777 is a lot of stats here for only 5 costs, especially one that is gigantic at this point. There could still be some removal waiting for the Soul player in the form of Soul's Hunt, but we'll have to see what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, they could also play it's that one card, that Tiny as well.
Okay.
That they do have, I believe that's in Bravos, right? Or am I going crazy?
Uh, yeah, I think it's in Bravos. It's
Yeah.
the 6 cost.
Yeah, the 6 calls with the anchor.
Yeah.
Um, it would benefit from all these tokens getting getting the boost, I believe, right? I will have to double check what the card does.
Yeah, it essentially gives all your, I think it's your animals.
And Ventures a
Okay.
boost. But do we see a Joining Fates able to play the arrows for free, given the anchor as well? The only condition is it only can be the companion expedition, which is probably fine for for the soul player here. And using the arrows to immediately play the Tengu, you're just trying to solidify the companion expedition.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're the Cowry player, you're probably just thinking about passing here, so that way your opponent doesn't get another counter. Um,
Yeah.
but
Oh,
well,
this has
they're gonna go for it here to just get the block. Nice.
yeah.
So even with the Halua pass here, it'll only get them up to 10 for a stat. And this will put the Cowrie into a spot of being ahead on the tumult, just needing 2 more advances to take the game.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, they couldn't move on the companion expedition. It would have been a very good spot having that arrows there for a 6/6 on the mountain and ocean terrain.
So a lot of resources here for the Kari, looking like they're in a pretty good spot here, especially if they're able to find another one of those gigantic Zeratons, especially with the woolly woolly fields on the board for them, um, and seeing how they can take things out. They will have to deal with the Soul and Halua, potential Halua gigantic, but if they were able to find the bait card, they could potentially have their own gigantic character in the form of
Yeah.
just stealing it from them.
I mean, they could play another turtle, honestly, here, with just having these 2 landmarks able to pop 2 more little sheeps. Another turtle could come in, another social leviathan.
Yeah, that would be really good if they could, but it'll just depend on if they find the draw. They do have a lot of cards in hand to figure that out. We are getting a decision here as far as coming from Tonio, trying to decide if they want to mana. They don't have to, but they are going to try to maintain that mana lead a little bit. We'll only have 3 cards available to them, but they do
Yeah.
have that anchored Eros that they had from the previous turn.
Yeah, and while it's not very strong in for it, it is kind of good blocking the Luna player in mountain.
It is indeed. So we'll see how things map out here. The Cowry player here in Scolopondre going to decide the mana themselves, and we'll get right to it here with the Souls play. Not very many options unless they have some card draw or resupply ability, but at the moment Probably maybe just looking at a rush play.
Yeah. Oh, we do see another arrows. It's a common version. Probably playing maybe the jump soup, the swing sub jumper for free, possibly.
That would put them in a position where they would rush, for a card draw.
Yeah. If they have a 2 cost card in hand.
Yeah, see
Guess
if they
we
have
will
it,
see.
and they will play it.
I guess they'll maybe like a frog. Oh, no
They
frog or
don't
anything
have
like
the
that.
rush, that's unfortunate.
Oof.
Sure they could have used the resources there too. We're gonna get just the plain Mowgli out, and we could just see a double advance for them here
Yeah.
potentially, but, they will have to deal with 5 stats on the companion side, and they will double Wooly Wooly to be
I
able
think
to
here comes another social Leviathan. Yep.
and they have it, wow.
Yeah.
That will be the GG, that's just
Yeah,
gonna
that
be a big
is
gigantic turtle.
yeah. And yeah, that's all it right there. Persephone actually helped out right there, getting that forest terrain added to the track there.
Yep, we, get the Muna hero surviving the gauntlet of
Yep.
Bravos
Not
heroes
our
at this point.
Bravos getting flashed out.
We'll be heading over to the semifinals. We'll see if there's any other games left here. And it looks like there may be some still running. So we'll take a look at if we can any games that are being played. Head on
Yes,
back.
we got Jordat playing with Showing Cracker.
Well, they okay. So we'll head on over to that, and we'll switch on over to the gameplay. This is a Spain v Spain matchup as well.
Oof. There's just so much violence going on here.
This is a mirror matchup in both ways. We do get to see that other Bravos card that you were mentioning
Yeah, the
earlier.
Tine. I think it's
Yeah,
pronounced Tine, right? I don't know still, and
I'll
I'm sure
I'll
someone will correct us.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. I mean, having this card and then you got all these woolly backs from that last game, if this was played, would have been very beneficial for the soul player for sure.
Indeed. All right. We will get potentially the last day here. At the moment, Azodat is currently in the lead and has the option to do another rush, and they're just going to throw it out here quick with the Shenlong play. They could definitely just be setting up a gigantic Halua as well, and that will be a lot of stats
Yeah.
for the
The
bottom soul to have to
the
deal with.
bottom saw hasn't even reached the 3 counters and never summoned a single Halua.
Right.
Compared to the top one, most likely is going to get a gigantic one.
Yeah, and that Eros doesn't look too great for them as far as being able to block the forest on either side, or at least on the companion side. They could try to block over on the hero side with the Shinlong, but then they'd have to deal with 2 more stats of the Halua that may just be being sent out here after a pass from the top soul here. So they're gonna have to try to plan out these stats pretty carefully. More than likely, they could throw down the arrows on the left side and then have to contest and get multiple stats, but then they have to deal with all the stats over on the companion
Yeah,
side.
that's a lot. That's a little bit too much.
Yeah, and so I hear some chat happening, so I think we
Yeah,
may be getting the GGs.
yeah,
Yep, they're just gonna pass. They're gonna get their
definitely.
Halua, but
These look at the Halua.
no gigantic Halua for Ajadat, and that will be the game though, and they will be heading to the semifinals. So
Yeah, Azure that.
congrats to them. Head on back here. Should be only one other game that was ongoing that I think it is done though. Interestingly enough, Nico does fall to Lorendale.
No.
So Nico will not be able to defend their championship here at the demo deck tournament. They did make it to top 8 though, so congrats to them. We will get 3 of the Soul and Huluas versus the remaining 1 Cowry in
Heck yeah.
Scolopondre. But we haven't watched it yet, so you know what? Let's watch the full Soul and Halua matchup, mirror matchup from the beginning. We just watched Scolopendre, so I'm not gonna do them again. We'll just if they make it to the finals, they make it to the finals. We'll get a Silas versus Azure Dat semifinal matchup here.
Yeah, I think I'm getting close to ready to swap with another candidate, aren't I?
You are, but
Yeah.
yep. So go ahead and swap on out, and we can head to the semifinals. Say goodbye to the lovely
All
folks.
right, bye guys. I'll be in the chat watching. Good luck to the last contenders here. I'm rooting for the Muna player because they are the dark horse of the race here. Otherwise, Blue, have fun. Bandit, I'm watching you. Hearing me, watching you. All right, bye guys.
Bye. All right. We'll get Bandit in here shortly. He's going to be around for the semifinals and finals matchup. And I will get things changed on the board here. Once again, want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far throughout today. Always like these demo deck tournaments. We are watching the Skybound Odyssey demo deck tournament by Equinox and AWOL. Always a fun setup here. Glad we were able to participate in another of these demo deck tournaments. A lot of fun cards. Excited to see what these heroes can do in the future. And yeah, should be a fun time. All right. And we should be getting into it shortly. We'll be watching Azure Dat versus who are they up against? Silas in a fun little mirror matchup. Bandit, how's it going?
Oh man, we're doing good. We're pumped. Man, I'm so excited to get a look at these new cards, to dive into the action. I've been keeping tabs on what's been going on a little bit in the background. I think we've seen quite some upsets already, quite some surprises. Not all of them for everyone, as Cole likes to say. Of course, the prophet of our current times has prediction after prediction hitting an absolute home run. I'm doing absolutely fantastic. How are you, Blue?
Not too bad. We're about to jump into the first semifinals matchup of Azure Dat versus Silas in a mirror matchup of Soul and Halua. We're bound to have to do one of them eventually, and since we just came from Padre on the Cowry, we'll do a Soul and Halua mirror matchup this time around. And if we get to see another one in the finals, so be it.
I mean, if that's the case, then that is the way it's meant to be, right? I think we can't complain thus far with the variety we have seen. I think from the entire stream, there's been a proper coverage of most factions representing, and I think even though some factions require some more build around that, a demo deck just kind of limits us a little bit. I think we've seen the potential that is hiding within behind these heroes fully.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just like the variety that we can see from these different deck lists as a whole. I think a lot of people are expecting Soul Halua to do quite well, and especially with the amount of players that we had jump in on the hero in particular, we were bound to see a good amount in the top cut, unless the conversion rate just goes dummy bad, like we do see from Tasia a lot of times. Luna
Hmm.
sucks, but
Weakest
this
faction
time
MMO.
around, Bravos was able to keep things up for the faction and do quite well. And we do still have one Muno player left, though, in the top four. But we are starting off here pretty strong with the first counter going to the top soul.
Yeah, and I mean, as first player, that is kind of along the lines that we are expecting, right? With Phileas entering the reserve, you're kind of looking at that turn 3 if it's allowed to survive that long. Even though they are getting first counter, they will be paying the price for that with with giving up the very first expedition on the very first day. So all in all, we've seen this trend before where focusing on the early counters can sometimes really come back to bite you.
Yeah, definitely. So we will be getting into day two here shortly. Bandit, when you were coming into this event, were you expecting Soul to take it, or did you have your eye on a different hero?
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Me and all my buddies were no. I think it was. I think I was really excited to see Soul in action because in my circles, it's been the most criticized hero from the entire bunch. Now, of course, a demo deck surrounding is a little different, of course. However, I think if you just look at what the floor will be for this hero, and when played around correctly, it just does a lot, right? It gives you some draw, it gives you some stats, you got some sabotage in there. You're quite versatile. And even, I think, well, the most important thing, it needs the least amount of setup. And that is what really has been paying off this tournament. The consistency, how little amount of hoops you have to get through to get to that core value.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have Isari on the Axiom that takes a little bit of setup, although it's not as intensive as it is for maybe like a Zin and Zephyr. Being
Mm.
able to get that three cost man jet or 2 cost man jet out on the board, I think can be quite nice, especially if it's the rare version and being able to resupply instead of just ascend. And yeah, there's a few other setup types of heroes, but like you mentioned, all you need is a good amount of rushing and playing cards quickly, and Soul's able to get things going here and even get a sabotage or two out so that way they can't immediately end the day for themselves on Phileas Fog. And you said it yourself, if it even lasts that long, because guess what? It didn't.
Yeah, and that's when you start paying the price for it, right? When you are losing out on these early resources is really where you can get pinched, where you really can get in a tight position for yourself. But these double ramps will pay their dividends for sure. Now, evening out in the expeditions, you'll be quite fine with it, right? You've been kind of donated this early lead regardless, so you're just evening things out while setting yourself up for success. Just look at the biomes that we're currently in, right? As a bottom soul player, ooh, actually choosing to immediately put that into mana. Now that frightens me because that means I am expecting a big ol' drop coming in this turn.
Yeah, I think depending on the individuals here, they've probably had to deal with the mirror matchup a considerable amount between these two, and they're probably prioritizing having that mana advantage as much as possible because it does give you options to do more plays and chain things together from playing something like an Eros to a rush card to maybe even another rush card and getting so many stats out on the board because you have the mana. I mean, you can run through 8 to 10 mana with just one card play essentially, right? And
Yeah,
it's not a big deal.
especially when you look at it from this side, right? I love what the rush mechanic is introducing because it is finally offering counterplay to turn one sabotages or just emptying out your reserve before your opponent can even look at them the wrong way. I think that is what we've really been looking for to kind of out tempo these more control style decks that we see in Ordis, that we see in Axiom and Izmir, right? So I'm just very excited to see a new answer come through and not in something very blunt, but actually that will give up some advantages to make new opportunities for itself.
And it will be pretty big and something that we see here on the Halua Raging Leviathan, being able to have characters that have tough. And I believe we've seen that in some permanents that were shown for the new set. Because if you're throwing that many cards out immediately, you are prone to some type of removal, right? And especially if your opponent has a good amount of mana and they can play the board for free. So having things like tough on you to be able to have to deal with that can be pretty nice. We will get to see a play of an Eros that we mentioned earlier into an immediate Bravos Harpooner. Everything will get fleeting, and we will see a 1-for-1 based off of that.
Yeah, based off of that, and even though there's two cards played on the side of our top soul here, right? Our Spanish representative coming through, because it gives everything fleeting, it kind of evens out again. So you're not too upset about how this game has been playing out so far. The only thing that you might be worried about a little bit is the biomes that you're sitting in, right? It's going to be a little tough to be contesting both forest and mountains while you're in solo waters for yourself, and vice versa on the other side, unless you can get away with a hideous play like Eros into some extra juicy boost. Will we see another rush? We will!
Yeah.
Oh my word. That is a lot of resources invested. But man, just dominoing into one another to get this perfect solitaire setup.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to what we both mentioned before, just chaining cards consistently and making your opponent have to deal with it. They will more than likely be able to hit the first Halua of the game, unless we just get an immediate pass, which I don't think we're going to be seeing here at the moment, but we definitely could. So they are going to throw out the 6 cost character here for the setup. They won't have any animals or adventurers to be able to do anything with it at the moment. But since they aren't going to try to pass first and they won't be able to get a Halua, they could still throw some more stats out here for 3 mana and at least be able to go 1 for 1. And sure enough, we do get the 3 cost setup here of the wingsuit jumper.
Now, this is a scary setup to be up against because despite the flashy play that we saw coming through, you will be losing out on a card. You're going to have to take it up against the 5/5/5 here, the Tane that has been anchored. Meanwhile, you are most likely not passing first. And you didn't really gain a real advantage from it. It looked really nice. I felt funny inside when it happened, but the real advantage from it didn't really come to terms. How did it?
Yeah, no, it didn't. It's interesting. The Tane is a card that I feel like it was inserted into this deck as this as a setup for other demo decks you could potentially play against, especially since you
Hmm.
can give animals and adventurers boosts. But just by itself, 6 cost and being anchored as well as having tough is just a good card, even if it didn't give those boosts out, right? And
Is consistent, and
yeah,
that is what we want from these cards. Is this fine value, right? If we play a 3/3/3 for 4 that gives anchored in Lyra and in Muna, right? We really do not mind paying a 6 mana 5/5/5 with anchored, especially when you're already getting a little lower on these resources. And it's really translating as well when we are going to the next day. And you can really tell that these resources are becoming more and more valuable.
yeah, instead of getting a card play here for the bottom soul and not and trying to go for a double advance, they decide to just immediately pass in order to get the 1 for 0, get that third counter, block what they need to. They'll deal with that anchored arrows later on from the Joining Fates. Joining Fates is a card that I'm interested in your thoughts on. We've seen, even though it's a one of, I believe, in these deck lists, we've seen it a good amount. So players, when they hit it, they feel like they want to play it, and we will see a pass on mana here from the top soul as well. What are your thoughts on Joining Fates?
I think I mean, it's just such a peak card, right? If you can hit it at the right time, it can be absolutely devastating. Almost as devastating as this sabotage will be. Now, with 12 mana still lined up, they're not doing too poorly, especially when they are stuck on just 3 in the solo forest biome here. But plinking the perfect card, like a big old bomb off of it, is just it feels good. It makes my toes tingle. It makes me giggle. However, there's just more often than not that you're just not hitting a very optimal target with it. And that's how it disappoints. But that's just the beauty of Haltern. If you do catch it at the wrong time, just ditch it into your mana.
Indeed. So we'll see how things set up here. We will just get the Shinlong being played. We get the pass to get the next Halua counter, but bottom soul is in a pretty good spot. It's going to be hard to deal with that Shinlong on the following day, regardless of what you have. You're going to have to hit some type of removal here on your draw. Otherwise, I feel like no matter what you do, even if you stack up on one side, you got to deal with the Shinlong and whatever else this bottom soul can take onto the board, especially with being adjacent and needing only one more advance. I mean, we just saw, even though that they were behind on these quest counters, they beat them in mana advantage as well as just having more cards in general.
Yeah, and it is so tough to be contesting in the biomes that you're in, right? Because your opponent is sitting in green and blue, while you are sitting in mountains and blue, mountains and water. Pardon. And in this set, just getting a straight up Shenlong like statted creature doesn't really happen that often. And look
Mm.
at a sabotage coming through at the already very limited resources. Azure in a world of trouble, as Silas Magi is lurking, is ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness show.
Oh, they're gonna go with the double rush too.
Yeah, and they're just absolutely slamming this door shut, not allowing any way back inside.
Yeah. And not even the Shenlong, they're gonna throw the gigantic, Halua Raging Leviathan on the board,
Just
and just
style
have,
points.
yeah, just so many stats and only 2 cards left here for the top soul in what we have set up here, and we're more than likely gonna have Silas be able to take the victory and head to the finals and see if they are gonna be the winner of this. We'll have at least 1 soul. We can check on the other semifinals matchup here shortly, and we'll just get the pass. They'll be the first one with the gigantic Halua, but it won't do them quite any good here to take this game.
Now it's a consolation prize as our French representative will be snatching the 2-0 day. GG is called, hands extended, hands are shaken, and we have our very first finalist. Now, with Silas Magi into the finals, the only question that will be remaining is who will be staring down the barrel of a absolutely dominating soul up to this point. I am hoping for not another mirror. I'm going to be very honest. I'm rooting for the Muna player here just for storylines.
It looks like the game is still ongoing, so we're gonna jump on into that one here quickly, see if we can catch the end of it. I'm gonna switch on over to it for everyone in the chat. It is dead even on the tumult at the moment here between these two. The Soul and Halua is in a spot of having a mana advantage and is on 5 quest counters, so they will have a gigantic Halua available to them, but the resource advantage of in hand is going to the Cowry at the moment. But they will have to deal with a Arrows play being thrown out here immediately for the Soul and Halua, and it's going to be a Shinlong as well. So they will have a gigantic Halua as well as a Shinlong on the board. They may just be having to go for what looks like a arena setup here.
That seems the way we're looking right now as I am trying to find our way towards our table.
I can get you a link here if you want.
That would
There,
be much appreciated. I think that will
go.
help in me getting some
Yeah, being able to see what's going on here. But we do
yeah.
get to see a Caladrius being
There we
played
got it.
here, removing the Halua token, and it will just be because of that a 1 for 0 for Skolo Pondre, able to take the victory over the top of the Solid Halua player, and you get your wish. We will not see a
Yeah.
mirror matchup in the finals.
Man, dreams do come true. Miracles can happen. No, I mean this is just absolutely just Kyle's play, right? Leveraging the little bit of extra card advantage that you do get as a Muno player. And we're just reiterating again, it's a resource game. And when you can leverage this into yourself, you're immediately exposing the weaknesses of Rush as well. Because you give the game plan away so early, you are giving your opponent all the opportunity to find the most efficient answers possible. So yeah, you're throwing down the gauntlet saying, come and get me. I'm just going to throw down threat after threat. But when they then do have the answers and they can enact that with surgical precision, you are cooked.
Indeed. And so, wants to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. You have been watching the Skybound Odyssey Demo Deck Tournament brought to you by AWOL and Equinox. We will have a finals matchup of Skolopondre versus Silas, Cowry and Muna versus what we have the most of by far in this tournament, Soul and Bravos. I have been Blue Oak TV, joined by Bandit here for the semifinals and finals. What do you have here as far as the winner of this? Will it be Skolopondre on the Cowry or Silas on the Soul?
I'm just gonna say it here. It's gonna be a Muno win today. I think it's
Mm.
looking good. I think when you look at the matchup, it is just a little favor towards the Muno, right? Because it can match the power thrown down by a soul. It has that little extra draw to be able to invest a little more resources. And I think the 1-1-1 is just not enough to tip the scales back in their favor. So if the Muno player can just stabilize a bit, capitalize on those extra resources, they are able to put it over the line. But you have to find those answers in time. If it comes too little, too late, then Bravos will just waltz over you.
Yeah. So you're a flip flopper. I got it. Even though you said Soul
Yeah.
was going to win it earlier on, but no big deal. Skolo Padre is infamously a Bravos player prior to this, and was playing a lot of Itzadi and Surge. Probably one of the early on players, all the way back in Beyond the Gates, playing Itzadi. And I think I remember them playing in the Angers tournament with Itzadi and giving one of the good Waru players back in the day a run for their money. So interesting to see them decide to play the Muna setup here. As I had mentioned earlier, we're still waiting on them setting up that game. Either way, I'd be happy with either of them winning. I was saying that more than likely we were going to see a Soul victory, although I had Issery higher up on my individual power rankings. I thought they would do better than they did, but I wasn't surprised to see Seoul do well, especially since I expected the large majority of people entering into this event to be playing Seoul and Holua.
Yeah, just from a numbers perspective, right? I mean, even if Soul would be boasting a 40% win rate, just if half of your field is Soul, just through sheer numbers, they might get there. However, I do like this arc where Soul gets in the finals, but is contested by this challenger that is looking to break the mold, to upset the odds, and take it all for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some pretty adamant Cowry players say that it's just the best one overall, and Soul has nothing on them. So we'll see if Skull Padre is able to do that for all the Muna players at this point. I mean, Muna needs a victory, right? They've just had a rough go of it this last season, so maybe this will be an indicator to come for them. Um, More of an indicator than maybe the last demo deck tournament, because it's not like a Kesha took off either. But we'll see what they're able to do here. We do have a game at the moment. Do you have the link or do you need it?
Yeah, I'll be begging for another link.
Uh,
You got any more, sir? Some
right.
more links.
So game is about to start. We'll throw that in the chat for you.
Lovely. As we're getting set up for our grand finale and bragging rights till at least the very next set.
Yeah. Demo deck bragging rights. Demo decks are fun though. I'll be excited once we get those new starter decks as well for players at some
Definitely.
point. Yeah.
And
Um,
I think it really goes to show with a complete level playing field, right? You are playing in TCG, variance will still be a thing, especially in best of ones. However, it is usually similar names that are floating to the top that are getting up there, and just goes to show if you control fundamentally the game well, that even in these tournaments with a complete level playing field, you can still do well.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen back in the initial season 1 release when they were doing the starter deck tournaments at our locals and everything like that. Everyone obviously put a high spot for the Sigismar Ordis starter decks of the days kind of thing, right? Which was correct, but I saw people do well with the Ysmir starter decks, right? Just because they understood how to play the game as a whole. So we're gonna head straight to the gameplay screen. We get our first play of an immediate Bravos Harpooner. I don't know if that was the play that the Silas on the Soul wanted to do and be able to save the rush and the sabotage, but it's probably all they had in order to get the immediate quest counter they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of maybe not the optimal start, but we have seen it before in previous sets as well, where just Ordis Spy will be hitting the table turn one, just so you can get your flow going, just to use your mana optimally at the very start. You have already won the first little small victory you can by being first player, which is of course a complete display of skill.
Yeah, exactly. Not random at all. But the bonus of being able to play that rare Bravos Harpooner is that it will have that same effect from reserve for the sole player, so they could still set themselves up quite well on following days to potentially even get a second quest counter here on day 2. But speaking of hero abilities, Cowry able to provide a woolly back token that is wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. I don't know about the tail being bushy or not, but probably being available for the soul player, and we'll get an additional draw and be able to start building up a little bit of that card advantage.
Yeah, it is a bit of a rough situation to be in with the helpful Pelican sitting in reserve, not finding the absolute best biomes to be contesting in currently. It's really up to the Soul player now to take advantage of that little extra woolly back they have at their disposal and see if they can capitalize on it. It is truly like a reverse Kojo where you really want to capitalize on when you get Kojo. When you're playing against Cowry, it's all about can I punish the Cowry for giving me that woolly back. And I mean, look at that. Look at that fella. You don't want to let him down.
We do see a colorful cuckoo hit the board. It's definitely been a popular character that I've heard from my co-commentators and just everyone in general. And it does set yourself up in future days. I'll be curious to see if the Cowry player in Scola Padre decides to just pass immediately, so that way the soul does not get another counter. They would have to give up some type of advantage on the board if they decide to do so. But will be interesting to see if they prioritize that or if they're just going to be playing the Pelican immediately to try to get at least one advance out of this. And they do.
And it looks like they'll be doing. And the colorful cuckoo has been preferred by a lot of players. I think every single Cowry in this tournament is playing the colorful cuckoo. Cuckoo. And I mean, can you blame them? Can you blame them? Look at that card; it's so strong.
Yeah. And it's a beautiful card in general, right? I mean,
It is
uh,
a beautiful card.
yeah, but it does obviously have some additional abilities there, being able to gain anchored, and when a character joins, being able to gain one boost. So if you can get a little bit of resources out of that, especially only having to go 1 for 1 here on that previous day, you're probably feeling pretty good as the Muna player, trying to get set up for maybe future gigantic turtle turns. We have not seen the woolly fields hit the board yet for Kari, and I know Scalo Padres put a big prioritization on getting those out on the last 2 games, whether it be in the quarterfinals or the semifinals. So should be interesting to see if they're able to get another one of those permanent landmarks out
This
on the board or not.
this is such an interesting turn of events. Manaing the Mighty Jin, right? Setting yourself up. All right, I was like, maybe are they looking for another rush turn where they'll be only focusing on their hero expedition, having Halua come out to just match the colorful Koku, and it is only I don't know, it will trigger off Halua as well. So they're already set up for success quite a bit. I thought they might be looking to save their Mighty Jin because of the biomes they are in, right? Solo Mountain against Forest Mountain, right? It's a perfect setup for our good friends in mountains and forests, which they are. Now, threatening to overflow the reserve once again. And this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, they will maybe gain a little advantage here, but is that really worth overflowing your reserve when you have so little options to gain back those resources?
Yeah, I think we've seen the prioritization from these soul players to always mana their mighty gens, regardless of the terrains that they're set up in on the following day. And I mean, I can't disagree with that. Usually, when you're playing a deck that revolves around having higher costed characters that you can play almost immediately, you're going to want to ramp as much as possible. And especially if you're not getting the effect of a rare mighty gen where you can card draw off of it, you may as well just throw things into the mana, and if you decide you don't want a mana on the following day, you get an additional card draw. And speaking of the woolly fields that I mentioned earlier, we will see the first one hit the board, and it seems like Kari is just fine with potentially just giving up what they see on the board and setting themselves up for maybe a big turtle play later on.
Yeah, that is currently what we are looking at. But I mean, just on the other side, right? Let's say they didn't mana, they were stuck on 5 mana. They can still play a Mighty Jin from reserve. They can still hit their Tengu, which it costs 2 mana, right? You're still clocking at 5 mana, getting the same stats down. I'm not saying it's a missed opportunity for them. Definitely not. It's just a different way how to run your deck. But when you're running so low on the resources, you really have to be mindful about it. Has it been paying off? I think the next few turns will tell us.
Yeah, I mean, they have had the double mana ramp, right? So we could see a
Yeah.
situation here where the soul just decides not to mana. I think they can really afford not to if they want to and just keep the cards that they have. It'll be dependent on what they draw. Obviously, these demo decks don't always draw into exactly the card you need, especially with a lot of one ofs, two ofs, and a random other cards in there. I'd be oh, and they are going to throw out the colorful cuckoo immediately here. So interesting play from the Skull Padre on the Cowry, but we'll have to deal with the Halua Raging Leviathan. We've seen this card repeatedly just do well for Soul. especially once they're able to get it out and have that tough one factor.
Yeah, and it is kind of this way for Halua and Soul to kind of even out the card advantage again once more. I was very fearful for an Eros coming down, right? With the biomes that we're currently in, it would be absolutely devastation for Cowry coming through. But they're just banking once again on the following turn. But when you're planting so many seeds and none of them have come to bloom just yet, when will it be too late? Soul is looking for another devastating day, and they will be passing first as their as Halua will be biting the dust here.
Yeah, they will be able to get enough here so everything is just dead even based off of that Halua token that hits the board. But I don't know. It'll be rough. I mean, obviously, Soul is going to be able to decide what they want to get rid of. We do get that harpooner still sticking around on the board that we saw on day one, and I think it'll be a rough time for Kari to be able to deal with that raging leviathan potentially. And we're more than likely going to be seeing a 5 counter Halua that's gonna be gigantic, so we will have at least 7 stats on the board that are gigantic, and that being behind for the Kari could be difficult, especially since they've already used one of their Puffs challenges at the moment. So, we will just get instead a Harpooner play. It's gonna hit, the Resentful Robin for Sabotage.
Oh yeah, and the resources that should be going in Kari's favor in the long run are starting to dwindle now themselves. They are looking up against just a one-for-one trade, but when you're already up an expedition, that will do just fine. Getting onto those juicy 5 counters, another cuckoo hitting down every single one hit in just the top 16 cards. That is fortunate, but will it be enough? Oh, now this might just be enough to shift the tides just that little bit.
Yeah, I think the only downside here for the Kari, obviously having the double colorful cuckoo out on the board feels good, but they are also 3 advances away. So
They are.
even with a double advance, they're in a spot where they can't win the game. And on the following day, they'll have to probably deal with another gigantic Halua. So they're in a good spot this day, but then the next day is the one that is the part of the game that I feel like they have to worry about the most, especially in this final matchup here. This is a best of
First
one.
step,
Yeah.
the absolute first step of winning is not losing, and that's exactly what they did that day. Now, as a first player, they are just absolutely chilling with 2 colorful cuckoos. The woolly back hitting, they can plant down another one. And even as the first player, they can be looking to just pass first if Soul doesn't hit a proper rush target here.
Cuisine. Um, sorry, I'm looking at the chat. Either way, we will get to see a sabotage hit the board here in the form of a pan, and it will go after that Shenlong does not want to deal with all the stats that could be hitting the board, putting themselves in a pretty good spot. And just one less resource for the soul, who is down to just 3 cards here. They're going to need some type of card draw available to them if they can, which can happen, but it's usually played from reserve, right? I don't believe we're going to see anything being played from hand that will get them that card draw. So we'll have to see if they can make that happen. Still haven't seen a social Leviathan and Zeraton being played from the Muna player either, which can be a big play, especially with this amount of mana available to them and a Woolly field. And instead, we will see a Souls Hunt being able to take out the really big colorful cuckoo, and they'll just throw out a sabotage here as well by being able to play that rush.
Yeah, and that is painful because with the meditation training in reserve, you would have absolutely loved for that cuckoo to stick around another turn. That is pretty much a free Shenlong that would be hitting the field. Now, scrambling to bring a stop to this merciless advance. But with all these extra resources invested, you're going to have to ask yourself, when do we have to just cut our losses and hope for the best the very next day?
Yeah, they could come in big here with a bait play if they have it. If they only have 1 card in hand, it would be fun to see if they had it. If you came into this day, I would have sworn that Skull Padre would have gotten the double advance, but they're looking at down the barrel, as you mentioned here, on that companion side. It will be tough to decide. I'm thinking they're just prioritizing the idea of do they want to anchor that colorful cuckoo or not, or if they want to play that card in hand, and then they'll be running low on resources. It,
It
it, it
is
yeah, it's a tough one.
it's a tricky one, and you're just gonna have to cut your losses for the day and accept that with the Souls Hunt, you just took a bit of a beating when you were already down but not out. That is for certain. But man, that Halua just looming in the background. There is still so much powder for Sol Halua to be shot from still.
Yeah, we did see one Puffs challenge already go away here for the Muna player, so that would be the only other option to be able to take out that big Raging Leviathan. But then they'd
Other
also have,
side.
yeah,
No. Please finish your thought.
yeah. But I mean, it's still a good amount of stats, especially when your opponent is adjacent and you need to block
Definitely.
at least one side, if not double advance yourself and let them single advance. Rough
Look
spot,
at the biomes.
but we'll see.
Look at the biomes right now
Yeah.
for Sol and Alua. They are in that solo mountain, which when you are playing the Mowgli yourself, you are not too upset about whatsoever. The colorful cuckoo is still on the field. Most importantly, not in the companion expedition, because that
Oh.
might be very, very important if Sol and Alua do decide to just overrun in a single expedition, which is all they need at this point.
Yeah, we may be just looking at a one depending on what's gonna happen here, we're gonna see a rush straight into the Raging Leviathan, because the fact that they mana makes me think that they have another card to play in hand here. Um,
They have to. They have to, right?
but we'll see how what goes forward here. Obviously, they're tied currently on the hero side, so they'll have to make up everything here on the forest. Silas has to know, obviously, that you mentioned that the Mowgli could be a problem. We do get to see the gigantic Halua, so yeah, they just have what they have, and they're gonna have to wait for the Cowry to see what they can do. And sure
Ooh,
enough, more
I
forest stat with Persephone.
they are halfway
Oh
there.
wow.
They're almost there. They just need a single extra stat. Do they have it with just the 2 mana? It's an absolute nail biter. They do! They will be going up to 11, going over the top of Sol and Halua, absolutely clutching it. Oh my word. I don't think we could have had a more exciting climax to this finals as we just
Yeah, just not enough to cover it on the colorful cuckoo side. I was curious to
man.
see if they created the woolly field, if that would have been enough or not. But I guess they wouldn't have been able to take it on the companion side if they created the woolly field there in order to give that colorful cuckoo another stat over on the hero side. So they used everything they could, but couldn't quite make it. Congrats to Silas,
Got so
able
close.
to get the victory here on the Soul and Halua, confirming what everyone thought, and that Soul would take the victory.
Yeah, confirming suspicions, but it can never hurt to do some proper scientific research as we just did. Man, a worthy match of the finals, if I do say so myself.
Indeed. We're going to check here real quick to see if we can get Silas in for an interview. I know it's getting kind of late over there overall, so we're not guaranteeing it, but we'll see here shortly. And we'll have Simon inquire about that. But overall thoughts, Bandit, you're able to hang her out here for the semifinals and finals. Good matches overall. I think we got to see the Soul mirror matchup, and then we got to see a little bit of a Muna v Bravos action here in the finals. I gotta admit, I did not see the Cowry as a contender for the win over the Soul. I was putting my bets on the Axiom faction, but you know what? I was happy to see that they were finally able to make some headway on a hero that was not Tasia.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really introducing a different way of playing, and that's kind of going for all these heroes. Mostly, they are really introducing a new style or a similar style, but just hitting those different notes within the faction to shake it up just that little bit. If anything, they has just made me so very excited to be playing pre-release, to be brewing with these heroes myself. like we've just seen we just got a little taste of what power lies behind these absolutely banging heroes.
Indeed. And so we'll switch on over to the final screen here. We did see the top cut, but we'll also take a look at what we have here as far as the final bracket. If I switch to the right one, and this will be the demo deck setup here. The winner being Silas on the Soul and Halua, taking out quite a few players along the way. They started off with a win over Stephanosaurus, then taking out Rinth 27 and beating Ajardat in the semifinals, and then finally Skolopondre in the finals in a Muna v Bravos matchup. Congrats to Silas, a player that I was able to be more aware of since they came on over to the States for the Dallas World Championship qualifier and were able to go undefeated in the Swiss Browns before losing to the eventual champion and Rinku in the top cut. You can't go undefeated in Swiss on the WCQs. That's just a warning for everyone. Don't go undefeated, or you will fall in the top cut. But congrats to them on taking that. We are taking a look to see if they're available. Uh,
Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
so yeah,
let's be real. They are not sleeping while just winning a 500 player tournament, right? With the adrenaline just going through your veins, you can't be going to bed just yet. Might as well pop in for an interview.
unfortunately, actually, I guess they are returning from Milan in a car at the moment, so they are
Damn.
not available at the moment. But congrats for winning it on mobile, Silas.
Yeah, and
I hate
stop
playing on
using your
mobile.
phone in the car. Stop that. It's so dangerous.
He's probably a passenger. I'll assume that he's
Yeah,
not driving.
probably.
I would be impressed if he can drive and play Altered at the same time. But either way, we'll switch back to the caster screen, do a quick wrap up, and then let everyone go on their way. Bandit, any final thoughts before we head to the goodbye screen?
Any final thoughts? I think this should just be a tip of the iceberg for what we're to be expecting from release weekend, right? I think if this does not get you excited to be brewing your lists, to be cooking with these new cards coming out for either new or existing heroes, then what are you even doing?
Exactly. Like you mentioned before, I'll be excited to finally be doing a pre-release with some new heroes, seeing what people can put together with multi-faction decks and everything like that. But
It's gonna be a nightmare. It's gonna be a menace.
we haven't seen something like that since the very beginning. But other than that, I do want to thank everyone that has joined in the chat with us along the way, watching this entire event. It's a short one in comparison to what I'm used to with these WCQ events. So happy to get off a little bit earlier and let everyone either get some late dinners or some early lunches or late lunches. I don't know, depending on where you're at.
Honestly, it's good. Surprise your brain with 8 hours of sleep. That
There you
is
go.
that is the way to do it.
For everyone out there, has been the Skybound Odyssey demo deck tournament. I also want to make sure that everyone knows the AWOL Invitational will be next weekend as well. So if you are an invitee to that, be sure to confirm with Simon that you join that tournament. And if you can't, just feel free to watch it. We will be able to stream that as well. This has been, like I said, the Skybound Odyssey demo deck tournament. I've been Blue. Bandit, feel free to promote yourself.
Yeah, it's just me. It's just me, man. It's bad. I've been absolutely loving the little last few rounds we got to cover. Blue, thank you so much for coming out. And for everyone watching, thanks so much for sticking with us. Till next time.
Till next time, indeed. Again, I've been Blue. This has been Bandit as well, joining me in the semifinals and finals. Feel free to subscribe to the AWOL channel, as well as our respective things. I think you have Twitter/X available out on the screen for everyone to check out.
Yeah, Blue Sky, because
Yeah, Blue Sky,
me and the homies
exactly.
all hate Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll catch everyone later. Thanks for joining, and we'll head to the buy screen. Bye, everyone.
Good evening, everyone.